I moved for a job and broke up with my GF. Months later, she died giving birth to our baby I didn't know about. Now I'm a single dad co-parenting with her parents. I, Alex, 28M, never thought I'd be in this situation. My life changed completely in just a few weeks, and I'm still trying to process everything. It all started with a phone call from Sarah, 32F, my ex-girlfriend Milo's, 27F, sister. Milo and I dated for 3 years before breaking up about 10 months ago. We met during our senior year of college at a mutual friend's birthday party. I remember being instantly drawn to her infectious laugh and the way her eyes lit up when she talked about her passion for marine biology. We hit it off immediately, bonding over our shared love of the ocean and terrible sci-fi movies. Our relationship was far from perfect, but it was good. We supported each other through the stress of final exams, job hunting, and the general uncertainty of post-college life. Milo got a job at the local aquarium, while I landed an entry-level position at a marketing firm. We moved in together after a year of dating, adopting a scruffy rescue dog named Baxter. Things were going well until I got a job offer in another state. It was a big step up in my career, with better pay and more opportunities for advancement. Milo had just started a research project at the aquarium that she was really excited about. We spent weeks agonizing over what to do, but in the end, we decided to break up. Neither of us wanted to do long distance, and we both felt like we needed to focus on our careers. It was a tough decision, but we both agreed it was for the best. The breakup was amicable, but still painful. We promised to stay friends, but as often happens, life got in the way. We kept in touch through occasional text messages and social media likes, but that was about it. I threw myself into my new job, trying to ignore the Milo-shaped hole in my life. Then came the call from Sarah. She told me Milo had been in a serious car accident and was in critical condition. I felt like the ground had dropped out from under me. Despite our breakup, I still cared deeply for Milo. I immediately booked a flight back to my hometown, my mind racing with memories and regrets. When I arrived at the hospital, I found out that Milo had been pregnant when the accident happened. She was 7 months along, and the doctors had to perform an emergency C-section to save the baby. Milo didn't make it through the surgery. I was completely overwhelmed. Not only had I lost someone I cared about, but I also found out I was a father. The baby, a little girl, was in the NICU fighting for her life. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Just days ago, my biggest worry was a presentation at work, and now I was a grieving father to a premature baby I hadn't even known existed. Sarah explained that Milo had planned to tell me about the pregnancy once I settled into my new job. She didn't want to complicate things for me or make me feel obligated to come back. I felt a mix of anger, sadness, and guilt. I wished I had known sooner that I could have been there for Milo during her pregnancy. I spent the next few days at the hospital, dividing my time between grieving for Milo and watching over my daughter. It was surreal to see this tiny baby, knowing she was mine, yet feeling like a complete stranger to her. I found myself talking to her through the incubator, telling her about Milo, about our relationship, about how sorry I was that I hadn't been there from the start. Milo's parents, Tom, 58M, and Linda, 55F, were supportive but also struggling with their own grief. I had always gotten along well with them during my relationship with Milo. They used to invite me over for Sunday dinners, and Tom taught me how to fix up old cars in his garage. Now, we were united in our loss and our concern for the baby. They told me they wanted me to be involved in the baby's life, but they also expressed their desire to be a big part of her upbringing. I understood their feelings. This baby was their last connection to their daughter. But I also felt a strong need to assert my role as her father. I'm torn about what to do next. My job is waiting for me back in the other state, but I can't imagine leaving my daughter now. I don't know the first thing about being a parent, let alone a single dad to a premature baby. The nurses in the NICU have been patient, teaching me how to change diapers through the incubator ports and explaining all the machines and monitors. But it all feels overwhelming. I'm also dealing with the guilt of not being there for Milo during her pregnancy and the fact that I wasn't there when she needed me most. Part of me wonders if things would have been different if we had stayed together. Would we have been excited, expectant parents instead of this tragedy? These thoughts keep me up at night as I sit by the incubator, watching my daughter's tiny chest rise and fall. My parents, Jack, 60M, and Ellen, 58F, flew in to support me. They're trying to help, but I can see they're also struggling to come to terms with suddenly being grandparents. My mom keeps bursting into tears every time she looks at the baby, a mix of joy and sorrow. Dad's been more stoic, but I can see the worry in his eyes. I've taken a leave of absence from work, but I know I'll need to make some big decisions soon. Should I move back to my hometown? How do I balance my career with being a single parent? How do I co-parent with Milo's family when we're all still grieving? I find myself thinking back to my childhood, trying to remember how my parents handled things. I remember my dad working long hours but always making time for weekend fishing trips. My mom was always there, a constant presence with her terrible jokes and comforting hugs. Can I be both mom and dad to this little girl? I'm scared, overwhelmed, and completely unprepared for this. Any advice or words of wisdom from people who have been in similar situations would be greatly appreciated. How do I navigate this new reality while honoring Milo's memory and being the best father I can be to our daughter? There's so much to figure out, from practical things like where we'll live and how I'll manage financially, to bigger questions about how to raise her and what to tell her about her mother when she's older. I want to do right by Milo, by our daughter, and by both our families. But right now, it all feels impossibly complicated. As I sit here in the hospital, watching my daughter sleep in her incubator, I'm struck by how tiny and fragile she looks. Yet she's already shown such strength, fighting to survive against the odds. I hope I can find even a fraction of that strength to face the challenges ahead. Update 1. It's been about 2 months since my last post, and a lot has happened. I want to thank everyone for their kind words and advice. It really helped me during those first difficult weeks. My daughter, who I named Lily, is finally out of the NICU. It was a tough journey, but she's a fighter. Watching her grow stronger each day gave me strength too. The first time I got to hold her properly, without all the tubes and wires, was one of the most emotional moments of my life. I remember the nurses showing me how to support her head and telling me to do skin-to-skin contact. As I held her against my chest, feeling her tiny breaths, I felt a rush of love and protectiveness I'd never experienced before. I decided to move back to my hometown permanently. It wasn't an easy decision, but I knew it was the right one for Lily and me. Leaving my job and the life I'd started to build in the new city was tough, but holding Lily made it all seem insignificant in comparison. My boss was understanding and allowed me to work remotely, which was a huge relief. I'm grateful for the flexibility, even though I know it might impact my career progression. Milo's parents, Tom and Linda, have been incredibly supportive. We've had some difficult conversations about co-parenting and boundaries, but we're all trying our best to put Lily's needs first. They've been a great help in teaching me the basics of baby care, and I'm grateful for their patience. Linda showed me how to make bottles and do laundry. I never knew babies needed so many clothes, while Tom has been a whiz at assembling all the baby furniture. There have been moments of tension, like when we disagreed about whose family traditions to follow for Lily's naming ceremony. But we're learning to communicate and compromise. We all want what's best for Lily, and that common goal helps us work through our differences. I moved into a small apartment near them, which allows us to share responsibilities. It's not always easy, there are times when our grief and stress lead to tension, but we're learning to communicate better. The apartment feels both too empty and too full at the same time. Empty because Milo should be here with us, but full of baby things, diapers, bottles, toys, and all the paraphernalia that comes with a newborn. My parents have been amazing too. Mom stayed for a few weeks to help me settle in, and Dad visits as often as he can. They're absolutely smitten with Lily. Mom's been knitting up a storm. I think Lily has more handmade blankets and booties than she could ever use. Dad's been quieter, but I often find him just watching Lily sleep with a soft smile on his face. Adjusting to life as a single dad has been challenging. The sleepless nights, the constant worry, the feeling of being overwhelmed, it's all very real. There have been nights when Lily wouldn't stop crying, and I felt completely out of my depth. I found myself wishing desperately for Milo, knowing she would have known exactly what to do. But there are also moments of pure joy, like when Lily grabs my finger or gives me a toothless smile. I've been going through Milo's things with Sarah. It's bittersweet, but it's helping me process my grief. We found a journal where Milo had been writing letters to our baby. Reading them has been both heartbreaking and comforting. It's given me insight into her thoughts and feelings during the pregnancy. One entry particularly struck me. Milo wrote about her plans to tell me about the baby, how she was excited but nervous about my reaction. She mentioned wanting to wait until after my big presentation at work, not wanting to distract me. It made me realize how much she cared, even after our breakup. Reading her words, I could almost hear her voice, and it brought back a flood of memories, both happy and sad. I'm still figuring out how to balance work and parenting. Some days I feel like I'm failing at both, but I'm trying to be patient with myself. I've joined a single parent support group, which has been helpful. It's comforting to know I'm not alone in this journey. Listening to other parents share their experiences has given me new perspectives and ideas. There are moments when the weight of everything hits me hard. The other day, I was changing Lily's diaper and suddenly burst into tears, thinking about how Milo will never get to do this simple task. But then Lily cooed at me, and I knew I had to pull myself together for her. It's a strange mix of grief and joy that I'm learning to navigate. I'm taking it one day at a time, trying to create a stable and loving environment for Lily. It's not the life I had planned, but I'm determined to make the best of it for both of us. Each day brings new challenges, but also new rewards. Watching Lily grow and develop her own personality is amazing, even if it's tinged with sadness that Milo isn't here to see it too. Update 2. It's been 6 months since my last update, and life has settled into a new kind of normal. Lily is now 8 months old and growing like a weed. She's started crawling, which means I spend most of my time chasing after her and baby-proofing everything in sight. It's exhausting but also exciting to see her explore her world with such curiosity. Co-parenting with Tom and Linda has gotten easier. We've fallen into a routine that works for all of us. They watch Lily 3 days a week while I work, and I have her the rest of the time. Weekends are usually family time, with all of us together. We've started having Sunday dinners again, just like when Milo and I were dating. It's bittersweet, but it feels good to keep that tradition alive for Lily. There have been some challenges. Last month, we had a disagreement about Lily's first Christmas. Tom and Linda wanted to recreate some of Milo's childhood traditions, while I wanted to start some new ones of our own. It led to a heated discussion, but we eventually compromised. We're all learning that it's okay to honor Milo's memory while also creating our own family dynamic. We ended up blending old traditions with new ones, and it turned out to be a beautiful holiday, even if it was tinged with sadness. Work has been understanding, but I can tell they're getting antsy about me returning to the office full time. I'm not ready for that yet, and it's causing some tension. I might need to start looking for a new job that offers more flexibility for single parents. It's a daunting prospect, but I know I need to prioritize what's best for Lily and me. I've started dating again, which feels strange and a bit guilt-inducing. Sarah set me up with her friend Emma, 29F. We've been on a few dates, and she's great with Lily. But I'm taking things very slowly. Balancing dating with single parenthood is tricky, and I want to make sure Lily always comes first. Emma seems to understand, which I appreciate. Still, there's a part of me that feels like I'm betraying Milo's memory, even though I know she would have wanted me to be happy. Milo's birthday was last week, which was tough for all of us. We had a small gathering at her favorite park, released some biodegradable lanterns, and shared our favorite memories of her. It was a bittersweet day, but it felt good to celebrate her life. I told Lily stories about her mom, even though she's too young to understand. I want her to grow up knowing how amazing Milo was. Lily is starting to look more like Milo every day, especially her smile. It's both heartwarming and heartbreaking. I've been putting together a memory book for Lily, filled with photos and stories about Milo. I want her to know how amazing her mother was. Tom and Linda have been helping with this, sharing stories and photos from Milo's childhood. It's been a healing process for all of us. I'm still learning and growing as a parent every day. There are moments of frustration and exhaustion, but also moments of pure joy and love. Watching Lily discover the world around her is incredible, and I'm so grateful to be on this journey with her. Yesterday, she laughed for the first time when I made a silly face, and it was the best sound I've ever heard. Update 3, another 6 months have passed, and Lily just celebrated her first birthday. It's hard to believe how quickly time has flown by. The tiny baby in the NICU has grown into a curious, energetic toddler who keeps me on my toes. The birthday party was a bittersweet affair. We had a small gathering with family and close friends. Tom and Linda brought a photo of Milo to put on the table, which was a touching gesture. Lily seemed to enjoy the attention, though she was more interested in the wrapping paper than the actual gifts. As I watched her smash her hands into her birthday cake, I couldn't help but think of all the milestones Milo has missed. I've finally found a new job that allows me to work from home most of the time. It's been a game changer for our routine. I'm able to be more present for Lily while still advancing my career. The transition was stressful, but it's already paying off in terms of work-life balance. Co-parenting with Tom and Linda has its ups and downs. We recently had a disagreement about Lily's daycare options. They wanted her to attend the same preschool Milo did, but I found a place closer to our home that I preferred. After some tense discussions, we agreed to tour both places together and make a decision as a team. It's not always easy, but we're getting better at communicating and compromising. My relationship with Emma has progressed slowly but steadily. She's patient and understanding about my situation. Lily seems to like her, which is a relief. We're taking things one day at a time, but I'm cautiously optimistic about our future. Emma has been great about respecting Milo's place in our lives, which means a lot to me. Lily said her first word last month, "Dada." It was an incredibly emotional moment for me. She's also taken her first steps, which means our apartment is now even more of an obstacle course. Each new milestone is exciting but also bittersweet, knowing that Milo isn't here to share in these moments. I still have days where grief hits me hard, especially when Lily reaches new milestones. I find myself wishing Milo could be here to see them. But I'm learning to balance honoring her memory with moving forward. Tom and Linda have been a great support in this, sharing stories about Milo with Lily and helping me keep her memory alive. Looking back on the past year and a half, I'm amazed at how much has changed. It hasn't been easy, but I'm proud of how far Lily and I have come. We're building a life together, surrounded by love and support. It's not the life I had planned, but it's beautiful in its own way. Lily's personality is really starting to shine through. She's got Milo's determination and my sense of humor. The other day, she spent a solid hour trying to stack blocks higher than herself, falling over and getting right back up each time. When she finally managed it, her triumphant giggle filled the room. It's moments like these that make all the challenges worth it. I've been talking to Lily about Milo more and more. Even though she's too young to understand, I want her to grow up hearing about her mom. I tell her stories about how Milo and I met, about Milo's love for the ocean, and how excited she was to become a mom. Tom and Linda have been great about sharing their own stories and photos too. My relationship with Tom and Linda continues to evolve. We've had our share of disagreements, but we're learning to work together better. Last week, we all went to the aquarium together. It was one of Milo's favorite places. Watching Lily's eyes light up at the colorful fish, I could almost feel Milo's presence with us. As for me, I'm slowly finding my footing as a single dad. There are still days when I feel overwhelmed, but they're becoming less frequent. I've learned to ask for help when I need it, whether it's from family, friends, or my support group. I'm even thinking about starting a blog to share my experiences and connect with other single parents. Emma and I are still taking things slow, but our relationship is growing stronger. She's been incredibly patient and understanding. She's not trying to replace Milo, she knows that's not possible or desirable. Instead, she's carving out her own place in our lives. Seeing her play with Lily or help with bedtime routines feels right, even if it took some getting used to. Work is going well with the new job. The flexibility has been a lifesaver, allowing me to be there for Lily's doctor appointments and milestones without sacrificing my career. It's a juggling act, but I'm getting better at it every day. As I look towards the future, I'm filled with a mix of emotions. There's still sadness for what we've lost, but also hope for what's to come. I'm excited to watch Lily grow and discover her passions. I'm looking forward to teaching her to swim, to read, to ride a bike, all the things Milo and I once dreamed of doing together. I know there will be challenges ahead. There will be questions about Milo that I'm not sure how to answer, milestones that will be bittersweet, and moments when I'll feel out of my depth. But I also know that we have a strong support system and that Milo's love continues to guide us. To anyone out there facing unexpected parenthood or loss, I want to say, it does get easier. Not perfect, but easier. Take it one day at a time, allow yourself to feel whatever you're feeling, and don't be afraid to lean on others for support. Lily is napping now, and as I write this, I'm looking at a photo of Milo on our bookshelf. I hope she'd be proud of how we're doing. I'm trying my best to be the father she knew I could be, and to make sure Lily grows up knowing how much she was loved, even before she was born. It's not the life we planned, but it's a life full of love, and that's what matters most.
I refuse to be maid of honor at my mom's wedding to her controlling boyfriend who's erasing my late dad's memory. Now she regrets everything and wants to reconnect. I'm a bit in a complicated situation with my mom, 58F, over her new boyfriend Jeremy, 35M. However, for you to fully understand the picture, I have to take you back a bit. I was brought up in a closely knit family. My parents, high school sweethearts, got married shortly after high school and gave birth to me a few years later. Dad was a high school history teacher, and Mom ran a small bookstore in our town. We were not so wealthy, but we were happy. Every summer, we pack up our old station wagon and drive all around the country. Dad would introduce us to the history behind the sites we were seeing, and Mom would read from the books she brought with her. I think this is one of the memories of my own childhood. In my older years, I could actually see the increase in my parents' love for each other with each passing year. Yes, they would fight, but they would work it out together. They are a team, for better or for worse. They started dancing together after I left for university, and used to send me some videos how they danced, so sweet and an inspiration for their relationship. It was 5 years ago that our world was turned upside down when Dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. It was aggressive, and 6 months later he was gone. Mom was there for him to the end. She practically lived at the hospital, only coming home when I finally forced her to get some rest. She would sit for hours reading to him from his favorite books. Mom was devastated, and after Dad died, she stopped working. The bookstore was closed temporarily because she said she couldn't bear to be surrounded by stories when it felt like hers was over. I moved back in with her, putting my career on hold to be there for her. For months, we existed, trying to find a way in this world that doesn't seem to have Dad anymore. Slowly, one by one, we started healing. We reopened the bookstore together, and pieces of the old mother slowly came back. We managed to keep some family traditions, our annual beach trip for her birthday. Every time we visited, we'd sit out on a mat and talk about Dad and the numerous trips he took us on. Bittersweet memories always have a way of keeping us close to them. It was a year after Dad's death that basically Mom got interested in life again. She joined a grief support group, made some new friends, and started dating again, nothing very serious. I was glad for her, even though it was in some ways a little off-putting. But Dad would have wanted her to be happy. I knew that. It was 8 months ago, at a fundraiser for the local library, that Mom met Jeremy. He had just moved into our hometown to take over his family's real estate business. He was suave and very attentive to Mother, and she fell in love from the very first evening. I was cautiously optimistic. Jeremy seemed nice enough, and it was good to see Mom smiling again. Things happened fast after that. Within 2 months, Jeremy moved into our family home. I was quite surprised at how quick everything unraveled, although I was trying to be as supportive as possible. I then decided that Mom seemed to be stable and happy, so that was all that really mattered, right? But soon I had begun to notice the changes. Small things at first. Jeremy had said he'd like to rearrange the living room and that it would open up the space. Mom agreed, though she and Dad had picked each piece and its placing when they first brought it all home. And then Jeremy said something about Dad's stuff, how the house just seemed so messy and maybe they should declutter it. Mom agreed, and soon after, there were boxes and boxes of Dad's stuff that had to be carried up into the attic. The real bombshell came one day when I came home to find that someone had repainted the living room in a rather shocking, absolutely white. Gone was the warm, rustic orange Dad had so tenderly applied. Gone was a beautiful mural Dad had painted for Mom's 25th anniversary. When I asked her about it, she could only shrug her shoulders and say, "Jeremy thinks this looks more modern." I did try to speak with Mom in private about how things were moving so fast, but she wouldn't listen. "Jeremy just wants what's best for us," she'd say. "He's helping me move forward." Things went south when Jeremy started interfering with our family traditions. I was about to plan our annual trip to the beach when Mom's birthday was approaching, but Jeremy said that he'd already booked a couple's retreat for them instead. When I mentioned this to Mom and told her it was our tradition, she responded, "Maybe it's time for new traditions." I felt as though I'd been sucker punched. I did try to speak to Jeremy in private about how his actions had been affecting me. I told him how important some of the things he was moving around were, there were memories attached to them. He just brushed me off with, "Your mom's happy now. Isn't that what matters?" I felt like he was insinuating that Mom wasn't happy before, which was painful. It was when I came home to find Jeremy in Dad's old office last week that really did it. That room had been left untouched since Dad's death. It was filled with his books, his old vinyl collection, and mementos from our family trips. Jeremy was tossing things into boxes, muttering about how it was time to clear out this junk. I lost it. I screamed at him to stop, that they weren't things, but precious memories. Jeremy yelled back that I needed to grow up and move on, that holding on to the past wasn't healthy for anyone, especially Mom. Mom came in on our argument. I expected her to protect me, or, at least, to understand why I was upset. Instead, she went with Jeremy. She said maybe it was time to put what's gone, that Dad wouldn't want us to live in a mausoleum to his memory. I left the house in tears, feeling like I lost not just my dad but my mom too. After that, I have been at Sarah's. She is really my best friend. Mom has rung me, but every time she just asks me when I am coming home to apologize to Jeremy. She doesn't seem to understand why I'm upset. I feel torn. On one hand, it's my wish that Mom is happy and she's moving ahead with her life. On the other hand, it feels as though she is erasing Dad and pushing me aside. It is as though Jeremy is infiltrating every portion of her life, and she is letting it happen. Am I overreacting and should I just get along with these issues, all part of Mom's new life? Or should I take a stand on this and possibly further damage my relationship with Mom? I long for how close we used to be, but I don't really know how to get it back without setting aside my own feelings and memories of Dad. Update 1: It has been 2 weeks since I last posted, and much has happened. I'd like to thank everybody who gave me their advice and support. Those words really helped give things perspective in this matter. I decided to face Mom alone and, after staying for a few days at Sarah's, we agreed to meet in the little cafe that Dad used to take us to have Sunday brunch. It somehow felt appropriate to have this conversation in a place that held so many happy memories for us. I was really taken by the fact that Mom looked so different when she came. Her hair was done in a style I'd never seen, and she donned clothes that seemed much more suitable for someone Jeremy's age than hers. It felt almost as though some alien were wearing my mom's face. We ordered the usual, her favorite chai latte and my black coffee, and for a moment, it felt like old times. But the minute we began to talk, the illusion shattered. I told her how badly it made me feel, what she had done, and how Jeremy was acting. I told her that it felt like they were erasing Dad's memory, and how much it hurt me. I reminded her about all the great things we had done as a family and that she was ready to throw all of that away for Jeremy. To my great surprise, Mom actually listened. I mean, really listened, like she hadn't listened in months. As I continued to talk, I could see tears forming in her eyes. When I was finally done, she burst out crying. She confessed that she had been so swept up in her new relationship that she hadn't thought about how it was impacting me. She said she was sorry she hadn't taken my side in the argument with Jeremy and that things had gone on this way. And then she started defending Jeremy. She said that he was only trying to help her move on, that he thought it was the past holding her that was responsible for her staying behind. She told me how lonely she had been, after Dad died, how Jeremy made her feel alive again. She said she loved him, she wanted him around. I told her I could understand that she wanted to move on, but that sure as hell did not mean erasing the past. I had meaning, in my attempts, to tell her that Dad was so huge a part of me, and moving on does not need to imply forgetting him. We talked about finding a middle way of keeping Dad alive in our memories while giving room for new happiness. After a really long, emotional conversation, we agreed to have a family meeting with Jeremy. Mom would talk with him first, explaining just how serious this was, then we would all sit down together. The meeting happened a few days later. It was tense at first. Jeremy seemed defensive, and I had to work hard not to lose my emotions. But as he began to speak to me, something happened. Jeremy agreed that he'd been overboard in his efforts to have Mom move on. He felt like Dad's memory had intimidated him, as if he were in some kind of competition with a ghost. To be honest, I was stunned at how open he was. It enabled me to place myself in his shoes momentarily. We managed to have a rather civilized dialogue, and towards the end, we made the following agreements. Jeremy would start consulting Mom and me before he goes ahead with any big changes to the house. We would set one room in the house as a memorial place with all that was Dad's and which would not be tinkered with. My mom and I could be at the beach every year to celebrate our birthdays, and Jeremy promised never to interrupt that. We were to have our family dinner every week to reconcile and discuss our issues before they escalate to monstrous things. Things were looking up. For about a week, everyone was keeping to their part of the deal. Jeremy seemed to respect Dad's memory more, and Mom tried to spend time alone with me. We even had a movie night where we watched Dad's favorite film. Jeremy joined us, asking questions about Dad and genuinely seeming interested. But yesterday, I received this call from Mom. She sounded pretty excited with the news and insisted on having lunch with me. She was waiting for me at our favorite diner, and she could hardly keep herself in. She extended her hand to show off her shiny engagement ring. Jeremy had proposed, and they were getting married in 2 months. I was so shocked. It felt like all the progress we'd made was being rubbed out. When I asked why all the hurry, Mom said life was short and they did not want to waste time. She talked about how Dad's death had taught her to seize happiness when she found it. She wants me to be her maid of honor. I didn't know how to respond. Somehow, part of me was desperately pleased that Mom might be excited, while a more rational part was terrified this might mean I lose her all over again in a different way. I choked out a half-hearted congratulations, but I could see that my hesitation didn't go by her. But we ate lunch, and she went on and on about her plans for the wedding. It was going to be grand, compared to the little, intimate one she and the dad had. She spoke of designer dresses, fancy venues, and hundreds of guests, most of whom I'd never even met. I found myself thinking about Dad again, wondering what he would have made of all this. Would he be pleased that Mom had found somebody else, be hurt that she had moved on so quickly? Mom was so excitable that by the end of lunch my head was spinning. She did not catch the mixed emotions on my tangled face. She hugged me tight, beaming, "I'm just so happy you'll stand beside me on my big day." Now I'm torn. On the other hand, I want Mom to be happy. I knew Dad wouldn't have wanted her to be alone forever. But on the other hand, it feels way too soon, and I am worried that Jeremy will use this as an excuse to push me out again. I'm also worried about what this will mean for Dad's memory. Does he have any place in the new life Mom is leading? What about me? Where do I fit in the new family dynamic? I wouldn't know how to feel or what to do. Should I just take up the maid of honor role to support Mom unconditionally, or should I say something to disagree with how fast this is happening? I was afraid that if I said something, it would only cause more arguments and push Mom even further away from us. I used to miss those days when it was easy to make decisions and there was our complete family. Wish Dad is here to advise me on something. He always seems to say the right words for everything to be all right. Now I am lonely and lost just standing by and watching my family turn into something so unlike anything I have ever known. Update 2. It's been 1 month since my last update, and I am sad to say things have taken a turn for the worse. Well, I did agree to be Mom's maid of honor against my better judgment. I guess I thought it would be one sure way to kind of keep involved and make sure that I wasn't going to be pushed completely out of her life. I guess I wanted to be there for her, help make her day special, even though I had mixed feelings about it all. The wedding planning got underway quickly, and from the start, it seemed to be all Jeremy. He hired a top-notch wedding planner without consulting Mom, and he picked out a very extravagant venue that Mom once said was too showy, and he even picked out Mom's dress. All this couldn't be more different from the simple, sincere ceremony that Mom and Dad had. I attempted to be involved, adding some personal touches that would render the wedding a little more Mom. I had even pitched the idea of centerpieces inspired by the covers of Mom's favorite books. In homage to many a mom's love of literature in the bookstore, Jeremy nixed it, declaring it was too quaint for the elegant affair he had in store. Well, when I began to suggest some things that would serve as a nod to Dad, that is, like having a picture of him at the ceremony or even just including his favorite flowers in some of the arrangements, Jeremy jumped on those as though they were horrible. He said it would be inappropriate and might make the guests uncomfortable. When I mentioned that most of the guests had known and loved Dad, Jeremy just shrugged and said, "This day is about looking to the future, not dwelling on the past." I tried to talk to Mom about it, but she just kept saying, "Jeremy knows best and we need to focus on the future, not the past." It was like I was reliving losing her all over again. The Mom I knew would have wanted Dad to be part of this day, would have wanted it to reflect her life and loves. This was a stranger's wedding. Problems finally emerged last week during a dress fitting. Jeremy had insisted on being there, which I thought was strange. While Mom was trying on her dress, Jeremy was making several comments about her weight and how she should begin toning up before the wedding. I was mortified, but Mom just laughed it off. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I told Jeremy right there that he was being unreasonable, that this obsession with controlling every part of Mom's life needed to stop. I reminded him of the terms that were laid down, that we all decide together, and how he'd started steamrolling over everybody else, including Mom. Jeremy lost his patience. He snapped and told me that I was just envious since I couldn't find a man of my own. He accused me of trying to sabotage their happiness because I couldn't move on from Dad's death. His words hit me like a physical blow. I just wished my mom would take up for me, remind Jeremy about our agreements, assert herself. But instead, she told me that I was overreacting and was ruining her special day. She said that things were different now, that she was different. I cried as if I'd lost her all over again. That night, Jeremy calls. His voice is really distant. Well, maybe you should just step down as my maid of honor after all, because if you can't be supportive, I don't need any negative energy around during the wedding. And finally, when I mustered the courage to call Mom and try to talk to her about it, hoping she'd maybe call Jeremy's bluff, I found that she sided with him. Maybe it would be less stressful for everyone if I just came as a guest. Matter of fact, she said if I couldn't get on board with their new life, then maybe I shouldn't even come to the wedding. It just feels like my family is gradually being taken away from me. My father's memory is being erased, and Mom is turning into something else. I don't recognize her anymore. The warm, kind woman who taught me everything about family and memories, raised me, seems to have disappeared. So now I have a very tough decision upon me. Do I swallow my pride and act out of character by cheerfully attending a wedding in which I was hoping to be the bride, or do I stand my ground knowing full well that will mean I won't participate in something that just doesn't feel right? Part of me wants to fight for Mom, to try and make her see what's happening. But the other part is just tired of fighting, tired of being the only one who seems to have time for our family and Dad's memory. I catch myself as I look through old family pictures and think back to the mom who would sit with me for hours doing school projects, who would surprise Dad with his favorite meals for no reason, who cared for our family's traditions. I miss her. I miss everything about our family. And I just don't know how to get it back. It's been 2 weeks now after the wedding, and I've made some real tough decisions. After really doing lots of soul-searching and many sleepless nights, I felt that I had to stand up for myself and make a decision not to attend the wedding. That was truly one of the hardest decisions I ever made. I sat down the day before the wedding and wrote a long email to Mom. My hands were shaking, tears blurring my vision as I typed. I explained why I couldn't come, pouring out all the hurt and frustration I'd been feeling. I told her how much her choices hurt me, how I felt Jeremy was cutting her off from us. Update 3. I reminded her of the strong, independent woman that she was, teaching me to stand up for myself and my beliefs. I explained the hurt of watching her change, of feeling like I was losing not just Dad but her as well. I wrote about our family memories and traditions we had shared, considering them to be erased in the process. I told her I loved her, and that I always would, no matter what. That if she ever needed me, I would be there, my door always open. I closed by saying I hoped she found real happiness, but that I could never feign support for what seemed so wrong to me. After I hit send, I turned my phone off. I could not stand the possibility of her calling and trying to talk me out of it. Worse, telling me not to bother coming back at all. I spent the actual wedding day with Sarah. She tried to keep my mind occupied. We stayed in old movies, baked cookies, ruining one pan, a batch, and there was nothing more in the world spoken on the day about the wedding. Curiosity consumed me, so that night, I resorted to seeking validation on social media. There, in abundance, were photos from the wedding. Mom had opened up her radiant blue eyes in each one. Mom looked really beautiful in her dress, and still somehow like a stranger. Her smile seemed tight, not quite reaching her eyes like it used to when she smiled at Dad. Jeremy was by her side in every photo, his arm around her possessively. I did not see any sign of Mom's old friends in any of the pictures. She only called a week after the wedding. I ignored the call and let it go to voicemail, still wasn't quite in the mood yet to talk. In the beginning of the message, her tone was angry. She said that I had ruined her special day, selfish, childish. But as she had gone on, her voice changed, the anger blended with the sound of sadness. Her voice had changed to crying by the time the message ended, asking me to return her call. It took me 2 days to work up the courage to call back. The minute I dialed, Mom picked up on the first ring. We talked for hours, really talked, for the first time in months. At first, it was awkward and tense. But as we kept talking, it felt like walls were coming down. Mom told me that she even felt suffocated at the wedding. She said she looked around for me but in vain because I never miraculously appeared at the last second. All along, she wished things could go back to how they used to be, and the fact that we had grown so far from each other hit her. She told me that things with Jeremy were moving really fast and sometimes she felt she was losing herself in his world. We talked about Dad, how much we missed him. Mum cried as she was saying to me how guilty she felt being here, being so happy with Jeremy, as though she was betraying the memory of Dad. I mean, I tried to assure her that Dad would have wanted her to be happy, but that didn't mean forgetting him or changing everything about her life. As we were wrapping up the conversation, we both had tears running down our faces. Mom asked if by chance there is a way to see each other, to talk more, to hopefully begin to heal. We already have a lunch date on the books next week for Mom and I. It's all ours. Jeremy will not be included, it's specifically for Mom and me to reconnect. The future for my relationship with Mom or the future for that matter with Jeremy, I don't know. I'm hurt and kind of still fishing for things. But I feel like maybe, just maybe, we've taken a small step in the right direction. Mom seems to be remembering who she was before Jeremy, and I'm tentatively hopeful about rebuilding our relationship, even if it looks a lot different from before. I know it won't be easy. 2 decades of hurt on both sides, many things unaddressed, and I am not sure how Jeremy will fit into all this, or whether Mom will be able to stand up to him and claim some of her independence back. So for the moment, I focus on rebuilding my relationship with Mom, on finding a way to honor Dad's memory while at the same time allowing Mom to properly move forward. Thank you, again to everyone who has followed this journey and those who have given advice. The support has meant the world to me in a tough time. I will update again after my lunch with Mom, hopefully with some good news. My neighbor's husband kept flirting with me. When we confronted him, his wife called us liars. A year later, he's in prison and you won't believe why. I, Emma, 28F, never imagined I'd be sharing this story, but I need advice on a situation that's slowly unraveling my life. My husband Richard, 30M, and I have been married for 3 years now, together for 8. We met in college. I was a sophomore studying psychology, and he was a senior majoring in engineering. It wasn't love at first sight or anything movie-worthy. We were lab partners in a general education course, and over the semester, our friendship grew into something more. Richard has always been my rock. He's patient, kind, and has this dry sense of humor that never fails to make me laugh. We dated for 5 years before getting married, taking our time to make sure we were truly ready for that commitment. Our wedding was small but perfect, just close family and friends in Richard's parents' backyard. We honeymooned in Hawaii, a trip we had saved up for during our entire engagement. After the wedding, we lived in a small apartment in the city. Richard worked as a mechanical engineer at a local firm, while I finished my master's degree in counseling. We were happy but cramped. We'd often joke about needing to schedule time in the bathroom because it was so tiny. Still, it was ours, and we made it work. Last year, an opportunity came up that we couldn't pass up. Richard's company offered him a promotion, but it required relocating to a suburban area about an hour away from the city. The pay increase was substantial, and the cost of living was lower. After many late-night discussions and pros/con lists, Richard's engineering mind at work, we decided to take the plunge. We found a beautiful house in a quiet neighborhood called Maple Grove. It was more than we ever dreamed we could afford, a 2-story home with a big backyard and a garage large enough for Richard to tinker with his beloved vintage Mustang. The previous owners had maintained a beautiful garden, which excited me as I'd always wanted to try my hand at gardening but never had the space in our apartment. Moving day was chaotic but fun. Richard's college buddies came to help, and we ended the day with pizza and beer on our new patio furniture. As we sat there, watching the sunset over our new neighborhood, I remember feeling so content. This was the beginning of our next chapter. The next day, as we were unpacking, our next-door neighbors came over to introduce themselves. George, 35M, and Sharon, 33F, Miller seemed nice enough. They brought over a homemade apple pie and offered to show us around the neighborhood. They had 2 kids, Mary, 7F, and Max, 5M, who were shy at first but quickly warmed up to us when they discovered Richard could do magic tricks. George worked in finance and Sharon was a part-time yoga instructor. They'd lived in Maple Grove for nearly a decade and knew everyone. They even offered to host a small get-together to introduce us to other neighbors. We were touched by their kindness and accepted gratefully. The get-together was a success. We met several other couples around our age and felt welcomed into the community. Mark, 40M, and Nancy, 38F, from across the street were particularly friendly. Mark was a high school teacher, and Nancy ran a small bakery in town. They didn't have kids but doted on their 2 golden retrievers. For the first few months, everything was perfect. Richard settled into his new role at work, often coming home excited about the projects he was working on. I found a job at a local counseling center, helping teenagers with anxiety and depression. On weekends, we'd explore our new town or work on house projects together. We became closer with the Millers. Our dogs, our corgi, Bentley, and their Labrador, Cooper, would play in the shared backyard. Richard and George bonded over their shared love for vintage cars. George had a classic Chevrolet that he was restoring, and the two would spend hours discussing engines and paint jobs. Sharon and I discovered we both enjoyed gardening. She taught me how to care for the plants the previous owners had left behind and helped me start my own vegetable patch. We'd often spend Saturday mornings working in our gardens, chatting over the fence that separated our yards. However, things started to change about 6 months ago. I began noticing George acting differently around me. It was subtle at first, lingering glances, standing a bit too close when we talked, finding excuses to come over when Richard wasn't around. I brushed it off initially, thinking maybe I was reading too much into things. After all, I'm a counselor, I'm trained to notice behavioral changes, and sometimes I worry I overanalyze. But as time went on, George's behavior became more obvious. He started sending me text messages, asking how my day was going or if I needed any help around the house. Once, when Richard was out of town for a work conference, George showed up at our door with a bottle of wine, claiming Sharon was out with friends and he thought I might like some company. I politely declined, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. I didn't tell Richard about these incidents at first. I didn't want to create tension with our neighbors, especially when Sharon had been so kind to me. Plus, Richard and George had become good friends, often working on their cars together or watching sports games. I told myself I was probably overreacting and tried to avoid being alone with George. The breaking point came during our neighborhood's annual summer festival last month. It's a big event in Maple Grove. The whole community comes together for a day of food, games, and a fireworks display at night. Richard had to work late that day. His team was up against a big deadline, so I went alone, promising to save him some of Mark and Nancy's famous barbecue ribs. George approached me almost immediately, offering me a drink and sticking by my side for most of the evening. As the night wore on and more alcohol flowed, George became bolder. He put his arm around my waist while we were talking to other neighbors, and at one point, he leaned in and whispered that I looked beautiful. I was shocked and pulled away, making an excuse about needing to check on something at home. I left the festival early, my mind reeling. When I got home, I told Richard everything, about the text messages, the wine incident, and what had happened at the festival. He was furious and wanted to confront George right away, but I convinced him to wait until we had cooled down and could approach the situation rationally. The next day, Richard and I decided to talk to George and Sharon together. We invited them over, thinking it would be best to address the issue openly and honestly. But what happened next left us both stunned. When we explained the situation to Sharon, instead of being upset with George, she laughed it off. She said George was just a friendly guy and that I must have misinterpreted his actions. George denied everything, claiming I was the one who had been flirting with him. He even went so far as to suggest that maybe I was unhappy in my marriage and projecting my feelings onto him. Richard defended me vehemently, but George and Sharon seemed to have a united front. They accused us of trying to create drama in the neighborhood and threatened to tell everyone that we were causing problems. The conversation ended with them storming out of our house, leaving Richard and me in disbelief. Now, we're at a loss. Our once friendly neighborhood feels hostile. We've heard whispers that George and Sharon have been spreading rumors about us to other neighbors. Some people have stopped talking to us altogether. Richard suggested we consider moving, but we love our house and don't feel we should have to leave because of someone else's inappropriate behavior. I feel violated and angry, not just at George's actions, but at Sharon's dismissal of my concerns and their joint attempt to turn the situation around on us. Richard is supportive, but I can tell he's frustrated and unsure of what to do next. This house was supposed to be the start of our future together, and now it feels tainted. We're considering reaching out to other neighbors to explain our side of the story, but we're worried about escalating the situation. Should we stand our ground or cut our losses and move? How do we navigate this complex situation without letting it tear apart our life in this neighborhood we once loved? Update 1. It's been about a month since my last post, and I want to thank everyone for their advice and support. Your words have been a source of strength for Richard and me as we've navigated this difficult situation. After much discussion, Richard and I decided to stand our ground. We realized that moving would feel like admitting guilt, and we hadn't done anything wrong. Instead, we chose to be proactive about addressing the situation in our neighborhood. We started by reaching out to Mark and Nancy, the couple from across the street. We had always gotten along well with them, often sharing meals or having game nights together. We invited them over for dinner, promising to explain why we'd been so distant lately. The evening of the dinner, I was a bundle of nerves. I spent hours cleaning the house and preparing the meal, a lasagna recipe passed down from my grandmother. Richard tried to calm me down, reminding me that Mark and Nancy were our friends and would listen with an open mind. When Mark and Nancy arrived, we made small talk over appetizers. But as we sat down to dinner, I couldn't hold it in any longer. I burst into tears, the stress of the past few weeks finally overwhelming me. Through my sobs, I explained everything that had happened with George and Sharon. To our immense relief, Mark and Nancy were incredibly supportive. They revealed that they had noticed George's behavior towards other women in the neighborhood and had always found it a bit off-putting. Nancy shared that George had made her uncomfortable at a neighborhood barbecue last year, standing too close and making suggestive comments. She hadn't said anything at the time, not wanting to create drama. Mark and Nancy encouraged us to speak to other neighbors. They assured us that not everyone was buying into George and Sharon's version of events. In fact, they suggested that our silence might be allowing George and Sharon's rumors to gain traction. Emboldened by their support, we decided to host a neighborhood potluck. We invited everyone on our street, including George and Sharon. Our plan was to address the elephant in the room in a public setting, hoping that the presence of others would encourage honesty and prevent further manipulation. The week leading up to the potluck was tense. We received a mix of responses to our invitation. Some neighbors accepted enthusiastically, while others made excuses about prior commitments. George and Sharon didn't respond at all, leaving us unsure if they would show up. The day of the potluck arrived. Richard and I spent the morning preparing our backyard, setting up tables and chairs, stringing up lights. I made my mom's famous potato salad and Richard fired up the grill for burgers and hot dogs. To our surprise, almost everyone showed up, even George and Sharon. The atmosphere was tense at first, with people clearly unsure of how to act around us. Richard and I did our best to be warm and welcoming, which seemed to put most of our neighbors at ease. About halfway through the evening, I stood up and addressed everyone. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. I calmly explained what had been happening with George, how Sharon had dismissed my concerns, and how they had then spread rumors about us. I made it clear that we valued our place in the community and wanted to clear the air. The reaction was mixed. Some neighbors looked uncomfortable, while others nodded in understanding. George and Sharon sat stone-faced throughout my speech. When I finished, I invited anyone with questions or concerns to speak up. What happened next was unexpected. Rachel, 45F, who lived 2 houses down from us, stood up. With a shaky voice, she said that George had made similar advances towards her last year, but she had been too embarrassed to say anything. Her husband, Dave, 47M, looked shocked. Apparently, she hadn't told him either. This revelation seemed to open the floodgates. 2 other women came forward with similar stories about George's inappropriate behavior. Sharon sat there, her face growing redder by the minute. George tried to defend himself, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, but it was clear that no one was buying it anymore. The evening ended with George and Sharon leaving early, and the rest of the neighbors staying to talk. Many apologized to us for believing the rumors, and there was a general sense of relief that the truth had finally come out. In the days that followed, we received numerous messages of support from our neighbors. George and Sharon have been noticeably absent from neighborhood activities, and we've heard through the grapevine that they're considering moving. While the situation isn't entirely resolved, Richard and I feel much better. We're glad we decided to face the problem head-on instead of running away from it. Our relationships with our other neighbors have actually grown stronger through this ordeal. We're still processing everything that's happened, but we're cautiously optimistic about the future. The neighborhood feels different now, there's a sense of unity that wasn't there before. People are making more of an effort to check in on each other and spend time together. Richard and I have started hosting a weekly game night, alternating houses with Mark and Nancy. It's become a neighborhood event, with different people joining each week. Last Friday, we had so many people that we had to set up tables in the backyard. As for George and Sharon, we haven't seen much of them. They keep to themselves now, only leaving their house when necessary. Part of me feels bad for them, especially their kids who don't understand why they can't play with the other neighborhood children anymore. But then I remind myself of all the pain they caused and the trust they broke. We're taking it one day at a time, focusing on rebuilding our life here and strengthening our relationships with our neighbors. It's not always easy, but we're getting there. We'll keep you updated if anything else significant occurs. Update 2. It's been 2 months since my last update, and the situation has taken some unexpected turns. I apologize for the delay in posting, things have been hectic, to say the least. Shortly after our neighborhood potluck, George and Sharon put their house up for sale. They didn't speak to anyone about it, just quietly listed the property. Most of the neighbors were relieved, thinking this would be the end of the drama. Richard and I felt a mix of emotions, relief that we wouldn't have to deal with them anymore, but also frustration that they were leaving without ever really acknowledging the harm they'd caused. Life in the neighborhood started to return to normal. Our weekly game nights continued to be a hit, and we even started a book club that met once a month. It felt like we were finally settling into the community life we had dreamed of when we first moved here. But about 3 weeks ago, as Richard and I were having breakfast on a quiet Sunday morning, we heard a commotion outside. We looked out to see police cars parked in front of George and Sharon's house. Curious and concerned, we went outside, joining other neighbors who had gathered to watch. To our shock, we saw George being led out of the house in handcuffs. Sharon followed, crying and yelling at the officers. Their kids were nowhere to be seen, which was a small mercy. None of us knew what was happening, but rumors started flying immediately. It wasn't until the next day that we learned the truth, and it was far worse than anyone could have imagined. George had been arrested on charges of embezzlement from his company. Apparently, he'd been stealing money for years to fund a lavish lifestyle that he and Sharon couldn't actually afford. This revelation put everything into a new perspective. George's aggressive flirting, Sharon's dismissal of other women's concerns, it all seemed like a smokescreen now, a way to distract from their real issues. The fallout was intense. Sharon and their kids moved out of the house within a week, presumably to stay with family. The house has been seized as part of the investigation into George's crimes. Our once quiet street has been buzzing with activity. Police, lawyers, and even local news vans have been a common sight. Richard and I have been trying to process this information. On one hand, we feel vindicated. George's true character has been revealed, and it's clear that his inappropriate behavior towards me and other women was just the tip of the iceberg. On the other hand, we feel a deep sadness for George and Sharon's children, who are innocent victims in all of this. The neighborhood has rallied together in the wake of this scandal. We've had several community meetings to discuss how we can support each other and move forward. There's been talk of setting up a neighborhood watch program and organizing more regular community events to strengthen our bonds. Personally, this whole experience has been a roller coaster. Richard and I are relieved that George is gone, but we're also dealing with a sense of guilt. Could we have somehow seen the bigger picture? Could we have done something to prevent this? Rationally, we know it's not our fault, but it's hard not to second-guess ourselves. We're focusing on healing now, both as a couple and as part of our community. We're grateful for the support of our neighbors and are committed to helping rebuild the trust that was broken. As for George and Sharon, we've heard that George is awaiting trial and Sharon has filed for divorce. It's a sad end to what once seemed like a perfect family life. We'll keep you updated if there are any more developments, but for now, we're just taking it one day at a time and trying to find our new normal in the aftermath of all this chaos. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some final thoughts on this whole situation. George's trial concluded last month. He was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Sharon testified against him, revealing that she had been unaware of the embezzlement. She claimed that George had gaslighted her for years, making her doubt her own perceptions, including the concerns raised by me and other women in the neighborhood. While it doesn't excuse her actions, it did help us understand her perspective a bit better. Sharon and the kids moved away shortly after the trial. Before leaving, she came to our house to apologize. It was a difficult conversation, filled with tears and regrets. She admitted that she had ignored the signs of George's inappropriate behavior because she was desperately trying to keep her family together. We didn't become best friends or anything, but we did reach a place of understanding. Our neighborhood has undergone a significant transformation. The experience has brought us all closer together. We now have monthly community meetings where we discuss everything from local issues to planning social events. We've started several initiatives, including a neighborhood watch program and a community garden. The community garden has been a particularly healing project. We converted an unused lot at the end of our street into a beautiful space filled with vegetables, flowers, and even a small orchard. It's become a place where neighbors gather to work together, share stories, and heal from the past year's events. I often find myself there, tending to the tomatoes or chatting with Nancy about her latest baking adventures. Richard and I have grown stronger through this ordeal. We've learned the importance of open communication and standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult. We've also learned not to take our relationships, with each other and with our community, for granted. Our careers have taken some interesting turns too. Richard's company recognized his leadership during the difficult times in our neighborhood and promoted him to a management position. As for me, my experiences inspired me to shift my counseling focus. I now specialize in helping people who have been victims of manipulation and gaslighting. It's challenging work, but incredibly rewarding. Looking back, it's hard to believe how much has changed in just over a year. What started as a simple neighborly dispute unveiled a web of lies, crime, and broken trust. It's been a harsh reminder that you never really know what's going on behind closed doors. We're moving forward now, focusing on the positive changes that have come out of this difficult time. Our neighborhood feels more united than ever, and we're committed to maintaining that sense of community. Last weekend, we had our first annual Maple Grove Festival, a day of food, games, and music that ended with a beautiful lantern release. As I watched the lanterns float into the night sky, each carrying a neighbor's hope or wish for the future, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in a long time. As for us, Richard and I are doing well. We've decided to renew our wedding vows next month, a celebration of our love and resilience in the face of adversity. Many of our neighbors will be there to celebrate with us. We're holding the ceremony in our backyard, the same place where this whole journey began. We've also started talking about starting a family. The events of the past year made us realize life is short and unpredictable. We want to fill our home with love and laughter, to create the family we've always dreamed of. This will be my final update on this situation. Thank you all for your support and advice throughout this journey. It's been a tough road, but we've come out stronger on the other side. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that with honesty, perseverance, and the support of a strong community, you can overcome almost anything. To anyone out there facing a similar situation, don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. Your voice matters, and you deserve to feel safe and respected in your own home and community. And remember, sometimes the darkest times can lead to the brightest futures. They certainly did for us. My daughter's naturist lifestyle scandalized me. I almost called CPS. Instead, I took a trip that changed everything. This is Lena, 58F. I come from a small town in Indiana and have grown up like every other teen from a conservative family, modest most of the time. My parents, school teachers both, brought me up with a great sense of modesty, imparting in me traditional values. As a child, I rarely saw my parents in anything less than fully clothed, even at the local pool where my mom would wear a conservative one-piece with a skirt. I married my high school sweetheart, Wade, straight out of college. We had our daughter, Mia, 32F, when I was 26. Largely because of his cheating on me with a coworker, Wade and I eventually divorced or separated when Mia was 17. This was a trying time for all, but particularly Mia, as she was just gearing up to go out on her own to college. Mia grew up to be adventurous, much unlike me. I knew how to appreciate a quiet life in our small town along with her. She had really big dreams, and part of it included traveling the world, so she decided to go to college in New York City. She was both excited and terrified to go to college in New York City, while I was just plain terrified. I remember helping her move into her dorm, feeling a mix of pride and anxiety as I watched my small-town girl take on the big city. Mia was on her study abroad junior year in Germany when she met Stefan. It was a quick and deep love, so after college, she moved to Germany to be with him. I was skeptical about their relationship at first, afraid of the cultural differences and the distance. In short, I worry about them. They got married in Germany 5 years ago. How nervous was I, traveling overseas for the first time? It was really such a culture shock, the customs, and most of Stefan's family barely speaking English. But seeing Mia in her wedding dress so radiant, I knew she had found her place in the world. Now, Mia and Stefan live in the US with their 2 kids, my grandchildren Max, 10M, and Emma, 7F. They have their house in a well-mixed community in California, quite different from my street in Indiana, which sits quietly. They go to Germany at least 2 times per year, mostly to stay at Stefan's parents' house close to Munich. And though I've always been proud of the way Mia embraced another culture, I haven't always got it. My own exposure to other ways of life has been pretty limited. My one trip abroad was a guided tour of Italy for my 50th birthday, a gift from Mia. It really was an eye-opener, but still, it was very touristy. We also went to the Vatican. I remember that some of the nude statues scandalized me, but the tour guide and the other visitors did not mind at all. Last month, I traveled to Mia's house for Thanksgiving. This is my first visit since I moved to California to visit their new house. I wanted to catch up with them all and spend time with my grandkids. First days were jolly and merry, filled with family meals and board games. Max showed me his soccer trophies, and Emma insisted on showing me a dance she had learned at school. It really warmed my heart to see them growing up so well. But then, on the day before Thanksgiving, something shared a light of reality on my day. As Mia left for some last-minute groceries and Stefan accompanied the kids to the lawn, I found myself alone in their house. I decided to use Mia's laptop to check my email. Upon opening the browser, I accidentally clicked on an open tab. It was a new email, a confirmation email for the family vacation they'd just booked for next summer. At first, I was thrilled to read that they were planning a trip to France, how worldly my grandchildren were becoming, speaking English and German fluently, and now they would soon get to know some French culture. But the more I read, the more my heart sank. They had booked a 2-week stay at a naturist resort in France. I couldn't believe my eyes. My daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren were planning to stay for 2 weeks in a place where everybody parades around naked. I felt sick to my stomach. Europe is more liberal about those things, I know, but this seemed over the top. I was diligently researching the resort for an hour. Therefore, on the website, there were several snapshots, families in different affairs, but all in the nude. In a snapshot, there are small and grown-ups people who play volleyball, bathe, and arrange picnics, all of this without a threat on their bodies. There's nothing really sexual, it just seems seriously wrong and totally unsuitable for children anyway. When Mia came back home, I confronted her about it. I said that an email of hers popped up and I inadvertently saw it and how worrying it was making me. Mia was initially upset about the fact that her personal information had been seen, but then in came the defense about the trip. I explained to her that they were used to those kinds of resorts, they had been in similar ones earlier, that's a part of Stefan growing up in Germany. She said it was good for the kids, free, and safe to move around in as a family. But I just couldn't get my head around it. I said no children can see that kind of nudity. I brought up the creeps and the psychological implications those kinds of experiences might add up to. Talked about how I was raised and how my parents taught me that modesty was its own reward. I reminded her how we always made sure she was properly dressed even as a toddler. The debate was really interesting, for Mia claimed that my views were far too traditional, sick, and, in essence, American Puritanism. She said that practically all over Europe, there was nothing in her vacation that was such a big deal, but that most importantly, it was accepted that she would never harm kids, and she even went as far as to state that it would even teach kids how to feel and, more importantly, how to understand their bodies. That quickly turned into an argument. Stefan nodded his head in agreement with Mia, trying to put the cultural divide into words. He talked about how, growing up in Germany, kids ran around naked, but it wasn't like it is in America, there was nothing sexual about it. His family used to go on beach trips, and when they did, sure enough, it was to a nude beach, but for him, as a little kid, it was just another day at the beach. But the more they talked, the more I felt like I was losing my daughter to a lifestyle I couldn't understand nor accept. I remembered all those years I spent being concerned about Mia being safe, dressing properly, and trying to educate her on the concept of stranger danger. And now she was willingly exposing my grandchildren to complete nudity among strangers. This argument flowed over the Thanksgiving dinner table. Mia's in-laws were over from Germany and took Mia's and Stefan's side. They appeared bemused by my reaction, declaring that these types of facilities formed entirely usual family holiday resorts in Europe. My ex-husband, Wade, who was also sat at the table, tried to remain circumspect, yet he seemed to intimate that possibly, could I be overreacting? He reminded me how we had always trusted Mia's judgment when we vacillated between incomprehension or confusion with her choices. A little outnumbered, misunderstood it and all. How could they not see the potential dangers? How could they expose my grandkids to such an adult environment? I thought back to my own childhood and how scandalous it would have been if anyone in our town had been caught skinny dipping, let alone spending 2 weeks naked at a resort. The rest of the visit was strained. Mia and Stefan were polite but distant. The children, recognizing the mood, were less endearing than ever, it seemed. Max, who had happily shown me his new video game at the beginning of the week, now seemed to begin tiptoeing around the house, specifically me. Emma, who was perfectly chatty, became quiet and distant. And I left feeling like I had blown it. My relationship with my daughter and her family was in ruins. The drive to the airport was silent, completely different from the one a week earlier, so favorable and warm. Mia hugged me goodbye in the departures area. It felt cold and formal, nothing like our usual emotional goodbyes. Now, back home in Indiana, I'm torn. My house feels emptier than ever. The silence is a constant reminder of the rift I've created. I almost feel as if I should do something to protect my grandchildren. I seriously even consider calling Child Protective Services, but probably that's going too far. Yet, another part of me wonders if I am really being close-minded. Is it just my conservative upbringing tainting good judgment? Am I sending my daughter and grandchildren away over something that may not be as harmful as I believe? I care about my daughter and her family, but I think that this planned vacation has distanced us from each other in such a way that I don't know how to bridge this gap. How do I make my beliefs and their choices compatible? Any advice would be appreciated. Update when it's been about a month since my last post, and a lot has happened. I want to say thank you to everyone who replied, both those who agreed with me and those who disagreed. I have to say that some of your comments made me think a great deal. I was able to think well about the matter, and I just landed into some serious research about naturism and its impact on children. I am talking about hours scrolling through academic articles and personal accounts until I finally consulted a child psychologist for a professional opinion. It has to be said it was not easy, Some of the content made me squirm as it brought back very sharply how shocking Mia's forthcoming holiday plans had been to me. I discovered, from the lesson, that some of the things were a surprise. Actually, most of the fears in my mind were founded in gross misconceptions. Relatively in-depth studies indicated that there was no negative psychological impact on children who are raised as guise naturalists. Some of them even reported positive effects, like a well-developed body image and self-esteem. The psychologist put forward his view in an emphatic way, indicating that it all depends upon the context in which nudity is non-sexual and just symbolic in a naturist context. It was memories of Mia's teenage years that this research conjured back up. I remembered her struggle with issues of body image when she would look at herself and compare to the airbrushed models in the magazines. Again, I thought of catching her in front of a mirror, pinching at imaginary fat. Had my attitudes contributed to those insecurities? Armed with this new knowledge, I called Mia to apologize. The conversation was initially fairly awkward. I could certainly hear the hesitance in her voice, her guard up since our argument. But as I explained my research and admitted that my reaction was based in ignorance, she softened. Mia appreciated and said that we definitely must have a more extended, personal conversation after Christmas. Meanwhile, she would give me a brief insight into their previous visits to the nudist clubs, which put a totally different idea in my head. She explained that there were family activities and that it was forbidden to take any photos and that kids were free to refuse. It was a bit tense at the beginning, arriving for almost the whole of the holidays. The kids were cautious with me, obviously having picked up on the conflict that Thanksgiving caused. Thought it did, though. Max was noticing the soccer moves in the backyard, and Emma finally curled up next to me on the couch, where we were soon reading a book together. It was Christmas Eve, after the kids had gone to bed. Christmas is the only time that Mia, Stefan, and I could find to have a long, raw conversation. They were telling me more about their visits to naturist resorts and how they talked about body positivity with Max and Emma. Stefan described growing up in Germany, where the attitude toward nakedness is far more casual. Family vacations to nude beaches were de rigueur, and very normal at that. This gave me a whole new perspective and insight into how he handled his style of parenting. At this point, Mia said something to me that nearly blew me away. She said that my adolescent body-shaming comments about her had stayed with her negatively for years. She remembered how I once criticized her for wearing the two-piece swimsuit to go to the pool. I said it was too revealing and that nice girls don't show off their bodies like that. I had forgotten about it, but for Mia, it was a defining moment. She viewed naturism as a way of breaking that cycle for her own children, teaching them that the body is natural and nothing to be ashamed of. That hurt. I thought of what my own upbringing had done to my daughter and how she was trying to do better for her babes. I thought of the critical comments concerning my own body by my own mother and how they shaped my own insecurities. Was I driving at the same thing only differently? We also spoke about boundaries. They would, for sure, inform me about these trips, yet drive down that the decision was theirs as the parents. I promised to respect those decisions, even if I didn't fully understand or agree with them. The rest of the Christmas visit was much more relaxed. I tried to ask Max and Emma more about their past vacations so as not to sound judgmental. Their look of excitement and innocent descriptions of playing on the beach and making friends from different countries soon put my worries at rest. They spoke of learning to play pétanque from a French family and practicing their German with kids from Munich. I realized that these were things that opened up a world for them, a world that, as a child, had been closed to me. Truth be told, I'm not entirely comfortable with the whole idea at present, but I am trying to be more open-minded. Mia and I have decided on video calling to make a point of staying closer. She will try to share more about what they do without crossing the line. I'm thankful for the opportunity to mend the relationship with my daughter and probably make it stronger. It has been a hard but surely rewarding process of growth and comprehension. There is still a lot to learn on my part, but I will. As I gazed at Mia and her family pulling out of the driveway after the holidays, I felt a mix of emotions, some lingering anxiety, yes, combined with hope for the future of our relationship and admiration for the thoughtful, open-minded parents my daughter and son-in-law have become. Update 2. It's been 6 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some significant developments. The biggest news is that I decided to visit Mia and her family in Germany this summer. Yes, you read that right, I went to Europe. So after our Christmas heart-to-heart, Mia asked whether I wanted to spend part of their summer holiday in Germany with them. The catch, it was going to be the first days with Stefan's parents, and then all of us were off to a naturist resort for a long weekend. Enough to make me want to decline it, enough to say I had to work or tend to my house or some such. I hesitated to accept. Going to a nudist resort alone seemed impossibly far out of my comfort zone. Not that I wanted to break this progress, this understanding we had managed to get toward. Finally, After much discussion with Mia and having attended various sessions with a therapist in order to work through my anxieties, I decided to take the plunge. So, for weeks I was physically and mentally preparing myself, having even bought some new swimwear, although I didn't know if I would really be needing it there. Allow me to separately describe the first part of the trip. Stefan's parents were welcoming and polite in a manner that seemed a little stronger than their behavior at Mia's wedding so long ago. Their home was a little Bavarian one, with a beautiful garden, in stark contrast to my mid-century bungalow in Indiana. It was heartwarming to see Max and Emma with their German grandparents. They switched in and out of English and German so quickly, and I caught myself a little wistful for not having learned a second language. As the day approached to leave for the resort, I developed a good case of nerves. The night before, I barely slept, tossing and turning, working on scenarios in my head. Mia must have seen my nervousness at breakfast, for she sat with me as usual and tried to be very gentle and reassuring me. She explained the etiquette and rules of the resort. Also, she told me that I could stay dressed if I really wanted to and there was no pressure at all to take part. I was surprised to learn that everything seemed fairly normal when we checked into the resort. The reception area was very similar to any other conventional hotel lobby, apart from a set of strange signs in 4 or 5 different languages trying to explain naturist rules. Play volleyball, swim, picnic, all families that were there, save that they happened to be naked. Kids ran off to play with some friends they'd made on previous trips, totally taking everything in their stride. I spent the first day fully clothed, watching and absorbing it all. I watched family dynamics poolside, sitting there clothed in my sundress. What struck me more than anything was how unself-conscious everyone was. People of all ages, sizes, and shapes were just having fun and did not seem to have any concern about their bodies. By the second day, I actually felt comfortable enough with this nudist thing to give topless at the pool a spin. Lack of judgment or staring from others made this easy. I thought back to my teenage years at the community pool in my hometown, how everyone knew everybody else's business, and how self-conscious I always felt in a swimsuit. Here, paradoxically, I felt less exposed. Most unexpectedly, by the third day, I joined my family in a nude swim. The water on my skin was amazing, and for that moment, my mind was free from other thoughts. As we were floating there in the pool, I locked eyes with Mia, and we shared the kind of smile that spoke more than words could say. It was truly a life-changing experience. I felt a freedom I had never even dreamed of feeling. Most important, I saw that Max and Emma were so comfortable in their own skin. There was no body shaming, no uncomfortable comparisons taking place, just people of all shapes and sizes enjoying themselves. There was the night Mia and I came home after a dinner party at our blue mansion and talked on the bungalow balcony. Mentioning that it meant a lot to her that I was even willing to try and appreciate how they lived, she went on to admit that she had been afraid that she and I might drift and that, now, she felt closer to me than ever. We talked about her childhood, my parenting mistakes, and how we both were learning and growing. It was surprisingly emotional saying goodbye to Mia and her family at the resort. I felt like I had conquered not only a personal fear but gotten to understand my daughter and grandchildren so much more. When I hugged them goodbye at that airport, I felt a closeness I hadn't felt in years. This journey brought about a change in me that I had never thought possible. I learned to question my assumptions and what I took for granted and learned to be open to experiences out of the comfort zone. Though I don't think I'll be booking any naturist vacations for me soon, I have gotten a new perspective on and a new understanding of my daughter's choices. But most importantly, this experience has made our family now stick up for each other. What opened out and transpired just made a great bond between us. More visits to come, and I can proceed to grow toward a better understanding and acceptance of him. But now, back in Indiana and back to my old grind, things just seem to feel a little off. The conversations at my local coffee shop that usually teemed with gossip about some racy outfit suddenly felt pitiful. After noticing how often other people around me commented in a judgy way on other people's appearances, I found it made me uncomfortable in a way that it never had before. I kept reeling from all that I learned and experienced on this trip. One thing is sure, I am grateful for the opportunity to expand my horizons and relate deeply to my life with my family. Update 3. Exactly a year after the trip to Germany, I can now share a final update on how it all went for our family. The greatest change has been in my relationship with Mia. We are closer now than we've been since she was a teenager. We have weekly video calls where we chat about everything, from work to parenting to our personal evolution. She's been very patient answering all my questions about their lifestyle choices, and I've just made a special effort to listen without judgment. So Max and Emma came to visit this summer for 2 weeks. It was so wonderful to have some time alone with them. They told me stories about their school in the US, friends in Germany, and about numerous family vacations. I got very impressed by their confidence and their capability of adaptation to different cultures. One day, While we were at the pool, Emma asked me why I never swim without my top like mommy. It kind of knocked me for a loop, but it was really interesting to be having such a calm conversation with my 3-year-old about differing comfort levels and respecting personal choices. I told her that though I had ever tried it and it felt good, I prefer to have it on, which is also fine. She listened as if she had understood, and I was impressed with how maturely she took up the topic. The incident made me believe how much I had changed. Had the same question been asked a year ago, it would have repelled me. Had it been a year ago, I would have cringed from the question. Now, I could respond without being scandalized or judgmental about her questions. I continued my self-discovery and learning course by joining a local book club that studies multicultural literature. Recently, we were reading a book that compared cultural beliefs about the body and sexuality, and so discussions around this diverse group became very intriguing. I have even started taking German classes online. I'm not that good yet, but Max and Emma are always laughing when I start phrasing something with their help. They even help me with some useful phrases, and it has become our bonding activity. Mia and Stefan have been wonderfully supportive of my efforts. To me, for my birthday, they gave me a trip this coming summer to visit them. This time we have in mind mixing it up, a couple of days in an ordinary beach resort, and a few days in the naturist resort. I'm looking forward to that, something I would never have said a year ago. Wade also noticed this change in me. We had lunch together, and he remarked how easygoing and liberal I have become. We laughed about how shocked we both were when Mia announced she was going to Germany. Then here goes her mom, making her second Europe itinerary and learning German, in her late 50s. All that life taught me with this experience, I could only offer acceptance, open-mindedness, and the value of family bonds. I learned from all these that it is never too late to change, to learn, and be closer with those loved. To anyone who winds up reading this and going through the same, be it naturism or some other lifestyle they think is pretty weird, I'd say just keep an open mind. Ask questions. Research, but, more importantly, listen. In so doing, you never know quite what you might discover, not only about them, but also about yourself in the process. I'm looking forward to the possibilities down this road. In fact, who knows, maybe for my 60th birthday, that is the European Art Museum tour that Mia recommended. I might be brave enough this time to admire the nude statues without turning red in the face. Thank you all for following my journey. Your support and advice have been invaluable. Here's to continued growth, understanding, and strong family bonds.
I supported my girlfriend's photography dreams for years, but she never took a single photo. When I suggested she get a job, she revealed a dark truth that changed everything. I, William, 28M, have been in a relationship with my girlfriend Chloe, 26F, for the past 3 years. We met during a mutual friend's birthday party at a local brewery. I remember that night vividly. I was running late because of a work emergency and almost didn't go. When I finally arrived, the party was in full swing. I spotted Chloe across the room, laughing with a group of people I didn't know. She had this infectious smile that immediately caught my attention. Our mutual friend, Jake, introduced us. Chloe and I hit it off right away, bonding over our shared love of indie music and cult classic movies. We ended up talking for hours that night, long after most of the other partygoers had left. I learned that Chloe was working as a part-time barista at a hip coffee shop downtown while pursuing her dream of becoming a professional photographer. For the first year of our relationship, everything was great. We went on adventures together, trying new restaurants and exploring hidden gems in our city. We even took a spontaneous road trip down the coast, sleeping in my beat-up old car and waking up to watch the sunrise over the ocean. Those early days were filled with laughter, passion, and endless possibilities. Chloe was always coming up with creative date ideas. One time, she surprised me with a picnic in the park, complete with a gourmet cheese plate she'd put together from samples at her work. Another time, she organized a scavenger hunt across the city, leaving clues at all the places that were significant to our relationship. Her enthusiasm and zest for life were infectious, and I found myself falling deeper in love with her every day. However, as time went on, I started noticing some concerning patterns in Chloe's behavior. About 6 months into our relationship, she quit her job at the coffee shop. She said the early mornings were interfering with her photography, and she wanted to focus on building her portfolio. I supported her decision, thinking it was a brave move to pursue her passion. But months passed, and Chloe didn't seem to be making any progress with her photography. She talked about grand plans, setting up a home studio, starting a website, reaching out to local galleries, but none of these ideas ever materialized. Instead, she spent most of her days at home, scrolling through social media and binge-watching TV shows. At first, I tried to be understanding. I knew how hard it could be to break into a creative field. I encouraged her to take small steps, like practicing her skills or researching photography contests she could enter. But whenever I brought up these suggestions, Chloe would get defensive. She'd say I was pressuring her or that I didn't understand her creative process. As our second anniversary approached, I realized Chloe hadn't worked or earned any income in over a year. She was living with her parents, who covered all her expenses. They seemed content to support her indefinitely, never pushing her to find a job or contribute to the household. I, on the other hand, had been working hard at my job in marketing. I'd recently been promoted to team lead, which meant longer hours and more responsibilities. I was trying to save up for our future together, dreaming of the day we could get our own place. The disparity in our situation started to create tension. When we went out, I always paid for everything because Chloe never had any money of her own. She'd often ask me to buy her things or take her places, and I felt guilty saying no. But at the same time, I was becoming resentful. Why was I working so hard while Chloe seemed content to do nothing? I tried to encourage Chloe to look for jobs, even if they weren't related to photography. I suggested she might take some online courses to improve her skills or expand her options. But she always had excuses. The job market was tough. She wasn't feeling well. She was waiting for the right opportunity to come along. Things came to a head last month when I suggested we move in together. I thought it might motivate Chloe to start contributing financially. To my surprise, she was excited about the idea but assumed I'd be covering all the expenses. When I explained that we'd need to split the rent and bills, she got upset and accused me of not supporting her dreams. That argument led to a bigger discussion about our future. I opened up about my concerns, explaining that I wanted a partner who was ambitious and self-sufficient, someone who could contribute to building a life together. Chloe accused me of being materialistic and said that if I really loved her, I would support her unconditionally. The thing is, I do love Chloe. When things are good between us, they're really good. We still have those moments of connection that remind me why I fell for her in the first place. Last week, we spent an afternoon at the beach, and for a few hours, it felt like old times. We laughed, we talked about our dreams, and I could see glimpses of the vibrant, creative woman I fell in love with. But those moments are becoming rarer, overshadowed by the growing resentment and frustration I feel. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being taken advantage of. I want to build a future with Chloe, but I'm not sure if that's possible if she's not willing to put in the effort. I've tried talking to her about my concerns multiple times, but the conversations always end the same way. Chloe either gets defensive or makes vague promises to change that never materialize. Her parents don't seem to see a problem with the situation and continue to enable her behavior. I'm torn because I care deeply for Chloe, and I remember how things used to be between us. I keep hoping that she'll snap out of this phase and become the motivated, ambitious person I know she can be. But with each passing day, that hope fades a little more. I'm not sure what to do. Part of me thinks I should give Chloe an ultimatum: either she starts taking steps to become financially independent, or we need to reevaluate our relationship. But another part of me worries that this would be unfair or controlling. I don't want to force Chloe into a life she doesn't want, but I also can't continue in a relationship where I feel like I'm the only one invested in our future. Am I being unreasonable in my expectations? How can I address this issue without coming across as unsupportive or materialistic? Is there a way to motivate Chloe without pressuring her? I want to build a future with her, but I'm starting to wonder if our visions for that future are compatible. Any advice would be appreciated. I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and I'm not sure which path to take. Update 1. It's been about a month since my original post, and I wanted to provide an update on the situation with Chloe. After reading the comments on my original post, I realized I needed to have a serious conversation with Chloe about our future. I spent several days thinking about how to approach the topic without causing another argument. Finally, I invited her over to my place for dinner, hoping that a relaxed setting might make the conversation easier. I cooked Chloe's favorite meal, homemade lasagna with garlic bread. As we ate, we chatted about casual things, recalling about some of our favorite memories together. After dinner, I suggested we take a walk in the nearby park. It was a beautiful evening, and I thought the neutral territory might help keep things calm. As we walked, I gently brought up my concerns. I started by telling Chloe how much I loved her and how I valued our relationship. Then, as calmly as I could, I explained that I was worried about the direction our relationship was taking. I told her that I wanted a partner who could contribute equally to our life together, both emotionally and financially. Chloe's initial reaction was defensive, just as I'd feared. She accused me of not understanding her creative process and said that I was trying to force her into a conventional lifestyle. But as we continued talking, walking slowly around the park, her tone began to change. To my surprise, she admitted that she had been feeling lost and unsure about her future for a while. Chloe opened up about how seeing her friends progress in their careers while she remained stagnant had been affecting her self-esteem. She confessed that her lack of direction had been causing her anxiety, which in turn made it harder for her to take action. It was a cycle she felt trapped in. As we sat on a park bench, watching the sun set, I suggested that we come up with a plan together. We spent the next few hours brainstorming ideas for how Chloe could start moving towards financial independence while still pursuing her passion for photography. We agreed that she would start by looking for part-time work to bring in some income while still having time for her art. She also decided to reach out to a local community center that offered affordable art classes to see if she could teach a beginner's photography course. It would be a way to share her skills and potentially network with other artists. For the next couple of weeks, things seemed to be improving. Chloe applied for a few jobs and even had an interview at a local bookstore. She also started posting more regularly on her photography Instagram account, engaging with other photographers and building her online presence. She attended a local art fair where she spoke with some gallery owners about potentially displaying her work. Although nothing concrete came from these conversations, Chloe seemed energized by the experience. She started talking about organizing her own exhibition, something she hadn't mentioned in months. However, as the third week rolled around, I noticed Chloe's enthusiasm waning. She started making excuses for why she couldn't go to job interviews. She'd say she wasn't feeling well or that something had come up with her family. When I asked about her photography, she'd change the subject or say she was waiting for inspiration to strike. Things came to a head last weekend. We had plans to go hiking, something we both usually enjoy. I was excited because I thought it would be a good opportunity for Chloe to practice her nature photography. But when I went to pick her up, she was still in her pajamas, scrolling through her phone. She said she didn't feel like going out and suggested we just watch movies at her place instead. I felt a surge of frustration. This was the same behavior that had been bothering me for months. I told Chloe that I was disappointed and that I felt like she wasn't taking our agreement seriously. She got upset and accused me of being controlling and unsupportive. We had a heated argument. Chloe said I was pressuring her and that I didn't understand how hard things were for her. She brought up how her parents never pushed her this way, implying that my expectations were unreasonable. I countered that I had been patient and supportive for years, but that I needed to see some effort from her side. The argument ended with Chloe asking me to leave. She said she needed some space to think things over. I left feeling angry and hurt, but also somewhat relieved that everything was out in the open. It's been 3 days since then, and Chloe hasn't reached out. I've been replaying our argument in my head, wondering if I was too harsh or if I should have approached things differently. Part of me wants to call her and apologize, to try and smooth things over. But another part of me feels like this might be the wake-up call Chloe needs. I'm torn between giving her the space she asked for and feeling like I need to push for a resolution. I care about Chloe, and I can see that she's struggling. But I'm also starting to wonder if we're truly compatible in the long term. Can I build a future with someone who seems unable or unwilling to take responsibility for their own life? I'm not sure what the next step should be. Part of me thinks I should wait for Chloe to contact me, to see if she's willing to make changes. Another part of me feels like I need to be proactive and maybe even consider ending the relationship if things don't improve. Any advice on how to proceed would be appreciated. I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and I'm not sure which path to take. Update 2. It's been 2 weeks since my last update, and a lot has happened. I wanted to share the latest developments in my situation with Chloe. After our argument, Chloe and I didn't speak for almost a week. It was a difficult and anxious time for me. I found myself constantly checking my phone, hoping for a message from her. I threw myself into work, staying late at the office to avoid going home to an empty apartment. My colleagues noticed something was off, but I didn't feel ready to talk about it. Finally, after 6 days of silence, Chloe reached out. She sent a text asking if we could meet at the local park where we had our first kiss. I agreed, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. When I arrived at the park, I found Chloe sitting on our usual bench, feeding the ducks. She looked tired and subdued, a far cry from the vibrant woman I fell in love with. As I sat down next to her, I noticed she was wearing the necklace I gave her for our first anniversary, a small silver camera pendant. It gave me a glimmer of hope. Chloe started by apologizing for her reaction during our last conversation. She admitted that she had been avoiding dealing with her issues and that my concerns had forced her to confront some uncomfortable truths about herself. Then, she revealed something that took me completely by surprise. Chloe told me that she had been struggling with depression for the past year but had been hiding it from everyone, including me. She said she was embarrassed about her lack of progress in life and that it had created a cycle of avoidance and self-doubt. Some days, she could barely get out of bed, let alone work on her photography or look for a job. I was shocked that I hadn't realized the extent of her struggles. Looking back, I could see the signs: her lack of energy, her avoidance of social situations, her decreased interest in things she used to love. I felt guilty for not seeing it earlier, but I also felt frustrated that Chloe hadn't confided in me sooner. We talked for hours, going over our relationship and our individual goals. Chloe said she wanted to make changes but wasn't sure where to start. She felt overwhelmed by the idea of job hunting or building her photography career while also dealing with her depression. I suggested that she might benefit from talking to a professional who could help her work through her depression and develop strategies for moving forward. To my surprise, Chloe agreed. She said she had been considering it for a while but had been too afraid to take that step. We looked up some local counselors on my phone right there in the park, and Chloe made an appointment for the following week. We also discussed our relationship. I explained that while I cared deeply for her, I needed to see concrete changes if we were going to have a future together. Chloe understood and asked if I would be willing to support her through this process of getting help and finding direction. I agreed, but with some conditions. I told Chloe that I needed to see consistent effort from her side. We came up with a plan. Chloe would attend counseling regularly, start volunteering at a local community center to gain some work experience, and set aside time each week to work on her photography portfolio. In return, I promised to be patient and supportive, but I also made it clear that I wouldn't continue the relationship indefinitely if I didn't see progress. We agreed to check in every couple of weeks to discuss how things were going and adjust our plan if needed. It's been a week since the conversation, and so far, Chloe seems to be sticking to our agreement. She went to her first counseling session and said it was helpful, if uncomfortable. She's also reached out to the community center about volunteer opportunities and has started organizing her old photography equipment. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I also know we have a long road ahead of us. Chloe's issues won't be solved overnight, and I'm trying to manage my expectations. I care about her and want to support her, but I'm also aware that I need to look out for my own well-being and future. I'm still not sure if Chloe and I will make it in the long term, but I feel like we're at least moving in a positive direction now. I'm hoping that with professional help and a clear plan, Chloe will be able to work through her depression and find her path. I'll continue to update as things progress. Thank you to everyone who's offered advice and support through this challenging time. Update 3. It's been about a month since my last update, and I wanted to share the latest developments in my situation with Chloe. Initially, things seemed to be improving. Chloe was attending her counseling sessions regularly and had started volunteering at the local community center twice a week. She even began working on her photography portfolio again, setting up a small home studio in her parents' garage. I was cautiously optimistic about these changes. Chloe seemed more energetic and engaged, and we were having meaningful conversations about our future together. We even started planning a small weekend trip to a nearby town known for its picturesque landscapes, perfect for Chloe to practice her photography. However, as the weeks went by, I started noticing some concerning patterns re-emerging. It started small at first. Chloe would oversleep and miss her morning volunteering shift. She'd promised to make it up later in the week, but often didn't follow through. When I gently asked about it, she'd get defensive and say she was still adjusting to the new routine. Then, Chloe began making excuses to skip her counseling sessions. She'd say she wasn't feeling well or that something had come up with her family. When I reminded her of the importance of consistency in therapy, she accused me of pressuring her and not understanding how difficult it was. Her enthusiasm for photography also seemed to be waning. The home studio she had set up was gathering dust. When I suggested we go on photo walks together, she'd say she wasn't feeling inspired or that the lighting wasn't right. The weekend trip we had planned kept getting postponed for various reasons. I found myself becoming increasingly frustrated. It felt like we were slipping back into old patterns, despite our previous conversations and agreements. I tried to be patient and supportive, remembering that change takes time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Chloe wasn't fully committed to making real progress. Things came to a head last week when I brought up the idea of her looking for paid work, even if it was part-time or in a field unrelated to photography. Chloe became upset, saying that I was trying to force her into a conventional lifestyle and that I didn't understand her creative process. She accused me of not being supportive of her dreams and said that if I truly loved her, I would accept her as she is. This argument made me realize something important. While I do love Chloe, I'm not sure I can build a future with someone who isn't willing to put in the effort to grow and contribute to our shared life. I've spent the past 3 years hoping that things would change, but I'm starting to accept that maybe they won't. After a lot of soul-searching and a long talk with my best friend, I made the difficult decision to end our relationship. I met with Chloe yesterday at a quiet cafe we used to frequent. I wanted to have this conversation in person, in a place that held good memories for us. I explained my feelings as gently as I could. I told her that I care about her deeply, but that I don't think we're compatible in terms of our life goals and work ethic. I explained that I need a partner who is willing to put in consistent effort towards building a life together, and that I don't think she's in a place to do that right now. Chloe was understandably upset. She cried and pleaded with me to give her another chance, promising that things would be different this time. She brought up all the good times we'd had together and said that she couldn't imagine her life without me. For a moment, I wavered, remembering all the reasons I fell in love with her. But then I reminded myself of the past few months and how nothing had really changed despite multiple chances. I stood firm in my decision, though it broke my heart to see her so distraught. I suggested that we both take some time apart to work on ourselves. I encouraged Chloe to continue with her therapy and to focus on finding what truly makes her happy. As we said our goodbyes, Chloe asked if we could stay friends. I told her that while I care about her, I think we both need some space to heal and move forward. Maybe in the future, we could consider a friendship, but for now, it's best if we go our separate ways. Walking away from that cafe was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Despite the problems in our relationship, Chloe has been a huge part of my life for the past 3 years. I know there will be moments in the coming days and weeks when I'll second guess my decision, when I'll be tempted to call her and try to work things out. But deep down, I know this is the right choice for both of us. I need to focus on my own growth and find a partner whose goals and values align with mine. And Chloe needs the space to figure out what she really wants from life, without the pressure of my expectations. I'm now focusing on healing and moving forward. I've signed up for a photography class myself, something I'd always been interested in but never pursued because I didn't want to encroach on Chloe's passion. I'm also planning a solo trip for next month, something I've always wanted to do but never found the time for. I've learned a lot from this relationship about what I need in a partner and the importance of addressing issues early on rather than hoping they'll resolve themselves. While it hurts now, I believe this experience will help me build healthier relationships in the future. Thank you to everyone who's followed this journey and offered advice along the way. Your support has been invaluable in helping me navigate this challenging situation. Here's to new beginnings and personal growth. My eco-friendly wife's secret dating app life revealed. She was cheating our entire relationship and now claims she's pregnant to stop the divorce. I never thought I'd be writing a post like this. My wife Deborah, 26F, and I have been married for 3 years, but our story goes back much further. We first met at a local animal shelter where we both volunteered. I had been going there for about a year, finding it a great way to de-stress after long days at my graphic design job. Deborah started volunteering a few months after I did, and from the moment I saw her, I was intrigued. She had this vibrant energy about her, always chatting with the other volunteers and cooing at the animals. Her long brown hair was usually tied back in a messy bun, and she wore these thick framed glasses that somehow made her blue eyes stand out even more. I remember thinking she looked like she'd stepped out of a quirky indie movie. Our first real conversation happened over a litter of kittens. I was cleaning their cage, and Deborah came over to help. We got to talking about our favorite animals, and before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. She told me she worked as a social media manager for a small eco-friendly company, and her eyes lit up when she talked about their mission to reduce plastic waste in oceans. I was impressed by her passion and knowledge about environmental issues. Growing up, my family had always been pretty environmentally conscious. We recycled, used reusable bags, that sort of thing. But Deborah took it to another level. She told me about how she'd organized beach cleanups in college and even helped start a community garden in her hometown. Over the next few weeks, we started timing our volunteer shifts so we'd be there at the same time. We'd walk dogs together, swap stories about the cats, and gradually, our conversations started to extend beyond the shelter. Deborah told me about her dreams of someday starting her own eco-friendly marketing agency. I shared my hopes of one day opening my own design studio. About a month after we met, I finally worked up the courage to ask her out. We went to a vegan cafe she recommended. I wasn't vegan, but I was willing to try it for her. The date was perfect. We talked for hours about everything from our favorite books to our childhood pets. Deborah told me about growing up in a small town and how she'd always dreamed of moving to the city. I shared stories about my large, noisy family and how I was the first one to move away for college. Our relationship progressed quickly after that. Within 6 months, we were talking about moving in together. My lease was up, and Deborah suggested we look for a place together. I was hesitant at first, it seemed fast, but everything with Deborah felt right, so I agreed. We found a cozy apartment with a small balcony where Deborah immediately started a herb garden. Living together was an adjustment, but a good one. I loved waking up to the smell of the fair trade coffee Deborah always bought, and coming home to find her curled up on our second-hand couch, working on her laptop with one of her favorite documentaries playing in the background. A year into our relationship, I proposed. It wasn't a grand gesture. Deborah had always said she preferred simple and meaningful over flashy. I took her back to the animal shelter where we met, and as we were playing with a litter of puppies, I pulled out the ring. It was a simple band made from recycled gold with a small, ethically sourced diamond. Deborah's eyes welled up with tears as she said yes. Our wedding was small and intimate, just close friends and family. We held it in a local park and asked guests to donate to the animal shelter instead of giving gifts. My parents adored Deborah from the start. My mom especially loved how Deborah would always help in the kitchen during family dinners, swapping recipes and chatting about the latest eco-friendly products she'd discovered. Deborah's parents seemed to like me too, although they were a bit more reserved. They had divorced when Deborah was in high school, and I got the sense that it had been messy. Deborah didn't talk about it much, just saying that it had been a difficult time but that she was closer to both of them now because of it. Throughout our relationship, Deborah always emphasized the importance of honesty and open communication. She often talked about how her ex-boyfriend had cheated on her during college, and how that experience made her value trust above all else. I respected that and made sure to always be upfront with her about everything, from small things like if I accidentally shrunk one of her sweaters in the wash to bigger things like when I was considering changing jobs. Last year, we decided to start trying for a baby. Deborah was over the moon about the idea of becoming a mother. We even started a YouTube channel documenting our journey to parenthood. Deborah came up with the idea, saying it would be a great way to connect with other couples going through the same thing. We shared tips on fertility, healthy living, and our experiences as a couple preparing for this new chapter in our lives. I was a bit camera shy at first, but Deborah was a natural. She'd plan out our videos, research topics to discuss, and edit everything herself. The channel gained a decent following, and we enjoyed interacting with our viewers. Deborah would spend hours responding to comments and messages, offering support and advice to other couples struggling with fertility. Everything seemed perfect until about 2 months ago. I was working late one night, trying to finish a project for a big client. It was a rebranding job for a local business that was expanding nationally, and landing this client could mean big things for my career. Around midnight, I realized I had left some important files on my home computer. I called Deborah to ask if she could send them to me, but she didn't pick up. I figured she was probably asleep, so I decided to head home quickly to grab the files myself. When I got home, I noticed Deborah's car wasn't in the driveway. It was strange because she usually goes to bed early, especially since we'd been trying for a baby. She was always talking about how important sleep was for fertility. I entered the house, and it was dark and quiet. I went to our home office to get the files I needed, and that's when I noticed Deborah's laptop was open on the desk. I'm not proud of what I did next, but something felt off, and my curiosity got the better of me. I looked at her screen and saw she was logged into a dating app. My heart sank. I clicked through her profile and messages, each revelation more painful than the last. Not only was Deborah actively using this app, but her profile contained information that contradicted everything I knew about her. She claimed to be single, childless, and working as a marketing executive for a large corporation. Her bio mentioned loving to travel and party, things Deborah had always said she wasn't interested in because of the environmental impact and her desire to live a more settled life. I scrolled through her messages, feeling sick to my stomach. She had been talking to multiple guys, arranging meetups, and even sexting with some of them. The oldest messages dated back to before we were even married. There were countless conversations, each one feeling like a fresh betrayal. One conversation stood out. It was with a guy named Alex. They seemed to know each other well, discussing inside jokes and making plans for the weekend. Deborah had told him she was looking forward to their usual Saturday night fun. The last message was from earlier that evening, confirming plans to meet at a bar downtown. I was in shock. I couldn't reconcile this version of Deborah with the woman I thought I knew and loved. The Deborah I knew spent her Saturday nights cuddled up on the couch with me, watching nature documentaries or planning our next beach cleanup volunteer day. She wasn't the type to go bar hopping or meet strange men from the internet. With shaking hands, I copied some of the evidence to my phone, not sure what I was going to do with it yet. Then I heard the front door open. I quickly closed her laptop and pretended to be focused on my own computer. Deborah walked in, dressed up in a way I hadn't seen in a long time. She was wearing a tight black dress and heels, her hair and makeup done perfectly. When she saw me, her face went pale. She started stammering, trying to come up with an explanation, but I just held up my hand and showed her what I had found on her laptop. The next few hours were a blur of tears, shouting, and accusations. Deborah admitted that she had been living a double life our entire relationship. She confessed that she had never worked for an eco-friendly company, that was just a cover for her real job at a large marketing firm, which she thought wouldn't impress me. The cheating ex-boyfriend story was made up to make herself seem more relatable and trustworthy. She begged me to forgive her, saying she loved me and that all the guys from the app meant nothing. She claimed she just craved the excitement and attention, but that I was the one she wanted to be with. I was too hurt and angry to process any of it. I packed a bag and left to stay with my brother. It's been 2 weeks now, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything. Our friends and family are shocked, and our YouTube followers are wondering why we've suddenly stopped posting. I haven't decided what to do yet, but I know I can't just forgive and forget. The level of deception is too deep, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust Deborah again. I guess I'm writing this post because I need advice. How do I even begin to deal with this situation? Has anyone else experienced something similar? I feel like my whole life for the past 4 years has been a lie, and I don't know where to go from here. Update 1. It's been about a month since my last post, and a lot has happened. First, I want to thank everyone for their support and advice. It really helped me gain some perspective on the situation. After spending a week at my brother's place, I decided I needed to confront Deborah and get the full truth. I moved back into our house, but I slept in the guest room. Deborah seemed relieved that I was back, but I made it clear that this wasn't a reconciliation, I just wanted answers. Over the next few days, we had long, painful conversations where Deborah revealed the extent of her deceptions. It turns out, almost everything about her was a lie. She didn't volunteer at the animal shelter, she was there as part of a court-mandated community service for a DUI she got 2 years before we met. Her passion for animal rights and environmental issues? All fabricated to impress me. The job at the eco-friendly company was entirely made up. In reality, she worked as a junior account manager at a large marketing firm. She said she lied about her job because she thought I wouldn't be interested in someone who worked for a soulless corporation. When I asked her about all the details she'd shared about her supposed eco-friendly work, she admitted she'd researched it all online, memorizing facts and figures to make her lies more convincing. But the lies went even deeper. Deborah confessed that she had been married before, for a brief 6 months when she was 22. She had hidden this from me because she was ashamed of how quickly the marriage had fallen apart. Her ex-husband, Tom, 30M, had caught her cheating, which led to their divorce. As Deborah told me about her previous marriage, more lies unraveled. The small town she claimed to be from? She'd never lived there. She'd grown up in the city, in a wealthy suburb. Her parents hadn't divorced messily when she was in high school, they were still happily married. The whole backstory she'd created was designed to make her seem more relatable and down to earth. I asked about the vegan lifestyle she'd introduced me to, the documentaries she was always watching, the beach cleanups she claimed to have organized. Deborah broke down, admitting that it was all part of the persona she'd created. She'd never been vegan before meeting me, had never organized any environmental events. She said she'd chosen that personality because she thought it would appeal to me. As for the dating app and her double life, Deborah claimed it started as a way to network for her job. She said she created a profile that she thought would appeal to potential clients in the corporate world. But over time, she got addicted to the attention and the thrill of leading a secret life. I asked her about our plans for a baby, and if that had all been a lie too. Deborah broke down at this point, admitting that she had been taking birth control pills in secret the entire time we were trying to conceive. She said she wasn't ready for a baby but didn't know how to tell me. The fertility tips she shared on our YouTube channel? All researched online, never actually put into practice. The YouTube channel, which had been a source of joy for me, turned out to be just another part of her deception. Deborah confessed that she saw it as a way to boost her personal brand for her marketing career. She never really wanted to share our life, it was all about gaining followers and potentially lucrative sponsorships. I asked about Alex, the guy she had been messaging the night I discovered everything. Deborah hesitated before admitting that Alex wasn't just some random guy from the app. He was a coworker, someone she'd been having an on and off affair with for years, even before we met. The usual Saturday night fun wasn't just a casual meet-up, it was a long-standing arrangement. Throughout these conversations, Deborah kept apologizing and begging for another chance. She promised to change, to be honest from now on, and to be the person she had pretended to be. But with each new revelation, I felt more and more distant from her. The woman I loved had never really existed. I've decided to file for divorce. The trust between us is completely shattered, and I don't see how we can rebuild it. I've contacted a lawyer and started the process. Deborah didn't take the news well. She alternates between begging me to reconsider and lashing out in anger, accusing me of giving up too easily. I've also decided to come clean to our YouTube followers. I posted a final video explaining the situation in broad strokes, apologizing for the deception, and announcing the end of the channel. The response has been overwhelming, with many followers sharing their own stories of deception and offering support. My family and true friends have been incredibly supportive. My brother, in particular, has been a rock through all of this. He's helping me look for a new apartment so I can move out of the house I shared with Deborah. It's painful to think about leaving the home we built together, but I know it's necessary for my healing process. It's been a tough month, but I'm starting to see a way forward. I know the divorce process won't be easy, especially given Deborah's unpredictable behavior, but I'm committed to moving on and rebuilding my life on a foundation of truth. Update 2. It's been 3 months since my last update, and the situation has taken some unexpected turns. The divorce proceedings are underway, but they've been complicated by Deborah's erratic behavior and some surprising revelations. First, about a month ago, Deborah's ex-husband Tom, 30M, reached out to me. He had seen our final YouTube video and recognized Deborah. Tom shared his own experience with Deborah's deceptions, which eerily mirrored my own. He told me about how Deborah had created a completely false persona when they met, claiming to be a struggling artist when she was actually from a wealthy family and working in marketing. Tom warned me that Deborah might try to manipulate the divorce proceedings and advised me to be cautious. Tom's warning proved prescient. Deborah initially agreed to an amicable split, but she quickly changed tactics. She hired an aggressive lawyer and is now contesting the divorce, claiming that I was emotionally abusive and that she only created the dating profile because she felt neglected in our marriage. It's frustrating to see her spinning new lies, but I'm trying to stay calm and let my lawyer handle it. To complicate matters further, Deborah announced on social media that she's pregnant. She claims the baby is mine, conceived during our last month together. Given her history of lies, I'm skeptical, but I've told my lawyer that I want a paternity test as soon as it's safely possible. The timing of this announcement feels suspiciously convenient, especially considering she had been secretly taking birth control throughout our marriage. The pregnancy announcement has divided our friend group and extended family. Some believe Deborah and think I'm abandoning her in her time of need. Others, who know the full story, are supporting me and questioning the convenient timing of this pregnancy. It's been hard to see people I thought were my friends turn against me, but it's also shown me who my true supporters are. On the work front, I've thrown myself into my graphic design projects. The client I was working on when I discovered Deborah's deception was impressed with my work despite the personal turmoil, and they've since referred me to other big clients. It's been a welcome distraction and a source of stability in this chaos. I'm grateful that at least one aspect of my life is going well. I've also started individual counseling to help process everything that's happened. It's been helpful in dealing with the anger and betrayal I feel, and in rebuilding my self-esteem. The therapist has been particularly useful in helping me recognize and avoid Deborah's manipulation tactics. One positive development is that I've reconnected with an old friend from college, Emily, 27F. She reached out after hearing about my situation from a mutual friend. We've been talking regularly, and her support has been invaluable. She's reminded me of who I was before I met Deborah and has been encouraging me to rediscover my old hobbies and interests. As for the house, Deborah refused to move out, so I found a small apartment. Moving out was hard, it felt like admitting defeat in a way, but it's also been freeing. I'm slowly making the new place feel like home, and it's nice to have a space that isn't tainted by lies and betrayal. The legal battle ahead looks like it's going to be long and difficult. Deborah's pregnancy claim has complicated things, and her lawyer is pushing for a significant settlement. My lawyer assures me we have a strong case, especially with the evidence of her infidelity, but it's still a stressful situation. Despite all this, I'm cautiously optimistic about the future. This experience has shown me how strong I can be, and I'm determined to come out of this a better, wiser person. I'm focusing on rebuilding my life one day at a time, surrounding myself with honest, supportive people, and looking forward to a future free from deception. Update 3, it's been 6 months since my last update, and I'm finally starting to feel like I'm coming out on the other side of this ordeal. The divorce is finalized, and I can now share the full story of what happened. The paternity test results came back, and as I suspected, I'm not the father of Deborah's baby. It turns out the father is Alex, the co-worker she'd been having an affair with. When confronted with the test results, Deborah finally admitted to her lies and agreed to an uncontested divorce. The truth about her pregnancy also came out. Deborah wasn't actually pregnant when she made the announcement. She had lied about it in a desperate attempt to stop the divorce. When she realized she couldn't keep up the charade, she claimed she had a miscarriage. It was a new low, even for her. With the pregnancy lie exposed, most of the friends and family who had sided with Deborah came around and apologized to me. It's been a mix of vindication and sadness. I'm glad the truth is out, but it's painful to see how many people were deceived. The divorce settlement was largely in my favor. Deborah's lies and infidelity, once fully exposed, left her with little leverage. I got to keep most of our shared assets, including the house, which I've decided to sell. I don't want to live in a place with so many bad memories. On a brighter note, my graphic design career has really taken off. The clients I worked with during the worst of the divorce drama have become long-term contracts, and I've even hired 2 junior designers to help with the workload. It feels good to be throwing myself into work I enjoy and seeing success. My friendship with Emily has deepened over these months. We've started dating, taking things slow and being very open with each other about our feelings and expectations. It's refreshing to be in a relationship built on honesty from the start. I've also picked up some old hobbies I had abandoned during my marriage. I've joined a local hiking group and have been going on weekend trips, rediscovering my love for nature and photography. It's been great for my mental health and has helped me meet new, genuine people. As for Deborah, I've heard through mutual friends that she's moved to another city to start fresh. Part of me hopes she's genuinely trying to change and be a better person, but I'm also glad to have that chapter of my life firmly closed. Looking back, I can see how I missed or ignored red flags in our relationship. But I'm not beating myself up over it. Instead, I'm using it as a learning experience. I'm more aware now of the importance of trust and honesty in relationships, and I'm better at spotting inconsistencies in what people say and do. To anyone going through a similar situation, I want to say that it does get better. It's a long, painful process, but staying true to yourself and surrounding yourself with supportive people really does help. I'm not glad this happened, but I'm proud of how I've handled it and excited about the future for the first time in a long while. My brother-in-law tried to steal my business while living rent-free in my house. I kicked him out and my wife sided with him. 3 months later, he gets arrested for scamming others. I am John, 32 years old, and married for the last 4 years to Zoe, age 30. We met at college in the second year. We were ganged up by the lecturer to prepare a presentation for an entrepreneurship class project. During that project, I was moved by her fast thinking and going for the jugular innovative ideas. We spent countless nights in the library, fueled by cheap coffee and big dreams, working on business plans that we were sure would change the world. It had been extremely tough at first, post-graduation, when I had decided to open my own marketing agency. It was tough going at first. I worked from my parents' garage that first year, living on nothing but ramen noodles and determination. Zoe was my rock during this time. Even though she had taken a job at a big finance firm in the city, she'd spent her weekends helping me think of ideas and pitch to potential clients. Sure enough, things started to pick up, albeit rather slowly. First, a couple of small, local businesses turned into my clients. In another month, a mid-sized tech startup followed. Before I knew it, I had to start hiring employees, and then more employees. And here, 5 years down the line, I am so proud to say that Apex Marketing today has 15 family members, servicing the state. I married Zoe, and we finally married 2 years into my business journey. It was a small ceremony, we didn't have much money, but it was perfect for us. We promised we would always support each other's dreams, no matter what. And for the most part, we have kept that promise. The problem started 6 months ago when Zoe's older brother, Max, 35M, moved back into our city. In truth, I had only met Max a few times before, at our wedding and a couple of family Christmases, but Zoe had always spoken very highly of him. He was her childhood hero, the cool older brother who taught her how to ride a bike and stood up to bullies for her. Max had been a tech startup entrepreneur on the West Coast for a good decade. He was the type who was just going to make it big but for some reason didn't. Now he was unemployed again because his last venture had failed, and his debt was through the roof. Max called Zoe and told her that he was coming home to regroup and plan his next move. I was thrilled. I figured that it would be really good for Zoe to get a fresh start with her brother and was planning ways that we would be able to hang out with him. I even offered him the chance to stay with us for a few weeks until he finds an apartment. Time began to drag into weeks, and these weeks began to be some months. First, it was okay. Max was charming and full of stories about Silicon Valley. He would regale us with tales of the celebrity investors, the lavish launch parties. However, as time went on, I started to find some inconsistencies in his stories. Timelines were a bit off, and the names he was dropping seemed to change with each retelling. Max always found excuses about what was wrong. The apartment or job couldn't be found, rents were high or the market was tough. He was waiting to hear the results about some big opportunity. All the while, he sat in our house, playing video games on our big screen TV and ordering from the most expensive of takeout places on our dime, spending all his other time elsewhere, doing the same thing. I tried to be patient. I would remember how tough it had been when I was starting out, and I wanted to cut Max some slack, but it was getting pretty thin. Our grocery bills had at least doubled, our electricity bill was through the roof, and Max hadn't contributed a dime to anything. Zoe kept covering for him, saying he was under too much strain for a while now and he needed our help. I got it, but at some point, I felt like we were supporting a sense of entitlement. When I'd try to talk to Zoe about it, she'd get defensive. He's family, she'd say. We can't just throw him out on the street. The worst thing that could happen is that Max started taking an interest in my business. I was actually flattered for a minute there. He'd ask what I do, how I do it, what my strategies are, and how I deal with customers. So maybe he was going to try to get back out in the working world and was using me as inspiration, right? But then he started giving me unsolicited advice. He knew enough to criticize the marketing campaigns with which he said we were not cutting edge enough. He could prescribe for me all the things we could do with our website, which would have cost a bomb. He even tried to tell me how to manage my team, though he hadn't met them. I ignored him, but it was becoming irritating. After all, it is not like Max ever established a successful business himself. And he tried to instruct me on the subject. Gradually I started avoiding coming home early, preferring to stay in the office to avoid another episode of Max enlightening me about business. I finally had the migraine last week and decided to come home early. My head was pounding as I stepped into the house and heard Max's voice coming from the home office. He was using the phone to someone, on my computer. At first, I thought nothing of it, maybe he was finally job hunting. But then I heard him mention Mrs. Johnson's name. Mrs. Johnson is one of the biggest clients I have. She owns a chain of boutique hotels and was among the early business trend followers of Apex. To me, her account represents a serious chunk of our yearly revenues. My jaw hit the floor when Max told Mrs. Johnson he was now co-running the agency with me and had some exciting new ideas for her account. In other words, he was trying to hijack my client relationships. I burst into the office and Max went white. He hurriedly ended the call and tried to play it down as one big mistake. He admitted that he was just trying to help, that he thought he could throw some Silicon Valley innovation or relevance in there to light a fire under the idea. But I knew better. This wasn't a bumbling, well-meaning mistake. This was an attempt to ingratiate his way into my business. Who knows how long this had been going on? How many other clients had he contacted? I was furious. This was all the frustration that had been building up in me all these months. I told Max he needed to leave. Not just the office, but our house. I gave him 24 hours to pack his things and get out. He tried to argue that I was overreacting, that he was merely trying to help the family business grow. Family business? He had been living in my house for months without paying rent, providing nothing but criticism and empty promises. And now he had the nerve to claim my hard-earned success as a family business? Zoe had just walked in the middle of our argument. Shocked to the core at seeing us yelling at each other, I thought she would side with me when I told her what had happened. For this was our livelihood Max was messing with. But to my surprise, Zoe was livid with me. She accused me of being a child in my overreaction, of being unkind to her brother. She couldn't understand why I couldn't, or wouldn't, just work with him or even give him a chance. It was like she had forgotten all the late nights, all the sacrifices we'd made to get this business to where it is today. I tried to point out that Max had betrayed my trust and put my client relationships in danger, but Zoe wouldn't have it. She kept saying that must be some mistake, and Max would never mean to steal my business. It has been 3 days since that fateful meeting. Max is still here, imposed on my pleasure. He acts like an injured party, convinced that I am threatened by his supremely better business knowledge. Zoe is barely speaking to me, she is with him all the time, plotting ways of convincing me to let him stay. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Am I really the asshole for trying to protect my business and wanting to kick someone out who was trying to take advantage of my hospitality? How do I make Zoe understand her brother isn't who she thinks he is? Update 1, I am aware that it has been 2 weeks since I wrote my last entry, and in the interim, there has really been so much happening. Of all, I have to sincerely thank all of you for your advice and support. It really helped me put this into perspective and gave me the guts to act. Things were immediate and incredibly tense after my confrontation with Max. Zoe was still pissed off at me. She only ever said 2 words to me, commenting on my rough treatment of her baby brother. Max, on the other hand, became the professional victim. He would mope around the house, heaving big sighs and saying that he had really only tried to be help to the family. So, I decided to take a step back, gather more information before making a drastic move. I secretly spent a couple of days checking my business records, emails, and recent client interactions. What I found out made my blood run cold. So I called Mrs. Johnson, supposedly to check in after our last meeting. You already know, I told her in a semi-reverent sort of way, that I hoped that call was helpful that you had received from my associate. Mrs. Johnson sounded confused. "Oh, you mean your brother-in-law?" she said. He seemed nice, but I was a bit surprised when he started talking about completely overhauling our marketing strategy. My heart sank. I inquired of Mrs. Johnson how long ago this conversation had taken place. "Oh, about 3 weeks ago," she replied. "He's called a couple of times since then, actually." 3 weeks. 3 weeks Max had been contacting my clients behind my back. I thanked Mrs. Johnson and hastily bade goodbye. Then I began calling other clients. What I discovered was something so terrifying, a month-long history of Max talking to some of the largest clients I have. He introduced himself as our partner in his mouthful of acronyms for the very specific services that we did not even offer. One local restaurateur shared that Max promised him to create a revolutionary AI-driven menu optimization system. Another said Max was pitching a blockchain-based loyalty program. Of course, we couldn't and never intended to deliver any of those things. My head reeled. This was too much of a coincidence. And this was certainly no case of mistaken identity. This was sabotage, premeditated malignant intention. What for? To hurt my business from within. Armed with that, I knew I had to talk to Zoe. I found her inside folding clothes in our room. "We need to talk," I started. "It's about Max." Zoe sighed, she probably prepared for another argument. Definitely, when I handed her the proof in black and white, clients' emails and messages giving an account of up-close conversations with me, realization started to build up through her eyes. "I don't understand," she murmured, sliding into bed. "Why would he do this?" I all but came to tears when she finally believed me, yet, at the same moment, great sadness for the pain this was obviously causing her washed over me with relief. Finally. "I don't know, but we can't let this continue." Zoe nodded slowly. "Enough," she whispered. "He has to leave." But when we confronted Max together, things got worse. At first, he tried to deny everything, saying that the clients misunderstood. But he quickly changed his demeanor as we presented him with evidence one after the other. He accused me of turning Zoe against him. "You always thought you were better than all of us, didn't you?" he accused. "You're just scared because you know I could run this company better than you could ever do." But he didn't stop there. Max even accused me of stealing his intellectual property in a court of law by stating that the ideas he had shared when living with us were legally his, and that he had recordings of these conversations where it was clear that I had appropriated his ideas. It was all nonsense. Max had never shared even a remotely practical idea, now this one was threatening him with a lawsuit. Baseless, but the threat of legal action was terrifying. We told him he had 48 hours to move out, or the authorities would be notified. Those 2 days were incredibly tense. Max would try to guilt-trip Zoe, reminding her of their childhood and how she was betraying him, and make veiled threats about ruining my reputation in the industry. But we held our ground. To Zoe's credit, she didn't flinch. She was both hurt and angry, but she stood strong beside me. In the morning, the day he was to leave, we found Max gone. He had left in the course of the night, carrying away some of our electronics and most of the things made out of Zoe's jewelry. We found a note on the kitchen table that simply read, "You'll regret this." We filed a police report, but in all honesty, the chances of our stuff being recovered are slim. What's important is that he's out of our house and our lives. Zoe is extremely upset. She now feels betrayed by her own brother and also starts to feel guilty about not having seen through him a long time ago. She was constantly repeating that she should have listened to me all along, and that she should have noticed the signs. I try my best to comfort her, telling her that now what Max is doing is not her fault. All while I'm in the process of turning my clients from liability to asset. I've been making personal phone calls, sending personal emails, and even sending personal visits to apologize for the confusion and ensure them that Max had absolutely no authority to make any promises about the workings of the deal. But most of my clients have been understanding to me, and I really am just scared about what the long-term effects are going to be on the business's reputation. I've been looking into the legal options to fend off any future interference of the business by Max. Well, it's been a bit of a haywire couple of weeks, but I think I've gotten on the same page with Zoe, finally. We are truly united in this crisis, and in a weird way, it has brought us closer. Our communication has opened up and we talk more than we have in months. I'll keep you updated if something major happens. Thank you all for your support during this crazy time. Update 2. A month has passed since Max left, and things are slowly beginning to fall back into normalcy, the old way. I thought I would just update everyone with what's going on in my world. The good news, I did manage to retain them all after, again, literally a ton of phone calls, emails, personal meetings. Understandably, she was upset at the confusion and had already threatened to place her business elsewhere, but I was most definitely on the rocks of losing Mrs. Johnson. After a very long lunch explaining the situation to her and laying out a new, realistic marketing plan for her hotels, she agreed to stay on board. In fact, this whole ordeal seems to have further strengthened my relations with a certain set of clients, who really respected and valued the honesty and effort that went into writing everything. A few even told me their family business dramas, which helped put things into perspective. Legally, we even spoke to a lawyer about Max's threats. There is no question that Max has no grounds on which to argue an intellectual property claim. His ideas that he may have mentioned in passing while living with us are not the intellectual property, especially when there's no proof that I actually had used any of these so-called ideas in my business. But with Max's erratic behavior and death threats, we did apply for a protective order. This enforces it, in my client's regard, so that he is not allowed near our home or office. It's hoped we will never need to rely on them, but it's reassuring to know that the law is with us in this regard. The police did not have any breakthrough in catching our stolen things. They said unless something comes back through a pawnshop or online sale, they can't do much about it. We have moved on from it all. We have beefed up home security and changed all our passwords and account information just to be safe. The hardest thing this past month has been trying to help Zoe process it all. She's been living with so much guilt and betrayal. Max wasn't just her brother, he was her childhood hero. She's been telling me stories of how Max used to let her tag along with his friends, how he raised her to stand up for herself with blows, how he dared her to continue gymnastics when our parents wanted her to have a safe career. This other side of Max has shocked Zoe to the core. She's been sleeping fitfully and is jumpy whenever the phone rings, fearing it might be Max. She's also been going through old family photos, as if trying to find clues she'd missed into the kind of person Max would become. I told her to go see a counselor to work through her feelings about all of this, but she's pretty resistant to that idea. She says it's just a matter of time, though I do worry. I've tried to be here for her, but, I'll be straight, it's been trying. I can't help but get a bit angry, even. After all, I wised up to Max so much sooner. Then I remember that Zoe had a long history of time spending with Max, so it's not just that she's in any relationship. And then, something out of the blue happened last week. We got a call from Max and Zoe's parents. Max had gone to their place and narrated a whole different story. In his version of what happened, he had come up with all the ideas and I had stolen them. And when he threatened to go to the police, that's when I asked him to leave. He had shown himself to be an innocent victim and Zoe, who had picked me above her purebred brother. Zoe had been on the phone for hours to her parents, explaining what had really occurred. They were as shocked as Zoe. They, too, had regarded Max as a golden child, the one who would go far. The news of his subterfuge and theft hurt them. Luckily, at the end, they did believe us. It helped a lot that we showed them the evidence of Max's actions. They apologized for their son's actions and reassured us that if ever Max contacted them again, they would inform us. I saw that this was a really tough and tiresome conversation for Zoe, although I bet, in some ways, it brought a relief to her. It helped her to realize she was not the only one who had been duped by Max. As for my business, I've taken steps to prevent something like this from happening again. I have put very stringent privacy guidelines in place and all my workers appreciate the need to button their lips about our clients. There is also an increased sense of caution about what and where I share things at home with respect to work. Pity it has to come to that before I can be careful in my own home, but it did. It has indeed been an awful month, but I am beginning to feel that very gradually things take a turn for the better. Certainly, Zoe and I are talking to each other as we never did previously, and though the experience was so painful, after all, it brought us so much closer together. So, we've had a lot of deep talks connected with belief, loyalty toward one another, family, and what lies ahead of us. I've also felt some positive changes towards my business. This crisis forced me to look hard at the operations I was conducting and at client relationships. I've also started to use new strategies that make it easier to communicate with the client and to conduct the flows of the processes. It sort of pushed me to do things that otherwise I would not have done. To be posted again shortly once something major happens with Max or legally. For now, we are moving on and healing in our personal lives and my business. Update 3, it's been 3 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some final developments in this saga. The biggest news is, Max was arrested 2 weeks ago. Not for anything relating to us, thankfully, but for trying the same scam on another small business owner in the neighboring city. Apparently, he had not learned his lesson and thought he could get away with it again. We learned this when we received a call from a detective. He had been investigating some recent activities of Max and had come up with our police report after he stole all our stuff. He wanted to learn if we would be willing to give a statement regarding our interactions with Max. It was through relating with Zoe that we agreed to cooperate with the inquiry. We spent one afternoon at the police station relating everything to the police. I found it exhausting, remembering everything, but at the same time relieving. The detective informed us that we weren't the only ones Max had tried to jack. There were at least 3 other cases they knew of, all following a similar pattern. Max would ingratiate himself with small business owners, push his way into their operations, and then either steal from them or take over their client relationships. Zoe took the news of Max's arrest hard. After the detective got off the phone with her, I found her crying it out in the bedroom. I keep thinking about when we were kids, she told me. How did he go from being my protective big brother to this? Little by little, though, I think that through the news in the days following, it sort of made Zoe at peace with everything. It really helped her to realize that it was not her fault that Max was being blamed. She has stopped jumping at every ring and sleeps much better now. Good news is, Zoe finally relented and saw a counsel. She has had a couple of meeting sessions by now and says it helps her get to terms with what really happened. She has also been active in rehabilitating some of her old friends that she lost touch with during Max's stay with us. I am very proud of her, for it seems like those are really steps towards healing. Now it's more or less back to business, and all the extra effort I put in to talk to these clients during the crisis weeks has now proved useful. Heck, I even have a couple of new clients out of the ones these clients of Max referred. It seems the way I handled the situation was impressive to such an extent that they went around speaking about my professionalism. Through this, Zoe and I have been able to have deep discussions about the future, realizing that being on the same page about life, particularly family, is paramount. We have gone through lots of conversation regarding our future, testing clearly defined ways on how to handle family requests in the future. We have also begun discussing with each other the issue of how we would like to structure our family. This ordeal has dawned on us that we are strong enough as a team and that we feel up to the challenge of being parents. It is, therefore, amazing to plan what awaits us in the future, as it is not just a matter of reacting to the crises. Last week, finally, we managed to replace the TV that Max had taken when he left. While setting it up, Zoe turned to me and said, "You know, I'm actually glad he took the old one. This new one's much better, and every time I look at it, I'm reminded that we got through this together." Small, but it meant a lot. Looking back, as much as this experience was a struggle, I believe it strengthened our relationship. We learned a lot about communication, trust, and how to stand united in the face of adversity. This has taught us that even within family, setting boundaries is vital. And since then, we have not heard a word from Max, but to be honest, we are just fine with that. We are busy with each other and the life we expect to build together. And should he ever try to come back into our lives, we will know how to stand our ground together. Thanks to all for your support through this journey. Your advice and encouragement helped us to carry on. It truly was a very tough time. Here's to moving forward and leaving the drama behind.
I caught my lawyer brother plotting to sell our 40-year-old family orchard, so I exposed his scheme. You won't believe what happened next. My name is Emily, and I was raised up at Sunrise Apples on our family apple orchard located in the picturesque rolling hills of Washington state. Our orchard has been in my family for 40 years. My folks, Robert and Linda, have operated this orchard since the year they married, 1983. They both grew up in farm families and always wanted to have some land of their own to grow on. I have an older brother, Jake, 35M, who never really got into life on the farm. Right from when we were kids, our personalities and interests were chalk and cheese. I was the one running after Dad in the orchard, asking him countless questions about how to prune trees and how many varieties of apples we have. Jake, on the other hand, liked to stay indoors with his nose buried in books about faraway places and exciting careers. Growing up, Jake always talked about moving to the big city and becoming a hotshot lawyer. He'd complain endlessly about the early mornings, the physical labor, and how mind-numbingly boring small-town life was. I remember one when he was 16 and I was 13. It was harvest time, and everybody had to work. Jake was put out to pick, but he just would not settle to it. Kept knocking out his phone to check it, grumbling he was missing some party in town. Dad finally lost it and blew up at Jake, telling him to either do his share of the work or get out. Jake stormed off, and later I found him sitting by the creek that runs through our property. He was scribbling furiously in a notebook, and when I asked him what he was doing, he showed me a list of law schools he wanted to apply to. "I'm getting out of here, he said. This place is sucking the life out of me." While I loved everything about the orchard, autumnal apple fragrance, satisfaction at the success of this year's harvest, and the company of other local farmers somehow just felt right. I loved helping Mom in the farm stand, chatting with regulars who'd been buying our apples for years. I even liked the hard work of pruning in winter, the agony of cutting out the branches of trees, then to see their bare branches and what bounty they would bring in their time. While Jake set off for Seattle to become a lawyer, I pulled down the fort at home and graduated with a degree in agriculture from the local community college. I was working on the orchard full-time, learning everything I could from my parents. Dad taught me about soil management and pest control, while Mom showed me the business side of things, accounting, marketing, and customer relations. While he did visit less and less, always with an excuse that he was too busy studying or doing an internship, when he came home, it seemed like a stranger again. He would speak of fancy internships in huge law firms, of parties he had attended, and of people of high repute whom he was meeting. As if he wanted to impress us with something that would only drive us further apart. It was during that time that I met my husband, Tom. He was a new teacher in the local high school and became one of the visiting groups with his kids. The initial day we met, we started bonding over the love of outdoors and small-town living. Before long, he became a part of the family, learning the ins and outs of the orchard business and pitching in when the busy seasons arrived. 5 years ago this coming summer, our dad took ill, an apparent mild heart attack that luckily did not have any long-term consequences. All the same, the event served as a wake-up call for us all. I can still recall sitting in the waiting room of the hospital, fearing that we'd lose Dad. Jake had flown in from Seattle, looking ruffled and almost out of character with his very expensive suit. After Dad got better, Mom and Dad started talking about retirement and what to do with the orchard. I assumed it was going to go to me because I had been working there my entire life, but then suddenly, Jake took a growing interest in the family business. It seemed to come out of nowhere. He visited more often, became more inquisitive about the orchard's finances, and even came in to help with the harvest. Maybe Jake had finally come around and we could be a pair of orchard partners. And, shoot, I had daydreams of the kids growing up on the farm, cousins as close as Tom and I had been with our cousins from the neighboring farms. Something rang false, though. He was far more interested in the financial statements than the orchard's activities. He'd note how we could optimize things or streamline operations. The guy spewed business jargon that sounded wrong coming from around the apple trees. Last Thanksgiving, our parents had the whole family gather around to present their retirement plan. I thought surely they meant for Jake and me to divide the orchard between us, and we'd run it jointly. I didn't quite believe it, but for the sake of family relations, I'd give it a try. And I remembered how close Jake and I had been as kids, before the farm started to come between us, and I hoped we could get some of that back. Over the next few months, Jake began pushing for changes that could be anything from modernization of operations, to expansion into hard cider production, to even talk of selling off part of the land for a housing development. I resisted, saying we should stick to what we knew and what had worked for nearly 100 years. Tom tried to be a peacemaker by suggesting compromising solutions, but Jake always seemed to have a counterargument at the ready. Things were at their head last month when I was in the barn repairing some stuff on an equipment and heard Jake talking on the phone. At first, I didn't really pay a lot of attention until he said something about forcing her out and full control of the assets. Then I realized he was talking about me in the orchard. My heart started to race. I could feel my blood run cold as Jake related how, by some legal legerdemain, he proposed to end up with full control of the orchard and then turn right around and sell it to some gigantic farming concern for a gigantic profit. He was laughing how easy it would be for him to outmaneuver me since I did not know the first thing about real business. I was devastated. This was more than just a business. This was my home, my heritage, my blood, my entire life. I went to him right away, and my hands just couldn't stay from shaking when I told him what I'd overheard. He tried to deny it at first, but when I pressed him, quoting his own words back at him, he admitted to his plan. He called it wasted potential from the orchard and said that I was too sentimental about the economic opportunity. We ended up fighting with each other like a pair of teenagers, screaming to the hilt. I told him I'd never let him destroy our family's legacy. I was so furious and hurt that right there, I summoned a family meeting. Our parents, Jake's 33 wife Sarah and Tom were all there. As my eyes started to well up, I lamented about the plan to everyone, showing them my notes on his telephone call and all the research on the company he wanted to sell to. Our parents were shocked and livid. Mom started bawling, asking Jake how he could do this to his family. Dad's face was drawn and pasty, looking older than he ever had. Jake started in with the explaining that he was just exploring options for the orchard's future. But it was clear to all of us that he had laid plans to build this kind of double cross for months, maybe years. Sarah had unconcealed shock written all over her face. If truth be spoken, she had barely been married to Jake for 2 years, and I could guess that amidst all this, she might be the one left completely clueless. She kept glancing at Jake and then toward us, perhaps trying to figure out who this man was that she had married who had snuggled in here. The reaction was severe. Our parents instantly canceled their retirement plan and announced that they would be operating the orchard themselves this season. They informed Jake that he was not welcome to continue with the business. Sarah stormed out of the house crying. Jake went after her, still attempting to explain himself. And now, a month later, the family is in uproar. Jake and Sarah have instigated divorce proceedings. Our parents barely speak to Jake. The orchard somehow feels spoiled, an evil spell that affects the very land on which all, literally, of it was built. And even though I did what was best by telling his intention, I can't help but feel guilt as I was the cause of breaking that family apart. And I lie awake at night, remembering the best times we used to have as kids, Jake teaching me how to ride a bike, the two of us building a treehouse in the old oak by the creek. How did we come to this? Tom has been my rock through all of this. He tells me that I didn't cause this situation, Jake did with his greed and dishonesty. But it's hard not to wonder if there was something I could have done differently. Could I have seen this coming? Should I have tried harder to involve Jake in the orchard over the years? It is back to orchard work as usual. The apples take no notice of family drama, pruning and spraying go on as usual. In many ways it is a relief to lose oneself in familiar rhythms of work. Every now and then I look up at the house, half expecting Jake to come pouring out to help like he did when we were kids. So, Reddit, Ida for blowing the whistle on my brother's scheme, even though it's destroyed our family? Should I have tried to handle it differently? I'm struggling to see a way forward from here. Edit, thank you all so much for your responses. I'm really trying to read through them all. Just to answer a few things, well, I have managed the day-to-day activities of the orchard for several years now. My parents still technically own the orchard, but I'm a functional manager. Jake has never managed a business or worked on a farm. He also has a law degree in corporate law. The orchard has made a profit every year for the last 10 years, and we are not in financial trouble. Update 1, guys, it's been 2 months since my last post and so much has happened. I would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone that commented in support and advised me. It really helped me get through some very tough times. First, the good news, my parents have officially changed their will and retirement plan. The orchard passes completely to me now. They have also begun the process of transferring management responsibilities to me now so that the transition will be smoother when the time comes. It's a bittersweet victory, grateful for their trust, but not able to stop himself from thinking that things could have been so much different if only Jake would be true to himself about wanting to be really involved. That brings me to the not so good news, Jake has not given up. Literally 1 week after my first post, he brought in a lawyer to the orchard with him. I was in the farm stand when they pulled up, and, well, my heart sank. Tom was with me, and he reached over and squeezed my hand reassuringly before we went out to meet them. Jake and his attorney tried to argue that Jake was entitled to half the business based on some law, kinda obscure, something about inherited family property. He went on to use much legal mumbo-jumbo to describe that, ancestral land rights and presumptive inheritance. At least my parents quickly shot that down too by documentation, showing the orchard had never been inherited, they built it from scratch. Dad even pulled out the original deed of sale from when they bought the raw land back in '83. By the end of the conversation, Jake was furious. He accused us of plotting against him and said we'd regret this. I felt like I was staring at a stranger who wore my brother's face. As the car drove away, I really did find myself wondering what had happened to that boy who used to slip me extra cookies when Mom wasn't looking. But that didn't end the matter. Jake began spinning stories around town that I had manipulated our parents and robbed him of his due inheritance. Some people actually believed him, and we lost a few longtime customers at the farm stand. Mrs. Johnson told me she couldn't support a business built on family betrayal. She'd been buying our apples for Sunday pies for over 30 years now. That broke my heart. Knowing this, I took things into my own hands. I called the Valley Gazette, the local newspaper, and went in to interview about the history of the orchard and what plans me and my dad have for the future. Carefully not mentioning the conflict that had developed with Jake, I indicated that I had grown up working there and needed to do all I could to keep my family's heritage alive. But I spoke of how Mom and Dad had taught me everything I know, the sustainable farming practices we use, and our involvement in the community. I talked about the school tours every fall and the donations that we make to the local food bank, and that we have plans of starting an apprenticeship program with young farmers. The article was a hit. We had a lot of community support, and honestly, sales were up. All my fellow local farmers contacted and offered their support. Old Mr. Peterson, the dairy farmer from down the road, brought over a casserole, telling us to keep our chins up. You can't choose your family, he said, but you can choose to do right by the land. And that's what you're doing. But drama never ends. The week before last, my phone rang and it was an email from Sarah, now his ex-wife. She was crying hysterically, claiming that he was harassing her since the divorce. All was left because, apparently, he held her responsible for not getting in line behind his plan to take control of the orchard. She wanted to come to stay with us for some time, feeling that she no longer was safe in the city. Tom and I have decided to let her stay in our guest house. It's a little cottage on the periphery of our orchard that we generally rent to seasonal workers. Sarah arrived late one night, looking utterly exhausted and scared. As I showed her around the cottage, she broke down crying and continuously apologized for Jake's behavior. Again, I hugged her and told her that none of this was her fault. Now she's been in the orchard with us, helping out in all ways, and, frankly, has talent. She told me one day, as we were sorting apples, that she had always liked coming over to the farm. Jake had always discouraged her from spending any time here. He said it was beneath us, she admitted. But I have always been more at ease here than in our upscale apartment in town. Jake got wind of the fact that Sarah was here with me, and the man went crazy. He actually came back to the orchard a second time, screaming and yelling. He even threatened us. He said that he would take us to court and sue us for alienation of love because we turned Sarah against him. We had to call the sheriff in to remove him from the property. And all I could think as the sheriff's car drove away with Jake in the backseat was us kids playing cops and robbers in the orchard. We're in the processes of getting a restraining order on Jake. It's unreal to be filing anything legally against my own flesh and blood, but we need to protect ourselves, Sarah, and the orchard. I am feeling pretty mixed at the moment. I'm even glad that we're able to secure the orchard and that the whole community has our backs. But I'm sad, really, really truly sad, and angry for what Jake's become. And deep down inside, part of me still wishes he would snap out of it all the same, but that's not going to happen anytime soon, is it? All I'm thinking about now is the harvest coming up soon, and helping Sarah get back on her feet. The apple orchard was my place of healing, and I hope it can be that for her too. There's something about the rhythm of picking apples, the satisfying weight of a full basket, that helps set things right again. I'll update again if anything major happens. Thanks again for all of your support, Reddit. It means more than you know. Update 2. It's been another 3 months, and boy do I have some surprising news to share. The restraining order on Jake finally went through. He can't come within 500 feet of the orchard, our house, or Sarah. It has granted us some peace to be able to focus on this harvest that has been going on. The day the news came down, I took a walk through the orchard. I touched the rough bark of the trees my parents planted decades ago. It was the first time in months that I could breathe freely. Speaking of harvest, all went extremely well at the orchard this year. Of course, the newspaper article helped. We had record numbers of people coming out to pick for themselves and to see our farm stand. We even needed to get extra help to keep up with demand. Seeing the families out in the orchard, the kids running between the rows of trees, the laughing echoing over the fields, the scene was described as nice. Sarah came into her own here. She worked the farm stand with her very friendly manner and encyclopedic knowledge of all the different kinds of apples. She even started thinking of new recipes for our bakery section, and her apple cinnamon muffins became one of the most favorite pastries we offer. And now the surprising part. Last week, Jake emailed me. He emailed me an apology for his behavior and asked if I would meet him so we could talk. At first, I was wary, remembering the pain he had caused. But after talking it over with my parents and Tom, I decided to meet him at a neutral spot in town, a local coffee shop. I hardly recognized Jake when I saw him. The smart, polished lawyer had disappeared, and with him, the good suits. He had dark circles under his eyes now and a slump to his shoulders that made him appear years older than his 35. He started by apologizing again, this time in person. Then he broke down and told me everything. Clearly, Jake got mixed up with some really sketchy investors out of Seattle. It's a matter of making lousy financial decisions and then being under a mountain of debt. They leaned on him to give up some control of the orchard, which they viewed as prime real estate. When Jake's scheme didn't work out, they came for him. He lost his job at the law firm and has been struggling to find work since. I asked him why in the world he didn't come to us in the first place so we could help him. He said he couldn't because he was too proud and ashamed. He had thought that if he could pull off this one big deal, he could solve all his problems and prove to everybody that he was a big success. As Jake spoke, I remembered the little boy who used to run to me with scraped knees and broken toys, trusting me to fix everything. It was hard putting that image and the man across from me into one, but I could see lost little boy sparkles in his eyes. I said that I appreciated his honesty, but it didn't excuse what he did, I told Jake. The thing is, he said, can't be easily fixed up. He nodded, saying that he didn't want to be forgiven, but he just wanted the both of us to know the full thing. Later that night, I sat down with our parents and told them everything. It was quite a long, tearful discussion. Mum cried about how close Jake and I used to be when we were children. Dad was more skeptical. He thought that maybe Jake was trying to manipulate us again. Still, we gave the benefit of the doubt, if only to want to mend things with Jake. We have resolved to help Jake to pay off his debt, but under very strong conditions. He will go through financial counseling, and he will be required to work on the orchard every weekend for 1 year to compensate us. He is to have absolutely no say in the business decisions, but we're doing it so he has a chance with it to get reconnected with his roots and rebuilding the lost trust. When we told Jake our decision, he started to cry. He hugged each and every one of us, repeated thank you time after time. It was awkward, emotional, but this felt a little step in the right direction to me. Sarah was very hesitant at first, understandable with what the case was like with Jake. But she told me that after a really long talk with her, she was only tentatively hopeful. She's decided she will stay in town and has even started taking classes at the community college in agricultural business. I never thought I'd say this, she told me. But I think I found my calling here on the farm. Me? I'm just trying to put it all in me mind. I'm relieved Jake admitted it, but, on the other hand, he's got me nervous. This is gonna be a long way back for our relationship. One day at a time now, dealing with what I can control, working on the orchard, supporting our family, our community. Last weekend, Jake began to work on the farm for the first time. As he and I pruned the young trees, I explained to him that this would be part of their future shape and how important it was. I remembered how the same thing was when we were little children, when Dad once demonstrated it. For a moment, it seemed that old times had just reinvented themselves again. But then I remembered all that had happened, and I knew things would never be quite the same. Still, as I watched Jake carefully trimming branches, his face screwed up in concentration, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we might grow something new from these old roots. I'll update again, if there's anything major. Thanks for sticking with me, this has been a wild ride. Reddit. Update 3, well, it has been 6 months now since the last time I wrote. I'm happy to say that the situation has finally normalized into the next gear. Jake had been true to his word. He had been turning up to the orchard every weekend, rain or shine, to work off his debt. The first couple of weeks had been really uncomfortable and strained. He had no idea what to do at first, of course, so I had to teach him everything from the get-go. There were moments of frustration on both sides, Jake getting annoyed at his own inexperience and with me, since I had to repeat instructions several times. But soon enough, we found our rhythm again. They say, when Jake concentrates, he learns pretty fast. The confidence would grow, somehow, after every skill he would master. Jim was able to graft his first apple tree a month ago. That look on his face was exactly the same as when we were kids, and he would produce A+ papers to the family. He is no longer the big brother that grew up with me, but piece by piece I am finding remnants of the Jake I once knew, the one that would climb trees with me and have an apple-eating marathon with me. The other day, we sat resting under the shadow of an old Macintosh tree, and he began reminiscing on the time we tried to build a treehouse and ended up with more splinters than planks. We were laughing so much it just hurt our sides, and there, for a minute, it was like these last few years just hadn't taken place. The more surprising development to come out of all this is Jake's newfound interest in the orchard itself. He keeps coming with questions about the various apple varieties, pest control, and even some with suggestions about how to expand our cider production. Obviously, he's been doing some homework on his own. Last week, he had obviously been doing his homework because he presented a thoughtful plan for introducing a new line of organic apple products, and I was impressed. That means he indeed had to listen carefully to all the sustainable farming practices we have in place. Our parents have caught on as well. They are guarded but now allow Jake to sit at some family dinners. Just last week, Dad led Jake on a tour of the new irrigation we put in. I could hear them talking about conservation methods, and it brightened my heart to see them connecting over something so critical to the future of the farm. Sarah is one of the best things that have happened to our operation. Racing to graduation in an agriculture business course, she has been working, applying her learning to streamline our operation. First, she revolutionized our inventory management system and has some good ideas on how we can increase our web presence. To boot, she and Jake have managed to establish a civil working relationship, which I honestly never thought I would see. There is still tension there, but they both are trying for the orchard and the family. With regard to the orchard itself, we are flourishing. Goodness, we made out like a bandit with all the free publicity from last year's drama. We are a minor local legend at this point. Our farm stand has blossomed into a quaint little country store, and we are selling more than just apples, jams and pies, both home-baked and store-bought, and a new line of hard ciders. Jake's obscure lawyerly expertise even came in handy there, navigating us through all the red tape to get our license to sell alcohol. I've done much soul-searching over the last year and a half. I wouldn't wish this experience on anybody in the world, but I can't help but admit that some good has come out of the tests. Our family bonds have been sorely tried and tested by fire, and they are now stronger than ever. We have all learned some valuable lessons in communication, trust, and the true meaning of honesty. Though Jake has a long way to go before he regains all of our trust, for now, I can be cautiously optimistic about both our future as a family and as a business. Sometimes, I have come to learn that the greatest hardships yield the most unexpected opportunities to grow stronger and reconcile. Thank you, Reddit. You were there through the whole thing, and your support and advice have been invaluable. I hope to never have to post about family drama ever again, but I'm so grateful for this community and the wisdom you have shared. My perfect husband cheated on me for our entire 7-year marriage. When I finally rebuilt my life, he came crawling back, but I had a surprise for him. I never thought I'd be in this situation, but here I am. My name is Allison, 32F, and I've been married to Jake, 34M, for 7 years. We met during our sophomore year of college at a mutual friend's party. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was helping in the kitchen, trying to salvage a batch of burnt cookies, when Jake walked in. He took one look at the smoky mess, laughed, and offered to run to the store for more supplies. We ended up spending the whole night baking and talking, completely forgetting about the party outside. From that night on, we were inseparable. Jake was always the life of the party, charming and outgoing, while I was more reserved. I thought we balanced each other out perfectly. After graduation, we moved in together and started building our life. Jake got a job at a startup tech company, and I began working at a local nonprofit. We got married 2 years later in a small ceremony in my parents' backyard. Our life together wasn't perfect, but I thought we were happy. We had our share of arguments, usually about Jake's long work hours or my desire to start a family, but we always worked through them. Or so I thought. Last week, I discovered something that shook my world to its core. It was a regular Tuesday evening, and I was tidying up our home office. Jake had been working late nights recently, preparing for a big product launch. I was straightening up his desk when I accidentally knocked over his laptop bag. As I picked it up, a small, leather-bound notebook fell out. I didn't think much of it at first. Jake often jotted down ideas for work, and I assumed it was just another one of his brainstorming journals. But when I opened it to put it back, I froze. Inside were detailed accounts of Jake's encounters with various women, complete with dates, names, and even ratings. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. The dates spanned our entire relationship, even before we got married. There were at least 15 different women listed, some with multiple entries. I recognized a few names, co-workers, friends of friends, even one of my cousins, Megan, who had stayed with us for a week last summer while she was job hunting in the city. I felt like I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be real. Jake and I had always been honest with each other. We'd even had conversations about fidelity early in our relationship. Jake had been cheated on by his high school girlfriend, and he always said how much it had hurt him. How could he do this to me? I sat there for what felt like hours, reading and rereading the entries. I kept hoping it was some kind of sick joke or a writing exercise gone wrong. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The details were too specific, too personal to be fiction. When Jake came home that night, I confronted him. At first, he tried to play it off as a joke, then as a fantasy journal. But when I started quoting specific entries, his face fell. He admitted to everything. Jake begged me not to leave him. He said he had a problem, that he'd been struggling with sex addiction for years. He talked about how the pressure at work had been getting to him, how he turned to these encounters as a way to cope with stress. He promised to get help, to change. But all I could think about were the years of lies, the betrayal, the humiliation. I packed a bag and left that night. I'm staying with my best friend, Sarah, 31F, who's been incredibly supportive. Sarah and I have been friends since high school. We were roommates in college, and she was my maid of honor at my wedding. She's always been there for me, and I'm grateful for her support now more than ever. Jake's been calling and texting nonstop, alternating between apologies and accusations. He's even shown up at Sarah's place a few times, forcing us to call the police. It's like he's a completely different person from the man I thought I married. I'm lost. I thought I knew Jake better than anyone, but now I feel like I never really knew him at all. How could he do this to me? To us? We were talking about starting a family soon. We had even started setting up a nursery in our spare bedroom. Now, I'm wondering if anything in our relationship was real. I've always been independent, but Jake and I built a life together. We have a house that we bought 2 years ago, a charming craftsman with a big backyard where we talked about our future kids playing. We have joint accounts, mutual friends. The thought of untangling all of that is overwhelming. But staying with him seems impossible. How can I ever trust him again? I haven't told many people yet. I'm embarrassed and ashamed, even though I know I shouldn't be. I keep replaying our entire relationship in my head, wondering if there were signs I missed. Was I just willfully blind? I remember times when Jake would come home late smelling of perfume, claiming he had been at a client dinner. Or the times he'd be overly protective of his phone. But I always trusted him, always gave him the benefit of the doubt. Jake's family has gotten involved now. His sister, Emma, 29F, called me yesterday. Emma and I have always been close, we even started a book club together last year. But now she's trying to convince me that Jake's behavior was just a phase, that all men struggle with fidelity. I was furious. This wasn't a one-time mistake or a moment of weakness. This was years of calculated deception. I'm considering my options now. Part of me wants to just walk away from everything and start fresh somewhere new. Maybe I could take that job offer in Seattle that I turned down last year to stay close to Jake's family. Another part wants to fight for what's mine. After all, I put my career on hold to support Jake's ambitions. When he got the opportunity to join the startup, I was the one who encouraged him to take the risk. I took a lower-paying job closer to home so he could work the long hours needed to get the company off the ground. But mostly, I just feel numb. The future I thought I had, the home, the family, growing old together, it's all gone. Replaced by this horrible reality where the person I trusted most in the world has been lying to me for years. I guess I'm looking for advice, support, or maybe just a place to vent. Has anyone been through something similar? How did you move forward? I feel like my entire future has been erased, and I'm not sure how to start rebuilding. Update 1: It's been 3 months since I discovered Jake's infidelity, and a lot has happened. I wanted to update you all because your support and advice have been invaluable during this difficult time. After my initial post, I decided to take some time for myself. I extended my stay at Sarah's place and took a leave of absence from work. My boss, Karen, 45F, was incredibly understanding. She even shared that she had gone through a similar situation in her first marriage. I needed space to think and process everything without Jake's constant attempts to contact me. During this time, I also sought legal advice. I learned that Jake's infidelity could potentially impact our divorce settlement, especially given the duration and extent of his affairs. My lawyer advised me to gather as much evidence as possible, so I went back to our house when Jake was at work and retrieved the notebook, as well as made copies of relevant emails and text messages I found on our shared computer. Going back to the house was harder than I expected. Everywhere I looked, there were memories. The kitchen where we used to cook Sunday brunches together. The living room where we'd have movie marathons on rainy weekends. Even the garden we had planted together last spring. It all felt tainted now. About a month after I left, Jake's behavior took a turn for the worse. He started spreading rumors among our friends that I had cheated on him, which is why I left. Some people actually believed him, which was incredibly hurtful. Our friend Tom, 33M, who Jake and I had known since college, even called me to ask if it was true. It was a wake-up call about who my real friends were. Jake also drained our joint bank account. Fortunately, I had already moved most of my personal savings to a new account, but it was still a significant financial hit. My lawyer is addressing this in our divorce proceedings. On a more positive note, I've reconnected with my family. I was hesitant to tell them at first, but when I finally opened up to my parents and siblings, their support was overwhelming. My older brother, Mark, 36M, even offered to let me stay with him and his wife in their guest house while I figure things out. I took Mark up on his offer and moved out of Sarah's place last month. It's been good to have family around, especially as I navigate the divorce process. Mark's wife, Lisa, 34F, has been particularly supportive. She went through a divorce herself before meeting Mark, and her insights have been incredibly helpful. Living with Mark and Lisa has also given me a chance to spend more time with my niece, Sophia, 4F. Her innocence and joy have been a bright spot in these dark times. We've been having weekly art nights where we paint and draw together. It's been therapeutic in a way I didn't expect. As for Jake, he's still trying to reconcile. He started attending Sex Addicts Anonymous meetings and keeps telling me how much he's changed. Last week, he sent me a long email detailing all the ways he's working on himself. Part of me wants to believe him, to think that maybe we could work things out. But then I remember the notebook, the years of lies, and I know I can't go back. The divorce proceedings are ongoing. Jake is fighting for a 50-50 split of our assets, despite his infidelity and the fact that I sacrificed my career advancement for his. It's frustrating, but my lawyer assures me we have a strong case. I'm slowly starting to rebuild my life. I've returned to work and even started taking a photography class at the local community center, something I've always wanted to do but never had time for when I was with Jake. It's not easy, and there are still days when I feel overwhelmed by sadness and anger. But I'm taking it one day at a time. Thank you all again for your support. I'll update again when there are significant developments in the divorce proceedings or my personal journey. Update 2: Hello everyone. It's been another 3 months, and I wanted to give you all an update on my situation. The divorce proceedings are still ongoing, but we're making progress. Jake initially tried to drag things out, hoping I'd change my mind, but he's finally accepted that our marriage is over. We're now in the process of dividing our assets. One major development is that I've decided to sell our house. Too many painful memories are associated with it, and I want a fresh start. My lawyer has ensured that I'll get a fair share of the proceeds, considering my contributions to our marriage. It was hard to make this decision. I love that house and all the plans we had for it. But every time I think about moving back, I remember finding that notebook in the office, and I know I can't live there anymore. I'm still living in Mark and Lisa's guest house, but I've started looking for my own place. It's both exciting and terrifying to think about living on my own again after so many years, but I know it's an important step in my healing process. I've been looking at apartments closer to the city, near my work. The idea of a shorter commute and being closer to the vibrant city life is appealing. Work has been a welcome distraction. I've thrown myself into new projects and even received a promotion last month. It feels good to be recognized for my efforts, especially after years of putting my career second to Jake's. My boss, Karen, has been incredibly supportive throughout this whole process. She's become something of a mentor to me, helping me navigate office politics and encouraging me to take on more responsibilities. As for Jake, he's still attending his SAW meetings and has started seeing a therapist. Part of me is glad he's getting help, but another part is angry that he didn't do this years ago when it could have made a difference. He's asked to meet and talk things through, but I'm not ready for that yet. Maybe someday, but not now. The photography class I mentioned in my last update has become a real passion. I've made some good friends there, and we often go on weekend photo walks together. It's nice to have a hobby that's just for me. Last week, I submitted some of my photos to a local art fair. I don't expect to win anything, but just putting my work out there feels like a big step. I've also started dating again, very casually. Nothing serious, just coffee or dinner here and there. It's strange to be back in the dating world after so long, but it's helping me rebuild my confidence. Last week, I had dinner with a guy named Alex, 35M, who I met through a mutual friend. It was nice, but I'm not ready for anything serious yet. There have been some tough moments too. Jake's family is still trying to pressure me into reconciliation. His mother called me last week, crying and begging me to give Jake another chance. It was hard, but I stood my ground. I reminded her of all the pain Jake had caused and told her that while I appreciated her concern, my decision was final. Overall, I'm doing better. The pain isn't as raw as it was 6 months ago. I still have moments of anger and sadness, but they're less frequent. I'm learning to trust myself again and to believe that I deserve happiness. Thank you all for your continued support. Your kind words and advice have been a lifeline during this difficult time. I'll update again when the divorce is finalized or if there are any other significant changes. Update 3. Hello everyone. It's been a year since my original post, and I wanted to give you all a final update. The divorce was finalized last month. It was a long and often frustrating process, but it's finally over. In the end, I received a fair settlement, including half of the proceeds from the house sale and a portion of Jake's business assets. It's strange to think that our 7-year marriage has been reduced to a stack of legal documents and a division of property. I've moved into my own apartment. It's smaller than the house Jake and I shared, but it's all mine. I've enjoyed decorating it and making it feel like home. My photography hobby has evolved into a small side business. I do portrait sessions on weekends, and I've even had a few of my landscape photos featured in a local gallery. Last month, I was hired to photograph a friend's wedding. It was challenging but incredibly rewarding. Work continues to go well. I've taken on more responsibilities and am being considered for a management position. It feels good to be valued for my skills and hard work. Karen, my boss, has become a good friend and mentor. We often have lunch together, and she's been instrumental in helping me navigate my career growth. As for Jake, we've had minimal contact since the divorce was finalized. He sent me an email apologizing again for everything and wishing me well. I appreciated the gesture, but I have no desire to maintain a friendship or any kind of relationship with him. I heard through mutual friends that he's still attending his SAW meetings and has started volunteering at a local animal shelter. Part of me is glad he's making positive changes in his life, but I'm focused on my own path now. I've continued dating casually, but I'm in no rush to get into another serious relationship. I'm enjoying my independence and focusing on my personal growth. I've been seeing someone, David, 37M, for a couple of months now. He's kind and understanding about my past, and we're taking things slow. My relationships with friends and family have deepened over this past year. Sarah and I still have our weekly movie nights, and I've become closer to my siblings. Mark and Lisa's guest house became a second home to me during the divorce process, and I'm grateful for their support. Looking back, I can see how much I've grown and healed since that terrible day when I found Jake's notebook. While I wouldn't wish this experience on anyone, I've learned a lot about myself and my resilience. I'm stronger than I ever knew I could be. To anyone going through a similar situation, know that it does get better. It's not easy, and there will be tough days, but you're stronger than you think. Take it one day at a time, surround yourself with supportive people, and don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. Thank you all for being part of my journey. Your support and encouragement have meant more than I can express. This will be my last update. It's time to close this chapter and focus on the future. Wishing you all the best.
I married without my family's approval and they tried to ruin my business. Now they're bankrupt and want my help. I am a 32-year-old male whose family owns and operates a chain of restaurants. My grandfather started with a single diner, and it grew over the years into a regional empire. I have always known that I would be part of the family business. My father, Bill, 58M, and my Aunt Ruth, 55F, run the company together. Our family dynamics have never been warm or expressive. Hardly ever, we talked on subjects other than business or grades. I didn't have a lot of friends during that time as I was always too preoccupied with my studies and getting ready to take over the family business one day. I met my wife, Crystal, 30F, in college. She was very outgoing and social, which is just basically the opposite of me. Crystal noticed me in class and took it upon herself to bring me out of my shell. She was my sole friend and she made me social the years I was in college. So it was after graduation that I decided Crystal was the one. So I asked her out, and she claimed she felt the same way towards me too, and that was how we started. I would take her home to meet my family, who, when she was around, seemed to like her. But the moment she left, they would start talking about how she wasn't from a restaurant background and that she didn't meet our standards. I was really angry but chose not to confront them then and there. I whisked Crystal off to her favorite beach for the weekend and then popped the question. She was surprised but said yes happily. I did text my family to tell them that Crystal and I were now engaged, but they didn't say too much, which I took as a good sign. Crystal had always been interested in event planning and had been saving money from part-time jobs during college to start her own business. When she refused, I tried offering her financial support, to which she replied, "It's my project, the only help I want from you is emotional help." My family, however, began to pile on the pressure in regard to the wedding. They wanted it to be a big social bash to make a statement amongst their aristocratic set of friends and associates in business. And when they got the feel that Crystal belonged to a middle-class family, they asked me to persuade her not to mention her family at the reception that they were arranging. I was nauseated by their attitude. Crystal is very family-oriented, and I wouldn't want to crush her world by telling her the truth as to what they originally wanted to take from my family. I told her a white lie, that I wanted to have our wedding somewhere private just for us two. Shocked, she asked about our family's involvement, to which I responded that it had been a huge dream of mine, and the family was okay with it. The following weekend we found ourselves in one of those picturesque mountain resorts, which cater to private weddings, and, in this case, had one scheduled for us. Immediately after, I called my parents. The news had meanwhile spread among my family. They were not particularly happy about it but decided to treat my decision as a planned one so as not to lose face. The day right after our honeymoon, Crystal went to her parents' place for a few days, and I went over to my side of the family's house. Naturally enough, I had to listen to my father and aunt on the topic of getting married without informing them or getting married in their absence. Once again, I had my chance to prove my words correct about speaking ill of Crystal. Well, it appears I had startled them with my frankness and was able to veer into a conversation with them on arranging a Thanksgiving dinner as a replacement for the wedding dinner. But honestly, I didn't want to be in this show at all and just did the whole thing for the sake of it because I know this could be a great networking possibility for Crystal's new business. My mom, Linda, 56F, my Aunt Ruth, and my cousin Tyler, 28M, were in charge of planning the event. It was nearing dinner time, and I knew that the time had to come when I should reveal the true mean faces my family made toward Crystal, but she surprised me really. She believed that from the start of the proposal, suspicion grew in her, but she chose to trust me. She said that she did what was coming. The Thanksgiving dinner was mixed. On the good hand, some of the guests were really interested in Crystal's business. On the bad hand, I can just scarcely recall my family talking to us for the night beyond Tyler. No sooner had the guests left, than my father called me into his study. I fully expected to be given some position in the family business now that I was married, as was tradition. But instead, my father said that it was my Aunt Ruth who was going to run the business since she had new ideas, and that I had been too busy with my marriage. I was in shock, and began to tell them the years of work I had put into this position. My father just replied that I was serious about the job, which was evident in the way I had married Crystal without thinking about the family reputation. Then he went on to disparage Crystal's small-time event planner business. My blood boiled, but I couldn't feel the words. I stood up and walked outside for a breath of fresh air, and my mom followed. Crystal had remained in the study and had quite the fight with my father about how they treated family. He laughed in her face and told her she and I could try becoming part of the family once she was on par with them. Crystal was upset, and so we returned to pick me up. We left and drove straight home. The day after, I phoned my father to tell him that nobody talks to my wife like that. He wouldn't talk about it. I left messages with my other family members about what had happened, and only my mother returned my call, pleading with me to calm down. She was the one who said we should move on for our peace of mind, and I went for it. We decided to just settle with our respective jobs because a busy mind preoccupies oneself with things that are genuinely worth our while. For months, my family was distant, and except for my mother calling a few times to know how we were doing, we hardly spoke to each other. During that period, I was helping Crystal with her business network, and her event planning was doing great. She was the talk of the town with the most unusual parties and truly unforgettable events. The speed at which she added customers was nothing short of incredible. In the space of a year, she had been profiled in a local business magazine as one of the rising entrepreneurs to watch. As for me, I decided to strike out on my own and put my limited knowledge of the restaurant industry to work by starting a consulting firm for new restaurateurs. It was hard at first, but with effort, I put my name alongside my own family name and not dependent on it. After not much contact for a year, all of a sudden, my family has started to reach out. I have received several voicemails and even one email sent to Crystal, saying that she missed us a lot and really flattered she could not have lunch to catch up with just Crystal. So we're both just confused and a little bit suspicious about this sudden change in heart after all those months of treating us like crap. I'm on the edge of my seat, curious yet torn between curiosity about what they want and an impulse to protect the peace that Crystal and I have built for ourselves. Part of me wants to hear them out, but a larger part remembers the hurt they caused and doesn't want to risk going through that again. Crystal says she'll support whatever decision I make, but I can tell she's wary too. I don't know what to do next. Should we let them explain their actions or proceed with our lives and move on with them in the past? Advice, appreciated, thank you. Update 1, thanks for the support and advice on my last post, guys. I needed to just reflect on the situation a little, and I wanted to give y'all an update of what's transpired since then. After a lot of deliberations with Crystal, we came to a conclusion that it was safe enough to cautiously answer my family's attempts at making contact. The agreement was we would listen to whatever they had to say, but we would be very careful not to get very involved very rapidly. I called my mom again and asked her outright what the sudden change of heart was all about. She said they missed us and they realized that they had been at fault about the way they had treated all of us, especially Crystal from the start. She said they wanted to make amends and get back to our lives. With all my doubts, considering their past behavior, I pushed for elaboration. That is when the truth came out. Apparently, their restaurant business has been down since the past year. Some of the older investors retracted themselves, stating they were not happy with the running and organization of the company. Now they wanted to revive the whole thing by making me join them so that I could save the family business, which also belonged to me or was at least a part of my inheritance now. I was so mad. Here there goes again. Just thinking of themselves and how we may come in handy for them. I told Mom that if this was their real intention for calling, then we were not interested to revive anything. Well, this isn't the end. A few days after this conversation, my cousin Tyler reached out to me in private. He confirmed what Mom had said about their business problems but dropped some details that she had completely omitted. In addition, Tyler said my Aunt Ruth's new ideas blew up in her face. She had been trying to expand the business quickly into new markets and was shooting from the hips without having done the necessary research and creations. Subsequently, a majority of their new locations failed a few months after being launched and, in effect, caused huge financial losses. Tyler also told me that my father and aunt were approaching their circles of business acquaintances, claiming that I was still working with the company as a silent partner. Thus, they were using my name and supposed continued involvement to try and keep investor confidence high. It explained why some of Crystal's clients had been asking lately about my family's restaurants. I was furious after hearing that. Not only because they were trying to push us into helping them, but in doing so, using my name in something I had not consented to, in order to sustain the business that was heading downhill. It was after that incident that Crystal and I finally talked about it. We both thought that, at this point, we had to do something for our reputations and businesses. We consulted a lawyer and were advised to write a formal letter of cease and desist to my family, stopping our name from being used by them in connection with their business. We also prepared a public statement for our professional social media, outlining that neither he nor I had any association with my family's restaurant chain. Again, an unusually hard decision because it meant putting the fracture in my family very public, but important for the protection of our own professional integrity. The fallout from this was huge. My father called me, oscillating between anger and pleading. He said I had betrayed the family, then in the very next breath, he would beg me to consider and come back to help them out. I stood my ground, saying that their actions had consequences and we were merely protecting ourselves. My mother and aunt called, too, trying to lay a big guilt trip on me about family loyalty and how I was ruining my grandfather's legacy. I told them exactly how they were the ones who pushed me away and now faced the consequences of their poor decisions. Tyler has been so supportive through all this drama. He has been updating me on what is going on in the family and the business. He even hinted that, in such a case, he might as well leave, too, since he no longer believes in my father's and aunt's management. Crystal and I are barely hanging on. Her event planning business barely managed to stay afloat, and my consulting firm has gotten by with picking up more clients. We both put our minds to work and tried to take care of each other as best as possible. We're also taking other precautions to protect ourselves. We have retained a PR firm for reputational management in case something blows up, and we're doing double and triple diligence on researching potential clients and business partners to ensure that none of them are affiliated in any way with the operations my family has been involved in. It's been really rough these past couple of weeks, but we've been staying strong. Seeing how my family's efforts to reconnect with us were only for personal gain, in a way it did reinforce the determination we already had to have nothing to do with them. Surely, I will keep you posted if it will have developed into something significant already. Thanks to everyone once again for your support and advice. It truly means more than you can believe right this moment. Update 2. It's been a while, almost some months since the last update, and so much has happened. I just wanted to drop in here and let you all know what's been going on. Well, the good news first, Crystal is pregnant. We are absolutely in joy and on our way to parenthood. We came to know this a few weeks back and have been preparing for this new beginning in life. Her event planning business turned out so well that she was able to hire a small team, so she will be able to ease off a little during her pregnancy. My consulting firm is also growing at a steady pace. I started taking a few high-profile clients, which got us noticed very quickly in the industry. It feels great to be successful on your own terms without trading on your family's name. Now for the not so good. Although my family has lightened up a lot after the cease and desist letter and public statement that we made, they haven't completely backed down. They are very subtle but real troublemakers. We learned through Tyler that my father and Ann had been spreading rumors in their business circles that Crystal's success is all about connections they provided her. That we have good relations and our public distancing was just for show. This has raised some issues of ambiguity among our clients and business partners. We have had to spend too much time trying to tell others that we are not involved in the business of my family, that Crystal's success is something on her own. To make things worse, my mother came by our house unexpectedly last week. She was obviously emotional and began begging us to help the family. She said that they are on their way to bankruptcy and will probably have to sell some of the original restaurants started by my grandfather. This saddened me a little as those restaurants held all of my childhood memories with them, though I collected myself thinking back at how they treated us and remained tough. I told my mother that I felt sorry for them to have all those problems, but it was all because of what they have done and how they had chosen to handle their business-related issues. We weren't going to risk our financial standings nor reputations to clean up your mess. Crystal, being the more soft-hearted one, suggested that maybe we could say something or offer some advice on how they can make things right without getting too deeply involved. I gave into this as a compromise, thinking it could be enough as it might stop their tries to bring us back down. We met my parents and my aunt at a neutral location, a little coffee shop downtown. Crystal and I presented a few general ideas to them on how they could cut costs, reorganize their business, and possibly save the core of their business. We were very clear in saying that is as far as we were going to be involved and that we were not going to give them any money or have our names on their business. My father and aunt seemed loath to accept that this was all we were willing to do, but my mother did seem much more grateful that at least we were doing something. As we were leaving, she sort of hugged me and whispered an apology for everything that had happened. It was the first genuine moment I'd had with her in years. Afterward, the sense of closure was palpable for Crystal and me. We had done what we could, had drawn lines in the sand. We prayed that was the end of it. But a week later, we received disturbing news from Tyler. My father and aunt took our suggestions and twisted them in their death throes, telling their remaining investors that we were advising them and actually on our way back to take over the company's leadership. They were trying to get someone to give them an emergency infusion of cash. We were shocked and indignant. It seemed that whatever we did, they would be determined to use us for their object, whether it were the truth or not, whether we wished it or not. After much discussion and soul-searching, Crystal and I have made a difficult decision. We are moving. We've just had an amazing opportunity come up that will let both of our businesses expand into a city 3 hours away. It's close enough that we can serve our existing clientele, but far enough away, not that it will stop my family from trying to intrude on our lives even there. But for our peace of mind and the future of our baby that is on the way, it is a necessary step. Tyler gets the message and has assured us of timely information if there should be any important occurrence running the family business. As we prepare for this move and as we prepare for the baby, we are thinking positively about the changes this will bring. Super excited for that difference and raising our kid in surroundings free from the poisonous influence of my relatives. I shall update all of you once we have started staying in our new home. Thanks for all the support which you all are providing in this journey. Update 3. It's been about half a year since my last update. The first and most important one is that Crystal and I have acquired a new little human. We're now the very proud parents of a beautiful baby girl named Sophia, who entered the world 3 months ago. She is absolutely perfect, and becoming her parents means the most wonderful feeling of joy, sleepless nights, and love greater than we ever thought possible. We moved to the new city about a month before Sophia was born. Talk about crazy. Because obviously, too, Crystal was heavily pregnant with all our possessions packed into boxes. We were in that time of rushing ourselves and trying to get everything just right. And the new house is just awesome. Slowly, we are adapting to living in it. Both of our businesses relocated perfectly fine. We have retained most of the clients we had back there and are beginning to form new ones over here. In everything regarding home, it has been pretty quiet since we moved. The distance does help in keeping our boundaries. We had just one big incident that I would like to share with you. A week after Sophia was born, my mother somehow managed to find our new address, actually showing up there unannounced. We believe either because of some well-meaning but misguided distant relative or my brother, who I strongly suspect from the beginning was covertly feeding her information. Walking through the door with gifts in her hands and tears in her eyes, she begged to see her granddaughter. Crystal and I stepped back in shock. After all that occurred, neither of us had said a word to my family about the pregnancy and birth. Crystal, being as sweet as I suppose one can be, agreed to let my mother into her apartment to see Sophia for a moment. On her visit, my mother apologetically kept sorely regretting everything that has happened. She told the family business had finally gone bankrupt, and in the process of losing everything she lost, as she fully realized she has left the hugest part of family, me and children. She said she had left my father as she couldn't bear the toxic environment. I was feeling sorry for her a little, yet telling her definitely that one visit could not indemnify years of wrong treatment. I mentioned that if she really wanted to be in Sophia's life, it would take proving for a while that she had really changed. We agreed to very limited, supervised visits, starting with video calls. Ever since, we have had a few video calls with my mother. She genuinely does seem to have seen the light and wants to be a better person and grandmother. However, we remain skeptical. No visits have been made in person, and we pointedly stated that if she sought to involve us in family issues or business, we would cut off contact again without any further ado. And as for the rest of my family, we have heard through my mother that the situation has got worse. My father and my aunt are both going to be charged with legal cases. Apparently they made these somewhat questionable financial decisions in their desperate attempts to save the business. Tyler left the company and is trying to get a fresh start on his own, just like I did. Crystal and I are both really settling into this new life in Westcliff. Her event planning business is pretty lucrative in this new town. Actually, she has been convinced by some friends to think about writing a book on how to creatively plan events following a budget. My consulting firm is doing well, and I may even hire an associate to help with my workload. I am emotionally stable from top to bottom, mostly in realizing how grateful or appreciative of life I am to have her in my life, through the hustle. More importantly, we are enjoying each second with little Sophia. Watching her grow and discover the world around her is just the most amazing experience. We are determined to make a loving, stable environment for her, free from the kind of family drama I grew up with. We're also making a circle of friends here, who actually feel more like a family than my blood relations ever did. It's good to be surrounded by people who value us for who we are, not because of what we can do for them. It's so, just thinking over it all, what happened in the past couple years left me filled with some sorrow, both at the loss of family relations and happiness, mostly at how Crystal and I stood by, creating a path of life. Some challenges that we meet in life could really have torn us all apart, but in turn, they have only brought us closer. I don't want to predict the future of my family. Perhaps my mother will continue progress in order to benefit from life with us. Probably my father and aunt will get punishment for their deed and realize how bad it was. Or maybe we will live on as we do now, for the most part, separately from them. Despite all, I am in no doubt that Crystal, Sophia, and I will be there for each other. We've become our tiny family unit, built on so much love, respect, and support for one another, if anything. End of line. Thank you to all of you for your support throughout such a long and complicated journey. Advice and encouraging words were received, and worth more than you probably know. So though we might very well not update for a while, do know that we're doing well. It's a happier life than ever.
My dad chose my cruel stepmom over me for years. When I refused to invite her to my wedding, he tried to destroy my reputation. I'm Lana, 28F, and I'm getting married next spring to my fiancé, Alex, 30M. My life has been a roller coaster, and I need to share my story and ask for advice about my upcoming wedding. My childhood was pretty normal until I was 10. Mom and Dad were happily married, and I was their only child. We lived in a cozy house in the suburbs, and my weekends were filled with trips to the park, baking cookies with Mom, and watching Dad work on his model trains in the basement. Mom was a kindergarten teacher, and Dad worked as an accountant. They both doted on me, and I felt loved and secure. Everything changed when Mom was diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer. I was only 9 when we found out, and I didn't fully understand what was happening. I just knew that Mom was sick and spent a lot of time in the hospital. Dad tried his best to keep things normal for me, but I could see the worry in his eyes. Mom fought hard for a year, but the cancer was relentless. She passed away just after my 10th birthday. I remember the day clearly. Dad picked me up from school, his eyes red and puffy, and told me that Mom had gone to heaven. The next few months were a blur of grief and confusion. Dad struggled to cope with Mom's death. He started drinking more and became distant. I often found myself eating microwave dinners alone while he sat in his study, a glass of whiskey in hand. Our once happy home became quiet and somber. When I was 12, Dad announced that he'd met someone new, Vivian, 50F. She was a divorced real estate agent with 2 kids from her previous marriage, Zach, 32M, and Mia, 26F. Dad said Vivian made him happy again, and I should be excited about having a new mom and siblings. At first, I tried to be open to the idea. I missed having a mother figure, and part of me hoped Vivian would fill that void. But from the moment I met her, something felt off. She was polite when Dad was around, but when we were alone, she'd give me these cold, calculating looks that made me uncomfortable. Dad and Vivian got married when I was 13. They decided we'd all move into a new house together, a fresh start, Dad called it. I had to leave behind the only home I'd ever known, the one filled with memories of Mom. It felt like I was losing her all over again. From the beginning, it was clear that Vivian favored her own children. Zach and Mia got the bigger bedrooms in our new house, while I was relegated to a small room next to the laundry. Vivian decorated their rooms with care, buying new furniture and letting them choose the paint colors. My room remained bare, with just my old bed and dresser. Family activities became a source of anxiety for me. Vivian would plan trips to amusement parks, beach vacations, and skiing holidays, but I was always left behind with my grandparents or Aunt Sarah. The first time it happened, I overheard Vivian telling Dad that I was too young for the trip they had planned. I was 14, while Mia was 12. It didn't make sense, but Dad didn't question it. As time went on, the exclusion became more blatant. Vivian would discuss vacation plans right in front of me, not even pretending to include me anymore. When I asked Dad why I couldn't go, he'd make excuses about not having enough money for everyone or saying I'd be bored with grown-up activities. But I'd see pictures later of Zach and Mia having fun at water parks or ski resorts. Birthdays and holidays were especially tough. While Zach and Mia received expensive gifts like the latest gaming consoles or designer clothes, I'd get nothing or just small, impersonal items like generic gift cards. One Christmas, I received a pack of socks while Mia got a brand new iPhone. When I was 15, I overheard Vivian telling Dad that buying me presents was a waste of money since I wasn't really part of the family. Dad weakly protested, but ultimately did nothing. School became another battleground. Vivian refused to buy me new school supplies or clothes, saying I should learn the value of money. I started babysitting and doing odd jobs around the neighborhood from the age of 14 just to afford basic necessities. Meanwhile, Mia got a new wardrobe every season and the latest gadgets. Zach, who was in college by then, had a car bought for him and his tuition fully paid. The worst part was the constant emotional abuse. Vivian never missed an opportunity to belittle me. She'd criticize my appearance, saying things like, "No wonder you don't have a boyfriend, who'd want to date such a plain Jane? Or you should really try to lose some weight, honey. No one likes a chubby girl." She'd compare me unfavorably to Mia, who was naturally slim and outgoing. Vivian would also make snide comments about my intelligence. If I brought home a B on a test, she'd say, "Well, I guess you're just not as smart as your mother." What a shame. She told me that my mom would be disappointed in me and that I was a burden to everyone. These words cut deep, especially since I had few memories of my mom to counter these claims. Zach and Mia, following Vivian's lead, joined in the emotional torment. They'd mock me at dinner, making jokes about my clothes or my lack of friends. Mia would sometimes borrow my things without asking and return them damaged, if at all. Once, she took a necklace that had belonged to my mom and lost it. When I got upset, Vivian accused me of being materialistic and selfish. I tried to talk to Dad about what was happening, but he always brushed off my concerns. He'd say things like, "Vivian is just trying her best, or you need to try harder to fit in with the family." It was like he couldn't, or wouldn't, see how I was being treated. The breaking point came when I was 17. I had a small box of mementos from my mom, photos, a few letters she'd written to me, and some pieces of jewelry she'd left for me. I kept this box hidden in my closet, only taking it out when I really needed to feel close to her. One day, I came home from school to find my room in disarray. The box was open on my bed, and everything inside was destroyed. The photos were torn, the letters shredded, and the jewelry was missing. I was devastated and furious. I confronted Vivian, and she smirked, saying, "Oops, I must have accidentally thrown those old things away while cleaning. You really should keep your room tidier, Lana." I lost it. I yelled at her, calling her a cruel, heartless witch and accusing her of deliberately destroying my only connection to my mom. Dad came home during our argument. Instead of defending me or trying to understand what had happened, he grounded me for disrespecting my stepmother. He didn't even ask to see the destroyed mementos or consider that Vivian might be lying. That night, I packed my bags and left. I couldn't stay in that house for one more minute. I went to my Aunt Sarah's place. She was my mom's younger sister, and we'd always been close. When I showed up on her doorstep in tears and told her everything that had been happening, she was horrified. She immediately agreed to let me stay with her and help me finish my last year of high school. For years after that, I had no contact with Dad or Vivian's family. I worked hard, put myself through college with scholarships and part-time jobs, and started building a life for myself. Aunt Sarah became my rock, supporting me through the tough times and celebrating my achievements. It wasn't until I was 24 that Dad reached out to me. He said he wanted to reconnect and apologize for not being there for me. At first, I ignored his messages. I was doing well in my career, had a good group of friends, and had started dating Alex. I didn't feel like I needed Dad in my life anymore. But after talking it over with Aunt Sarah and Alex, I agreed to meet Dad for coffee. He cried when he saw me, telling me how sorry he was and how much he'd miss me. He said he'd realized how badly he failed me as a father and wanted to make amends. I was wary but agreed to give him a chance, telling him that if he wanted a relationship, he'd have to earn it. Over the past 4 years, we've slowly rebuilt our relationship. We started with occasional phone calls, then progressed to monthly dinners. Last year, he attended my college graduation ceremony, and it felt like a turning point. For the first time in years, I felt like I had a dad again. Now, with my wedding to Alex approaching, I'm faced with a difficult decision. I want Dad at my wedding, but I absolutely don't want Vivian, Zach, or Mia there. They've never apologized or shown any remorse for how they treated me. The thought of them being at my wedding makes me feel sick. I talked to Dad about this, explaining that I wanted him there as a guest, but not Vivian or her kids. At first, he seemed understanding, but then he started pressuring me to invite them. He said they're his family too, and it would be unfair to exclude them. When I stood firm, he threatened not to come if they weren't invited. I was hurt and angry. I told him, if you choose them over me again, then don't bother coming. Our relationship will be over. He tried to argue, but I cut him off and said I didn't want to hear from him again unless he was ready to respect my wishes. Now, my phone is blowing up with messages from Dad's side of the family. They're saying I should be the bigger person and invite everyone to keep the peace. But I don't want to. This is my wedding day, and I don't want it ruined by people who made my life miserable for years. Alex and his family fully support my decision. My Aunt Sarah says I have every right to invite only people who truly care about me. But I can't help feeling conflicted. Am I wrong for not inviting Vivian and her kids? Should I give in to keep the peace, or stand my ground? First update, it's been a week since my last post, and things have escalated far beyond what I ever imagined. I'm still in shock, but I wanted to update you all on what's happened. The day after I posted, I woke up to hundreds of notifications on my phone. Somehow, Vivian had found out about the wedding situation in my Reddit post. She'd shared it on her social media, twisting the story to make herself look like the victim of an ungrateful stepdaughter. Her post went viral in our local community. Suddenly, I was getting messages from people I hadn't spoken to in years, old classmates, former neighbors, even some of Dad's coworkers. Most of them were nasty, calling me selfish and cruel for excluding my family from the wedding. What hurt the most were the lies Vivian was spreading. She claimed she'd always tried to be a loving mother to me, but I'd rejected her from the start. She said she'd spent years trying to include me in family activities, but I'd always refused. According to her, I was a troubled child who lashed out at everyone and made up stories for attention. Vivian painted a picture of herself as a patient stepmother who had tried everything to bond with me. She talked about how she'd supposedly stayed up late helping me with homework, which never happened, how she'd tried to take me shopping for mother-daughter bonding time, also never happened, and how she'd always made sure to include me in family photos. I have years of family photos that prove otherwise. She even went as far as to claim that she tried to help me deal with my grief over my mom's death, saying she'd suggested therapy and support groups that I'd refused. In reality, any mention of my mom was met with scorn or dismissal in that household. The worst part? Dad was backing her up. He posted a long message about how heartbroken he was that his daughter was tearing the family apart. He painted himself as a devoted father who'd always put his children first, conveniently forgetting all the years he'd ignored my pain. Dad's post talked about how he'd always tried to be fair to all his children, biological and step. He claimed that any perceived favoritism towards Zach and Mia was just my imagination, and that he'd always made sure I had everything I needed. He even had the audacity to say that he'd respected my decision to live with Aunt Sarah, as if I'd had any real choice in the matter. I was overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. Alex suggested I take a break from social media, but the damage was already done. People were sharing Vivian's post and adding their own stories about what a difficult child I'd been. Old classmates chimed in with stories about how I was always moody or antisocial in school, conveniently forgetting that I was dealing with the loss of my mother and the abuse at home. Former neighbors talked about how they'd always seen Vivian trying to include me in activities, neglecting to mention the times they'd seen me left behind when the rest of the family went on trips. Then, 3 days ago, I received a cease and desist letter from a lawyer representing Vivian and Dad. They claimed my Reddit post was defamatory and demanded I delete it and make a public apology. If I didn't comply, they threatened to sue me for damages. I was terrified. I couldn't afford a lengthy legal battle, especially with the wedding expenses. I called Aunt Sarah in tears, not knowing what to do. She immediately came over and helped me calm down. Then she made a call to her friend, Lisa, 50F, who happens to be a lawyer specializing in defamation cases. Lisa reviewed the letter and my original post. She assured me that truth is an absolute defense against defamation claims. She also pointed out that I hadn't named anyone in my post, so it would be hard for them to prove it was about them specifically. With Lisa's help, I drafted a response to their lawyer. We stated that I stood by everything in my post, and if they pursued legal action, I was prepared to provide evidence of the abuse I'd suffered, including testimonies from teachers and neighbors who'd witnessed it. Yesterday, I received another bombshell. My cousin Jake, 25M, reached out to me. He's Dad's nephew, and we were close as kids before Vivian came into the picture. Jake said he'd seen Vivian's post and knew it was all lies. He revealed that when we were teenagers, he caught Vivian badmouthing me to other family members at a reunion. He'd always felt guilty for not speaking up then, but now he wanted to help. Jake shared a memory from when I was 15. There was a big family reunion, and I wasn't there because Vivian had told everyone I was too busy with a school project to attend. In reality, I hadn't even been told about the reunion. Jake overheard Vivian telling some aunts that I was a problem child who was tearing the family apart with my attention-seeking behavior. Jake offered to make a public post corroborating my story. He said he'd witnessed how Vivian treated me on several occasions and was willing to go on record about it. I was touched by his support but worried about the backlash he might face. As of now, I'm waiting to see how Vivian and Dad will respond to my lawyer's letter. Alex and I have decided to postpone making any wedding decisions until this blows over. We're considering having a small destination wedding instead, with just our closest friends and supportive family members. I'm still processing everything that's happened. The public shaming and threats have been overwhelming, but I'm trying to stay strong. Aunt Sarah, Alex, and his family have been incredibly supportive. They keep reminding me that I'm not alone in this. I'll update again when I have more information. Thank you all for your advice and support. It means more than you know. Second update: it's been a month since my last update, and a lot has changed. I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything that's happened, but I wanted to share the latest developments with you all. First, the good news: Vivian and Dad backed down after receiving our lawyer's response. Lisa thinks they realized they didn't have a strong case and were bluffing with their legal threats. They've gone silent on social media, and the wave of public shaming has mostly died down. Jake did end up making a public post supporting me. He shared specific instances of Vivian's mistreatment that he'd witnessed, including the time he overheard her convincing Dad not to pay for my school trip while simultaneously planning an expensive vacation for Zach and Mia. His post caused quite a stir in the family, with several relatives reaching out to apologize for not seeing what was happening when I was younger. Jake's post also included a story from when I was 16. There was a family Christmas party at my grandparents' house, and Vivian had told everyone I couldn't come because I was sick. In reality, she'd never told me about the party. Jake had stopped by our house to drop off a present for me and found me alone, perfectly healthy, while the rest of the family was at the party. When he asked why I wasn't there, I broke down and told him everything. He felt guilty for years for not speaking up then. Now, for the unexpected turn of events. About 2 weeks ago, I received a message from Mia, my stepsister. She asked if we could meet in person to talk. After discussing it with Alex and Aunt Sarah, I agreed to meet her in a public cafe. When I saw Mia, I hardly recognized her. The confident, sneering girl I remembered looked small and nervous. As soon as we sat down, she burst into tears and started apologizing. Between sobs, she told me a story that shocked me to my core. Apparently, Vivian had been manipulating all of us for years. She told Mia and Zach that I hated them and was trying to turn Dad against them. She convinced them that the only way to protect their place in the family was to push me out. Mia said she'd always felt guilty about how they treated me, but Vivian would punish her if she showed me any kindness. Mia revealed that Vivian had a history of this behavior. She'd done something similar with their father's children from a previous marriage, which was why they had no contact with their older half-siblings. Mia had recently reconnected with her half-sister and learned the truth about their shared history with Vivian. She told me about incidents I'd forgotten or never knew about. Like the time when I was 14 and had won a school art competition. Mia had wanted to congratulate me, but Vivian told her I was gloating about my win and trying to make Mia feel bad about her own lack of artistic talent. Or the time when Mia had found my destroyed mementos from my mom in the trash and Vivian had convinced her I'd done it myself in a fit of rage. I was stunned. While this didn't excuse Mia's behavior, it certainly explained a lot. She told me she's been in therapy for the past year, working through the emotional abuse she'd suffered at Vivian's hands. She didn't expect forgiveness but wanted me to know the truth. As for Zach and Dad, Mia said they're still under Vivian's influence. Zach refuses to believe anything negative about his mother and Dad. Well, Mia thinks he's too afraid of being alone to stand up to Vivian. This conversation with Mia has left me with mixed emotions. On one hand, I'm angry that it took her this long to reach out. On the other, I understand the courage it must have taken to break away from Vivian's control and face me. Alex and I have decided to go ahead with our original wedding plans. We're not inviting Vivian, Zach, or Dad, but we've left the door open for Mia to attend if she continues to show genuine remorse and a desire to make amends. Aunt Sarah has been my rock through all of this. She's walking me down the aisle, and we've planned a special tribute to my mom during the ceremony. We're going to have a locket with Mom's picture in my bouquet, and we've chosen her favorite flowers for the centerpieces. As for Dad, I've realized that I can't keep hoping he'll change. His actions have shown where his priorities lie, and I need to accept that and move on. It hurts, but I'm focusing on the family I've chosen: Alex, his parents, Aunt Sarah, and the friends who've stood by me. The wedding is in 3 months, and for the first time, I'm excited about it without any reservations. I feel like I'm finally closing a painful chapter of my life and starting a new one with people who truly love and support me. Thank you all for your advice and support throughout this journey. I'll post one final update after the wedding to let you know how it all turned out. Third update. Hello everyone, it's been 6 months since my last update, and as promised, I'm here to share how everything turned out. The wedding was absolutely beautiful. We had a small ceremony in a picturesque garden, surrounded by our closest friends and family. Aunt Sarah walked me down the aisle, and there wasn't a dry eye when we did the tribute to my mom. We had a photo of her on a special chair in the front row, with her favorite flowers. It felt like she was there with us. Mia did attend the wedding. In the months leading up to it, she continued to show genuine remorse and made efforts to make amends. She even helped with some of the wedding preparations. While we're not best friends, we're slowly building a positive relationship. On the wedding day, she gave me a heartfelt card and a locket that had belonged to her grandmother, a touching gesture to replace the one I'd lost years ago. The day wasn't without drama, though. About an hour before the ceremony, one of our guests spotted Dad lurking near the venue. Apparently, he'd found out the details from a loose-lipped relative. Thankfully, Alex's brothers quickly and quietly escorted him away before I even knew he was there. They told me about it after the reception, and I'm grateful they handled it without disrupting our day. As for Vivian and Zach, we haven't heard anything from them since the legal threats fizzled out. From what Mia has told us, Vivian is furious that Mia attended the wedding and has been trying to turn the rest of the family against her. On a happier note, cousin Jake and I have become quite close. He's been a great support, and it's nice to have a positive male family figure in my life. He and his girlfriend have become good friends with Alex and me, and we often double date. Jake has been helping me reconnect with other family members who were kept away by Vivian's lies. Alex and I are settling into married life wonderfully. We've bought a small house in a new city, away from all the drama. I've started a new job that I love, and Alex has been promoted at his company. We're talking about starting a family of our own in a couple of years, and I'm excited about the chance to create the loving home I didn't have growing up. Looking back on everything that's happened, I can hardly believe how much has changed in a year. While part of me is sad that I don't have the relationship with Dad that I always wanted, I'm at peace with it. I've realized that family isn't just about blood, it's about the people who love and support you unconditionally. Aunt Sarah continues to be a huge part of our lives. She's like a mother to me, and Alex adores her too. We have dinner with her every Sunday, carrying on a tradition that she started when I first came to live with her as a teenager. As for Mia, we're taking things slow. We meet for coffee once a month and are slowly getting to know each other as adults, without Vivian's influence poisoning our relationship. It's not always easy, but I think we're both committed to trying. Thank you all for your support throughout this journey. Your advice and kind words helped me stay strong during some of the toughest moments. I'm closing this chapter of my life with a heart full of gratitude and hope for the future. My stepbrother tormented me for years and wrecked my engagement party. I banned him from my wedding. I, 29F, have been dealing with ongoing issues with my stepbrother Robert, 31M, for years now, but things really came to a head at my recent engagement party. To give you some context, I've known Robert since I was 12 when my mom married his dad. My parents had divorced when I was 8, and those 4 years were just me and my mom against the world. We were incredibly close, and I felt like I could tell her anything. Then she met Robert, Robert's dad, and everything changed. From the beginning, Robert and I never really got along. He was always the golden child in our blended family, while I felt like I was constantly walking on eggshells. I remember the first time I met Robert, it was at a dinner where our parents announced their engagement. Robert spent the entire meal sulking and making snide comments. When I tried to make conversation, he just glared at me and said, "Don't think you're going to be my sister. I don't need one." I was hurt, but I tried to brush it off, thinking he just needed time to adjust. Growing up, Robert would frequently borrow my things without asking and return them damaged or not at all. I had this beautiful charm bracelet that my dad had given me before he moved away for work. One day, I came home from school to find Robert had taken it to impress a girl he liked. When he finally returned it, half the charms were missing. I was devastated, but when I complained to our parents, they brushed it off as siblings sharing or told me I needed to be more understanding since Robert was having a hard time adjusting to the new family dynamic. This pattern continued throughout our teenage years, with Robert taking advantage of my belongings, my personal space, and even my friends. There was this one time when I was 15, and I had my first real crush on a boy named Alex. I confided in Robert about it, thinking maybe we could bond over something. Instead, he used that information to humiliate me in front of the entire school, telling everyone embarrassing stories about me that he twisted to make me look bad. Alex never spoke to me again after that. I remember one particularly hurtful incident when I was 16. I had been saving up for months to buy tickets to see my favorite band, the Midnight Echoes, in concert. I worked extra shifts at my part-time job at the local ice cream shop, skipped lunches, and even sold some of my old clothes to save up enough money. The day before the show, I came home to find Robert and his friends in my room, going through my stuff. They had found the tickets and Robert had decided to take them and go to the concert with his friends instead. When I told our parents, they scolded Robert half-heartedly but didn't make him give the tickets back. They told me I should have hidden them better and offered to buy me new ones for a different date, but of course, it wasn't the same. The Midnight Echoes broke up a month later, and I never got to see them live. As we got older, Robert's behavior didn't improve. After I moved out for college, I thought I'd finally have some space from him. But Robert had a knack for inserting himself into my life at the worst moments. During my sophomore year, I was struggling with a particularly difficult course load and a part-time job. Robert showed up unannounced at my dorm, claiming he was in the area, he lived 3 hours away, and needed a place to crash. He ended up staying for a week, eating all my food, leaving a mess, and distracting me from my studies. I nearly failed 2 exams because of his visit. When I graduated and got my first apartment, Robert would show up uninvited, eat all my food, and leave a mess. He'd ask to borrow money and never pay it back. One time, he borrowed my car for what he claimed was a job interview. I later found out he'd taken it on a road trip with his friends, returning it with a dented fender and empty gas tank. He'd make promises to help with things and then flake at the last minute. When I was moving to a new apartment, Robert promised to help. I waited all day for him to show up, only to get a text at 9 p.m. saying he'd forgotten and gone to a party instead. I tried to maintain a cordial relationship for the sake of family harmony, but it was increasingly difficult. Every family gathering turned into the Robert show, with our parents fawning over his latest achievements, which often turned out to be exaggerated or completely fabricated, while my accomplishments were barely acknowledged. Fast forward to last weekend. My wonderful boyfriend Arthur, 30M, proposed to me after 3 years together. We met at a charity run I had organized for the local animal shelter. Arthur was a volunteer, and we bonded over our love for dogs and our shared passion for community service. He's been my rock, supporting me through tough times at work and always being there to listen when family issues got me down. When he proposed during a surprise picnic in the park where we first met, I was overjoyed. We decided to have an engagement party to celebrate with our closest friends and family. I spent weeks planning every detail, from the menu, which included dishes representing significant moments in our relationship, to the decorations, featuring photos from our 3 years together. I explicitly told my parents that I didn't want Robert there, given our history. I explained that I wanted one special day that wasn't overshadowed by Robert's antics. They pleaded with me to reconsider, saying he changed and deserved another chance. My mom guilt-tripped me, saying, "He's your brother and family should be there for these moments." Against my better judgment, I reluctantly agreed, hoping that maybe, just maybe, Robert had matured. The party started off well. Our friends and family were mingling, everyone was congratulating us, and the atmosphere was joyful. Arthur's parents, who had flown in from out of state, were chatting happily with my mom and stepdad. My best friend from college, Sylvia, had surprised me by flying in for the event. Everything was perfect. Then Robert showed up, 3 hours late and clearly intoxicated. He stumbled in, spilling his drink on Sylvia's dress, and loudly demanded to know where the good booze was hidden. The special cocktails I had carefully planned, each named after a significant moment in our relationship, weren't strong enough for him. I tried to quietly ask him to leave, but he made a scene, shouting that I was being a stuck-up bitch and that he had every right to be there. He then proceeded to give an impromptu, slurred speech about how Arthur was too good for me and how I'd always been the family disappointment. He brought up embarrassing stories from our childhood, twisting them to make me look bad. I could see Arthur's parents exchanging concerned glances, probably wondering what kind of family they were marrying into. The final straw came when Robert, in his drunken state, knocked over the table with our engagement cake. The cake, which Arthur's mother had spent days making as a surprise for us, was ruined. It had been a beautiful three-tiered creation, each layer representing a year of our relationship. Robert just laughed it off, saying we could just order a pizza or something. I lost it. Years of pent-up frustration came pouring out. I yelled at Robert, telling him he was no longer welcome in my life and that I was done trying to maintain a relationship with someone who clearly had no respect for me. I brought up all the times he'd hurt me, from the charm bracelet incident to the concert tickets to the countless times he'd taken advantage of my kindness. I told our parents that if they couldn't see how toxic Robert's behavior was, then maybe I needed to distance myself from them too. Robert was eventually escorted out by some of Arthur's friends, but the damage was done. The party was ruined, and I was left feeling embarrassed and hurt. Sylvia spent the rest of the evening trying to comfort me, while Arthur did his best to salvage the situation with our guests. His parents were gracious, but I could tell they were shocked by what had transpired. In the days following the party, my parents have been calling and texting nonstop. They're begging me to forgive Robert, saying he was just having a bad day and didn't mean what he said. They're insisting that cutting him out would destroy the family. My mom even said, "Your wedding won't be complete without your brother there." It's like they've completely forgotten about the scene he caused at the engagement party, let alone the years of torment I've endured. Arthur is furious and wants to ban Robert from our wedding and all future family events. He says he can't stand to see me hurt like this anymore. I agree with him, but I'm worried about the fallout with my parents and the rest of the family. Some extended family members have been reaching out, urging me to reconcile with Robert for the sake of family unity. I'm tired of being the one who always has to compromise and forgive, while Robert faces no consequences for his actions. I feel like I'm at a crossroads. Do I once again give in to family pressure and let Robert be part of my wedding day, risking another disaster? Or do I stand firm, potentially causing a rift in the family but finally prioritizing my own well-being? Am I overreacting by wanting to cut Robert out of my life? Should I give him yet another chance for the sake of family peace? Or is it time to stand my ground and prioritize my own well-being and my future with Arthur? Update 1. It's been about a month since the engagement party fiasco, and a lot has happened. First, I want to thank everyone for their supportive comments and advice. It really helped me gain perspective on the situation and gave me the courage to stand my ground. After taking some time to cool down and gather my thoughts, I decided to have a serious talk with my parents. I invited them over to my place without Robert, making it clear that this was a conversation about my relationship with them, not about Robert. I spent days preparing for this conversation, writing down key points I wanted to address and practicing what I wanted to say. When they arrived, I could tell they were apprehensive. My mom tried to immediately start talking about Robert, but I firmly redirected the conversation. I laid everything out on the table. I told them about all the times Robert had hurt me over the years, not just the recent incident. I brought up specific examples, the charm bracelet, the concert tickets, the car incident, and explained how each event had chipped away at my trust and self-esteem. I explained how their constant defense of his behavior had made me feel invalidated and unimportant in the family. I told them about the times I had achieved something I was proud of, like organizing that charity run where I met Arthur, only to have it overshadowed by Robert's latest drama. I was honest about how their pressure to forgive Robert was damaging our relationship, making me dread family gatherings and question my place in the family. To my surprise, my mom broke down in tears. She admitted that they had always known Robert's behavior was problematic, but they were afraid of confronting it. Apparently, Robert had struggled with substance abuse issues in his teens, something I hadn't known, and they were always walking on eggshells, afraid he'd relapse if they were too hard on him. My mom shared a story from when Robert was 16. They had found drugs in his room and confronted him about it. Robert had become so angry that he disappeared for 3 days. They were terrified, imagining all sorts of horrible scenarios. When he finally came home, they were so relieved that they promised themselves they'd do anything to keep him on track. This explained a lot about their permissive attitude towards Robert, but it didn't excuse it. My stepdad was more defensive at first. He talked about how hard it had been to blend our families, how he had always tried to treat me like his own daughter. But as the conversation progressed, he started to see how their approach had backfired. He acknowledged that in trying to help Robert, they had inadvertently hurt me. He admitted that he had often taken the easy route of giving in to Robert rather than confronting the real issues. We talked for hours, bringing up old incidents and working through years of built-up resentment. I shared how I had always felt like an outsider in our blended family, how Robert's constant put-downs had affected my self-esteem well into adulthood. My parents listened, really listened, perhaps for the first time in years. It was emotionally exhausting, but also cathartic. By the end of the conversation, my parents agreed that their handling of the situation had been wrong. They promised to stop pressuring me to forgive Robert and to respect my decision to distance myself from him. My mom, through tears, told me she was proud of the strong woman I had become and that she was sorry for not showing it more often. They also revealed that after the engagement party incident, they had finally confronted Robert about his behavior. Apparently, he's agreed to enter a rehab program for his alcohol issues. While I'm glad he's getting help, I made it clear to my parents that this doesn't automatically fix our relationship. I told them I needed time and space, and that any potential reconciliation would be on my terms, not theirs. We also talked about the wedding. I stood firm on my decision not to invite Robert, and to my relief, my parents didn't push back. They agreed that after his behavior at the engagement party, it would be best for him not to attend. My mom did ask if they could possibly do a small, separate celebration with Robert after the wedding, which I said I'd consider depending on Robert's progress and behavior. As for Arthur, he's been incredibly supportive through all of this. He stood by my decision to talk to my parents alone, understanding that I needed to address these long-standing family issues. When I told him about the outcome of the conversation, he was cautiously optimistic but reminded me that actions speak louder than words. We've decided together that Robert will not be invited to our wedding, regardless of his progress in rehab. Arthur has been clear that his priority is my happiness and well-being, and he'll support whatever decisions I make regarding my family. We've thrown ourselves into wedding planning, which has been a welcome distraction. We're focusing on creating a day that celebrates our love and the supportive community we've built around us. Arthur suggested that instead of a traditional brother-sister dance, which I had been dreading, we could do a special dance with Sylvia, my best friend who's been more of a sibling to me than Robert ever was. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. For the first time in years, I feel heard and validated by my parents. There's still a long way to go, and I'm under no illusions that everything is magically fixed. But it feels like a step in the right direction. I'm focusing now on planning our wedding and building a life with Arthur. I'm also considering talking to a counselor to work through some of the lingering issues from my family dynamics. The conversation with my parents brought up a lot of old hurts, and I think it might be helpful to process those with a professional. Thank you all again for your support and advice. It really gave me the strength to have this difficult but necessary conversation with my parents. I'll update again if there are any significant developments. Update 2. It's been about 3 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some recent developments. First, the wedding planning is in full swing, and it's been a welcome distraction from the family drama. Arthur and I have settled on a date 6 months from now, and we're excited about creating a day that truly reflects us as a couple. We've decided on a garden ceremony followed by a reception at a beautiful old barn that we're decorating ourselves. It's a lot of work, but it's been fun to pour our energy into something positive. As for the situation with Robert, things have been complicated. He completed his 30-day rehab program about a month ago. My parents, ecstatic about his progress, immediately started pushing for a family reconciliation. They called me, talking about how Robert was a changed man and how he wanted to make amends. I stood my ground, reminding them of our previous conversation and my need for space. Despite my wishes, Robert reached out to me directly last week. He sent a long email, apologizing for his behavior at the engagement party and acknowledging the years of hurt he'd caused. He talked about his struggles with alcohol and how rehab had opened his eyes to the pain he'd inflicted on others. He mentioned specific incidents, the charm bracelet, the concert tickets, the time he humiliated me in front of my crush, and took full responsibility for his actions. The email seemed heartfelt, but I couldn't help feeling skeptical given our history. In his email, Robert also shared some of his own struggles that I hadn't known about. He talked about feeling pressured to live up to our stepdad's expectations, and how he turned to alcohol to cope with feelings of inadequacy. He mentioned that he'd always been jealous of my accomplishments and the easy relationship I seemed to have with our mom. While this provided some context for his behavior, I reminded myself that it didn't excuse it. I shared the email with Arthur, and we had a long discussion about how to proceed. We agreed that while Robert's efforts to change were commendable, 30 days of sobriety didn't erase years of hurt. We decided to respond with a polite but firm email, acknowledging his apology but maintaining our boundaries. In the email, I told Robert that I appreciated his apology and was glad he was getting help. However, I also made it clear that I needed more time and that trust, once broken, takes a long time to rebuild. I reiterated that he would not be invited to the wedding, as that decision was final. I explained that while I was open to the possibility of rebuilding our relationship in the future, it would need to happen slowly and on my terms. Robert's response surprised me. Instead of the angry outburst I half expected, he wrote back saying he understood and respected our decision. He said he hoped that over time, he could prove through his actions that he had changed, but he wouldn't push for a relationship I wasn't ready for. He even offered to write a letter to Arthur apologizing for his behavior at the engagement party. This mature response has left me feeling conflicted. On one hand, it seems like Robert might genuinely be trying to change. On the other, I can't forget the years of hurt and the disastrous engagement party. Arthur has been my rock through all of this, reminding me that it's okay to take things slow and prioritize my own well-being. My parents, predictably, are still pushing for a faster reconciliation. They've been hinting that excluding Robert from the wedding is cruel and that I should reconsider. My mom even suggested that Robert could attend just the ceremony, not the reception, as a compromise. I've had to firmly remind them several times of the boundaries we discussed. It's frustrating, but I'm standing my ground. In an attempt to shift their focus, I've been trying to involve my parents more in the wedding planning. I took my mom dress shopping, and we had a nice day together. For a few hours, it felt like old times, before all the family drama. My stepdad has been helping with some DIY projects for the reception decor. These moments have been nice, but there's still an underlying tension whenever Robert's name comes up. In happier news, Arthur and I have decided to take a short trip next month, just the two of us. We both feel we need some time away from all the wedding planning and family drama. We're going to a small beach town where we had our first weekend getaway as a couple. We're looking forward to relaxing, reconnecting, and remembering why we're going through all this stress in the first place. Sylvia, my best friend, has been an incredible support through all of this. She's taken on a lot of the wedding planning tasks, giving Arthur and me some breathing room. She's also been a great sounding board when I need to vent about family issues. I'm so grateful to have her in my life and even more certain of my decision to have her stand in place of Robert for the sibling dance at the wedding. As the wedding gets closer, I'm trying to focus on the positive. Arthur and I are building a life together, surrounded by friends and family who truly support us. While the situation with Robert is still unresolved, I'm proud of myself for maintaining boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. As always, thank you all for your support and advice. It's been a challenging few months, but I feel stronger and more confident in my decisions. I'll update again after the wedding, or if there are any major changes in the situation with Robert. Update 3. It's been about 8 months since my last update, and a lot has happened. Arthur and I got married 2 months ago, and despite some family tension, it was a beautiful day filled with love and joy. In the lead up to the wedding, my parents finally seemed to accept that Robert wouldn't be there. They stopped pushing the issue, which made our interactions much more pleasant. Robert, true to his word, respected our decision and didn't try to contact us about the wedding. He did send a gift, a beautiful set of handmade pottery he'd apparently made himself as part of his therapy, with a note congratulating us and wishing us well. The ceremony itself was perfect. The garden was in full bloom, and the weather cooperated beautifully. We kept it relatively small, with just our closest friends and family. Sylvia, as my maid of honor, gave a touching speech that had everyone in tears, happy ones, this time. The sibling dance with her was a highlight of the reception. There was a moment during the reception when I caught my mom looking a bit sad, and I knew she was thinking about Robert's absence. But to her credit, she didn't bring it up and instead focused on celebrating with us. My stepdad seemed to be making a real effort to connect with Arthur's family, which I appreciated. After returning from our honeymoon, 2 weeks in Greece, which was amazing, I decided it was time to cautiously re-establish some contact with Robert. I sent him a brief email, thanking him for respecting our wishes about the wedding and asking how he was doing. His response was positive but not pushy. He shared that he was still sober and attending regular AA meetings. He also mentioned that he had started seeing a therapist to work on his underlying issues. Last month, Arthur and I agreed to meet Robert for coffee. It was surprisingly okay. Robert was sober, apologetic, and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about our lives without making it all about him. He brought up some specific incidents from our past and took full responsibility for his actions without making excuses. It was the first time I felt like he truly understood the impact of his behavior. We're taking things very slowly. We've agreed to occasional family dinners, but I've made it clear that rebuilding trust will take time. Robert seems to understand and respect this. He's been consistent in his sobriety and has even started volunteering at a local youth center, which has given him a new sense of purpose. My parents are overjoyed that we're making an effort to reconnect, but I've had to remind them several times not to push too hard. They're learning to respect our boundaries, though it's clearly a struggle for them sometimes. We've had a few family dinners together, and while they've been a bit awkward, they've also been civil and even pleasant at times. Arthur has been incredibly supportive through all of this. He's cautiously optimistic about Robert's changes but reminds me that it's okay if I need to step back at any point. We're focusing on our life together, settling into our new home, and even starting to talk about future plans for children. I'm cautiously optimistic about the future of my relationship with Robert, but I'm also proud of myself for maintaining boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being in my marriage. It's been a long, complicated journey, but I feel like I've grown a lot through this experience. Thank you all for your support throughout this whole process. Your advice and encouragement have been invaluable. While I don't think I'll need to post any more updates, know that your kindness has made a real difference in my life.
I raised my brother since childhood, but when I needed help he chose his girlfriend over me. A year later, he wants to reconnect, but I'm not sure I can forgive him. I, 28M, never thought I'd be sharing this story, but recent events have left me questioning everything I thought I knew about family and loyalty. It's the story of my younger brother Alexis, 24M, and me, and how our relationship crumbled after years of sacrifice and struggle. Our story begins in a small, run-down house on the outskirts of Cleveland. I was 8 and Alexis was 4 when our dad walked out on us. I remember that day clearly. It was raining, and Dad had just lost his job at the steel mill. He and Mom had been fighting more than usual, their voices echoing through our thin walls. That evening, he packed a bag, kissed Alexis and me on the forehead, and walked out the door. We never saw him again. Mom tried her best to keep it together after Dad left, but it was clear she was struggling. She'd always been prone to bouts of sadness, but after Dad's departure, it was like a switch had been flipped. Some days, she couldn't even get out of bed. I started taking on more responsibilities around the house, making sure Alexis was fed, helping him with his homework, getting him ready for school. As the years went by, things got tougher. Mom's depression worsened, and she started drinking to cope. I'd often come home from school to find her passed out on the couch, empty bottles scattered around her. I'd clean up, make dinner for Alexis and me, and try to keep things as normal as possible. By the time I was 12, I was basically running the household. I started mowing lawns and doing odd jobs around the neighborhood to bring in extra money. We needed it. Mom could barely keep a job, and when she did work, most of her paycheck went to alcohol. Alexis wasn't an easy kid to deal with during this time. He was angry and confused, acting out at school and at home. I lost count of how many times I had to leave my after-school job to pick him up from the principal's office. But I never gave up on him. I remember one night when Alexis was about 10, he broke down crying, asking why Dad left and why Mom was always sick. I held him and promised that I'd always be there for him, no matter what. When I turned 16, I got my first real job at a local grocery store. I worked every hour I could, juggling school and taking care of Alexis. It was exhausting, but I was determined to give him a better life than I had. I'd skip lunch at school to save money, often going hungry so Alexis could have a proper meal. There was one particularly rough period when I was 17. Mom lost her job again and went on a weeks-long bender. We were behind on rent and utilities, and I was worried we'd be evicted. I remember staying up late, poring over bills, trying to figure out how to stretch my meager paycheck to cover everything. Alexis found me crying at the kitchen table one night, overwhelmed by it all. Instead of panicking, he sat with me and helped me sort through the bills. It was the first time I felt like we were truly in this together. When I turned 18, I made the tough decision to move out and take Alexis with me. Mom was in no state to care for him, and I was worried about his safety. It wasn't easy, but I managed to rent a small apartment and became Alexis's legal guardian. I worked 2 jobs while finishing high school online. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but seeing Alexis start to thrive made it all worth it. Over the next few years, things slowly improved. I worked my way up at the grocery store, eventually becoming a manager. Alexis settled into his new school and even joined the basketball team. I'd work extra shifts to pay for his uniforms and equipment, determined to give him as normal a life as possible. When Alexis graduated high school, I was so proud I thought my heart would burst. He was the first in our family to get a diploma, and I felt like all our struggles had been worth it. Alexis decided to go to community college, and I supported him fully, picking up even more hours at work to help pay for his books and tuition. Meanwhile, I started taking night classes in IT. It was tough, balancing work, Alexis's needs, and my own education, but I was determined to build a better future for us. There were nights when I'd be up until 3 a.m. studying, only to have to be at work by 7 a.m., but I pushed through. Fast forward to last year. After years of hard work and certifications, I finally landed a job in IT at a local tech startup. It was a dream come true, better pay, better hours, and a chance to use the skills I'd worked so hard to acquire. Alexis had just finished community college and was working at a local restaurant. Things were looking up for both of us. Then, out of the blue, the startup went under. They had lost their main investor, and suddenly, I was out of a job. I wasn't too worried at first. I had some savings and thought I'd find another job quickly. But weeks turned into months, and my savings started to dwindle. I was doing everything I could, applying to jobs, taking on freelance work, even going back to delivering groceries at night. But it wasn't enough. 3 months ago, I realized I couldn't make rent. I had never felt so defeated. After years of struggle and sacrifice, I was right back where I started. I swallowed my pride and asked Alexis if I could crash on his couch for a few weeks until I found a new job. To my shock, He said no. He claimed his girlfriend, Rosie, 23F, wasn't comfortable with it. I couldn't believe it. After everything I'd done for him, he couldn't even offer me a couch to sleep on. I ended up having to move in with a coworker, Tom, 32M, who I barely knew. It was humiliating and uncomfortable, but I had no choice. I found a new job after about a month and got back on my feet, but I haven't spoken to Alexis since that day. Now, Alexis has been trying to reach out. He's left voicemails, sent texts, even showed up at my new apartment. He says he's sorry, that he made a mistake, that Rosie pressured him into saying no. But I can't bring myself to forgive him. Every time I think about forgiving him, I remember all the nights I went hungry so he could eat, all the hours I worked to put him through school, all the sacrifices I made. And then I remember how easily he turned his back on me when I needed him most. Am I wrong for this? Should I give him another chance? I just can't get over the fact that when I needed him most, he chose his girlfriend over me. Part of me wants to forgive him, he's the only family I have left, after all. But another part of me is so angry and hurt that I can't imagine letting him back into my life. I've spent so long putting Alexis first that I don't even know how to prioritize my own feelings in this situation. I never thought I'd be in this position. I always believed that the bond Alexis and I shared was unbreakable, forged through years of hardship and mutual support. Now, I'm left questioning everything I thought I knew about our relationship. Was it all one-sided? Did Alexis ever truly appreciate everything I did for him? Or was I just a convenience, someone to rely on until he didn't need me anymore? I'm lost and confused, and I don't know what to do. Any advice would be appreciated. Update 1. It's been about a month since my original post, and I wanted to provide an update on my situation with Alexis. First, I want to thank everyone who took the time to comment and offer advice. Your insights really helped me gain some perspective on the situation. After much consideration, I decided to meet with Alexis. We agreed to meet at a neutral location, a small park where we used to play as kids. I arrived early and sat on a bench, my stomach in knots as I waited for Alexis to arrive. When Alexis showed up, he looked terrible. He had dark circles under his eyes and seemed to have lost weight. For a moment, I felt a pang of worry, the big brother instinct kicking in. But then I reminded myself why we were here. Alexis started by apologizing profusely. He admitted that he had made a huge mistake and that he regretted it every day. He explained that Rosie had indeed pressured him into saying no, threatening to break up with him if he let me stay. Alexis said he was scared of losing her and made the wrong choice. As he spoke, memories flooded back. I remembered the day Alexis got his first girlfriend in high school. He had been so nervous, and I had spent hours helping him plan the perfect first date. I had always tried to be there for him, to guide him through life's challenges. It hurt to think that he had chosen a girlfriend of a few months over our lifelong bond. Alexis went on to explain that Rosie had broken up with him a week after he refused to let me stay. Apparently, she had been cheating on him and used the situation as an excuse to end things. Alexis said he realized then how badly he had messed up, but by that point, I was already not speaking to him. As I listened to Alexis, I felt a mix of emotions, anger, pity, and a lingering sense of brotherly love. But I also felt something else, exhaustion. I was tired of always being the strong one, of always having to forgive and understand. I told Alexis that while I appreciated his apology, it didn't change the fact that when I needed him most, he chose someone else over me. I reminded him of all the times I had put him first, even at great personal cost. I told him about the nights I went hungry so he could eat, the job opportunities I turned down to stay close to home and take care of him. Alexis broke down crying, saying he knew he could never make it up to me. He told me how much he missed our relationship, how lost he felt without me in his life. Part of me wanted to comfort him, to tell him everything would be okay like I used to when we were kids. But I held back. Instead, I told Alexis that I needed more time and space to process everything. I said I wasn't ready to forgive him yet, but I wouldn't completely close the door on our relationship. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, watching him walk away with slumped shoulders and tears in his eyes. In the weeks since that meeting, I've been doing a lot of self-reflection. I've started reconnecting with old friends I had neglected while taking care of Alexis. I even went on a date last week, something I hadn't done in years. It felt strange but also liberating to focus on myself for once. Alexis has respected my wishes and given me space. He sends a text once a week, just checking in, but doesn't push for more. Part of me misses our relationship, the easy camaraderie we once had. But another part is enjoying this newfound freedom, the ability to make decisions without considering Alexis's needs first. I've also been thinking a lot about our mom. I haven't spoken to her in years, not since I moved out with Alexis. Part of me wonders if I should reach out, try to mend that relationship too. But then I remember all the pain and struggle, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that. As for the future, I'm still uncertain. I don't know if Alexis and I will ever get back to where we were. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe this is an opportunity for both of us to grow, to establish a healthier relationship built on mutual respect rather than dependency. For now, I'm taking it one day at a time. I'm focusing on my new job, on building a life for myself that doesn't revolve around taking care of others. It's scary and exciting all at once. I'm still hurt by what Alexis did, but I'm trying to use this experience as a catalyst for positive change in my life. I don't know what the future holds for Alexis and me, but for the first time in my life, I'm putting myself first. And it feels both terrifying and liberating. Update 2. It's been 6 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some developments in my situation with Alexis. Over the past few months, Alexis and I have slowly been rebuilding our relationship. We started with occasional text messages, then progressed to phone calls every couple of weeks. Last month, we finally met in person again for dinner at our favorite pizza place from when we were kids. Sitting across from Alexis at that familiar red checkered table, I was struck by how much had changed. We used to come here after his basketball games, me still in my work uniform, scraping together enough change to split a small pizza. Now, we were both adults, ordering our own meals, an awkward silence stretching between us. Alexis broke the ice by sharing some news with me. He's been seeing a counselor to work through his issues, particularly his tendency to let others influence his decisions. He admitted that he had always relied on me to make the tough choices, and when I needed him, he didn't know how to step up. As he spoke, I remembered all the times I had to be the adult in our relationship. Like the time when Alexis was 16 and got caught shoplifting. I had to leave work early to pick him up from the police station, then spend hours negotiating with the store owner to not press charges. I was exhausted and angry, but I never let Alexis see that. I just focused on getting him through it. Alexis also told me that he's been volunteering at a local youth center, mentoring kids from troubled backgrounds. He said it's helped him understand and appreciate everything I did for him growing up. It was a bittersweet moment for me. I was proud of his growth, but it also brought up a lot of painful memories. We talked about our childhood and our mom. Alexis confessed that he had always felt guilty for not doing more to help when we were younger. I explained that it wasn't his responsibility, he was just a kid, and I had chosen to take on that burden. It felt strange to finally have this conversation, to acknowledge the abnormality of our upbringing. As for me, I've been doing well. My new job is going great, and I've even been promoted. I'm seeing someone new, Emily, 26F, and things are getting serious. It's the first time in my life I've been able to focus on my own happiness without worrying about anyone else. Alexis seemed genuinely happy for me, but I could see a flicker of something, perhaps regret or sadness, in his eyes when I talked about Emily. I wondered if he was thinking about Rosie, or if he was realizing just how much of my life he had missed out on. Before we left the restaurant, Alexis hesitantly asked if we could make this a regular thing, meeting for dinner once a month. I agreed, but with the caveat that we take things slow. We're not back to where we were before, and honestly, I don't think we ever will be. But we're building a new kind of relationship, one where we're equals, not caretaker and dependent. As I drove home that night, I felt a mix of emotions. There was still a lingering anger when I thought about what had happened, but it was tempered by a growing understanding. I'm learning to forgive, not for Alexis's sake, but for my own peace of mind. This journey has taught me a lot about the complexities of family relationships, about the fine line between love and obligation. I'm still navigating this new dynamic with Alexis, still learning how to be a brother without being a parent. It's not easy, but I'm hopeful that we're on the right path. Update 3, it's been a year since my original post, and I wanted to give a final update on my situation with Alexis. Our relationship has continued to improve slowly but steadily. We've kept up our monthly dinner dates, gradually becoming more comfortable with each other again. It's not the close bond we once had, but it's a comfortable, adult relationship that works for both of us. Alexis has made significant strides in his personal growth. He's still volunteering at the youth center and has even started taking classes at the local university. He's studying social work, inspired by his experiences mentoring troubled youth. It's strange to see him so focused and driven, but I'm genuinely proud of him. Last week, Alexis invited me to watch him give a speech at a fundraiser for the youth center. As I sat in the audience, listening to him talk passionately about the importance of mentorship and support for at-risk youth, I felt a surge of mixed emotions. Pride, certainly, but also a twinge of sadness for the childhood we never had. As for me, I'm doing better than ever. Emily and I got engaged last month, and we're planning a small wedding for next spring. When I told Alexis about the engagement, he surprised me by asking if he could be my best man. Despite everything we've been through, it felt right to say yes. I've also started my own IT consulting business. It's been challenging but rewarding. In a way, the whole situation with Alexis gave me the push I needed to take risks and prioritize my own goals. Looking back, I realized that cutting ties with Alexis, even temporarily, was necessary for both of us. It allowed me to break free from the caretaker role I had been stuck in for so long, and it forced Alexis to stand on his own 2 feet. Our relationship now is different, but in many ways, it's healthier. We're no longer bound by obligation or guilt, but by a genuine desire to be part of each other's lives. We've both learned valuable lessons about boundaries, forgiveness, and the importance of self-care. There are still moments when the past creeps up on us. Like when Alexis asked about inviting our mom to the wedding, opening up a whole new set of complicated emotions. But we're learning to navigate these challenges together, as equals. To anyone going through a similar situation, I want to say this: it's okay to prioritize yourself. It's okay to step back from toxic relationships, even if they're with family. And it's okay if reconciliation takes time, healing isn't linear, and there's no set timeline for forgiveness. Last week, Alexis and I visited our old neighborhood. We stood outside our childhood home, now occupied by strangers. As we reminisced about the good times and the bad, I realized how far we've both come. We're not the same scared kids we once were, struggling to survive. We're adults who have faced our past, learned from it, and are working to build a better future. I'm not saying everything is perfect. There are still moments when I feel a flash of resentment, or when Alexis gets defensive about the past. But we're learning to communicate better, to express our feelings without falling into old patterns. One thing that's helped is setting clear boundaries. I've made it clear to Alexis that while I value our relationship, I'm not responsible for his happiness or success. He's learned to respect my time and my decisions, understanding that my life doesn't revolve around him anymore. As for our mom, we've decided to reach out to her together. It's a daunting prospect, but facing it as a team feels right. We're not sure what will come of it, but we're prepared to support each other through whatever happens. Looking ahead, I'm cautiously optimistic about the future of my relationship with Alexis. We're planning a camping trip next month, something we used to dream about doing when we were kids but never had the chance. It feels like a new beginning, a chance to create positive memories together as adults. Thank you to everyone who has followed my story and offered support along the way. Your advice and encouragement have been invaluable in this journey. It's been a long, difficult road, but I feel like I've finally found a balance between being a brother and being my own person. And for the first time in a long time, I'm excited about what the future holds.